All right, 30-second warning. Assume your positions. Okay, it's 10 past 10, Tuesday morning. I'm going to convene the Division 3 work session. We have made a lot of decisions, which has allowed the LBA to really begin locking down all of our amendments. And so today is really our last day to make decisions to make sure that the whole LBA paper chase is completed by Friday. So, what I think we may end up having to do is get through these kind of rapidly, make as many decisions as we can, and then we'll probably need to recess while Mr. Ripple and the OLS works together. And then we'll probably end up having to come back sometime this afternoon, and I'll get an estimated time from Mr. Ripple when that might be based on the workload that we end up giving him. So that's kind of how I think the day is going to go. You're probably going to have a really long lunch, but you're going to need to come back before close of business. And we so let's make sure we do some time checks. Representative Mooney has a bill to introduce to the Senate at 2:00. Are there any other schedule conflicts during the day that I should know about? Because I'd like to work around what we can. I don't think your 2:00 is going to be a problem, because I suspect that's part of the time that OLS is going to need to finish their documentation. So you're okay.
I have a 3 o'clock, but for about a half an hour, but I would be here if it's open. So
Okay.
I
Okay.
I also have a 2:00, I believe.
You have a 2:00 as well?
Yes.
Okay. Any others? No. Okay. Okay. So, does everyone have the as of March 21 tentative actions related to HB2? This guy? Okay. And where is Representative Erf? He's here. I can sense his presence. Okay. You only have two? I thought you had three. Okay. All right. So the most complicated thing we have to work on, I think, or by we, I mean the team with Mr. Ripple and OLS, is the Medicaid targeted rates. And so, Representative Erf, do you want to introduce us to what you've?
I would love to. I was having Janet make copies for everybody else. I didn't have enough to give to Representative the chairman and our other colleagues. So they'll be done just momentarily. She's literally ripping them out right now.
Okay, so let's do what we can, and that is on 212, the Choose Love program. It's grayed out here, but I thought we ended up tying 4-4 on that. Would you remind me of what we did, Representative Tulersky? This was a program you loved, and in my head we left it 4-4. The blue side. Okay. All right. Oh, I even sang "What the World Needs Now Is Love, Sweet Love." So okay. All right. So we'll keep that. I don't care to revisit it then.
Representative Edwards, regarding the rate requests as well, we have an amendment, and some of the values from what came from Monahan changed from our work from the additional research. So I don't know whether whether we should combine these together and we had a couple of couple of changes this morning, so I don't have the final version, but we do have a printed out version of amendment on the Medicaid rate requests.
So thank you for all the work you've put into that. And what I think would probably allow us to wrap our heads around this the best is the document we've looked at the most as a group related to the Medicaid targeted rate increases has been sort of the initial Moynihan community document. And I know that Representative Urf is prepared to talk to his view of that. And so let's use that maybe as the initial starter, and then we'll have you come in and help us crosswalk what you've done relative to what we hear.
Sounds great.
Okay, Representative Urf, are we ready now?
Yes, sir. So you should all have a black and white version of this, which is basically the Monahan document. I supplemented it with, you'll see at the bottom of page 1, one of the people who was here yesterday, she's probably back again. Yeah, there she is. Thank you. She talked about the TBDs that were in there. So that was the home health aides, and you'll notice that below where the row below where it says home health aides, there's a first row there that says MCL payments. That's the number she gave me. And then if you flip to the top of the next page, or flip it over, I guess, to the top of the next page, you'll see the Medicaid FFS provider payments. That's another number she gave me. So my understanding is that those are the two TBDs that make up the TBD, or the two values, the two sets of values that make up the TBD. I'm sorry. So that was one change. And then, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm seeing decimal points.
The reason for that is if you go back to page 1, you'll notice everything's in millions. So I wanted to be very precise. I took the number she gave me, which was, for instance, in one case, it was $774,000, $480, and I put a point at the beginning.
Okay, I'm just trying to track actions. Laura, your number was, I think, something like 984, and then I forward that to you, and that's
there's two numbers that need to be summed. There's the 774,000 at the bottom of page 1, and then at the top of page 2, there's another 191,000. So the total of that would be about what you just said.
okay. All I'm doing, I'm not disagreeing. I'm just simply trying to make sure that the late breaking data that we got has gotten to you and is incorporated in your analysis.
I read her email,
Okay.
and
good.
I also spoke with her yesterday afternoon. I think I have the numbers right. If I don't, okay. All right. So that was one of the additions to the Monahan document. The other one is continuing down the top of page 2 where it says Granite State Independent Living. That was what Mr. Lippman discussed with us yesterday, the $3 million in each year for the PCLA services. So far, so good? Okay. So philosophically, and this is where it might jive with what you've been doing over there, philosophically, here is what I did, and it lends itself to changes as I'll describe. So I took a total of $40 million per year as the sum we'll allocate. At this point, I still have no idea where we stand on the whole, what we've done in terms of availability of general funds. But just taking that as a number to begin with. You'll notice down on the right-hand side, a number of, in that column, a number of them say IRF hold constant. And those appear next to the home health aid rows, along with the Granite State Independent Living row. And then if you skip quite a ways along, I think towards the end, on page 4, the rebasing does not say hold constant, but please write in there hold constant. That was one that was pointed out to me this morning. That's at the top of page 4. Does that make everybody with me on that one? Oh, it is written in? I guess I wrote it and then it got copied. Thank you.
It's not on page 4 under rebasing. We should write in the right-hand column IRF hold constant.
Right.
And change the 0 to 6.
Are you?
No. It's 6. It says 6. What do you mean? 6 and then 0.
No,
It should be 6 and 6, actually.
It should be
Oh,
6 and 6.
I didn't change that. I just assumed the rebasing only took place in the first year.
It takes place in the first year, but it still costs us the same amount of money in the second year.
Yes.
Oh, I thought rebasing was a
But- but
cost to implement, not a.
There was an error on the Monahan sheet.
Okay, so put 6 in there. You're saying.
Yes.
Okay,
And,
thank you.
and hold constant just means that's
So
what it's for, right?
I'll explain. I'll
Okay.
explain. I will explain. And then there's a couple more, just so I'm clear. At page 7, I guess, are all the rest. And this is the midwives, provider and birth centers, and the ambulance. So those 3. So far so good. Okay, so here's what hold constant means. So we're going to do so those are as I understand it, first either they want to be fixed like the rebasing, or the one that Mr. Lippman brought up, which was the Granite State and Independent Living. It was important that those be fully funded, for lack of a better word, at the rates that were at the amounts that were in here, because the amounts in columns 2 and 3 are actual dollar amounts. So the notion here is those ones that I put down hold constant, they'll be fully funded. So the total of all of those will get subtracted from the top level number, the $40 million per year in this case, and that will leave some amount of money per year. And that will then be proportionally, in proportion to the way the other values are set in here, to all the other things, proportionally allocated, in this case, downward, since obviously there's not $100 million, we're starting at $40 million. Then I also chatted with Mr. Lippman briefly on the way out the door, and this relates to how that's done. Now, you may, I call on if I'm wrong. I'm sure somebody will pipe up and tell me I'm wrong. It won't be the first time. That for the first, it'll take the first half to get everything done, but that they could sequence them in. And when I was on the way to the door, he said to me, well, just tell us to do some percentage in the first half and some percentage in the second half of the first half of this year. So the first quarter and the second quarter of 24. And I figured, well, half of the value, not half of the rows, but half of the value will be set up in the first quarter. So July, August, September. And then the other half in the last quarter, the rest of the months. So that means there'll be less money going out. There'll be no money going out the door in the first quarter because there's just still doing rate setting. And there'll be some money going out in the second quarter because half of them will have been set up. And then there'll be the total amount, if you will, which would be $20 million for the final half of that year, and then $40 million, the full $40 million in the year 25. So that's the notion behind. So that's the way to get the rates even, essentially give us more money, because we know we're not going to be spending it, so we'll apply it further on down the line. Does the explanation of the philosophy make sense?
I could just use a small example. And if we add the 6 million back, what do you think the total amount is of the hold constant?
No idea. But let me give you a very simple small example. So let's say we have $110 to work with, and $10 wants to be held constant. We subtract the $10, and that gives us $100. Now, let's assume we have 2 other entries. One is 40 and one is 60. We're going to apply. I bet I made this too tough for myself, didn't I, Kevin?
Well, you're
I'm too sleepy. That's why I can't do the math quickly in my head. You want to just finish it up?
well, you're portioning 90% of the money among 90% of the services. So that's a 10% decrease, basically, if it's that small.
Okay,
Thank you.
Representative Tversky, you look like you had, no?
You actually asked my question about what number are we talking about with the hold constants?
Yeah. As I flip through there, the hold constants, well, I can't do the decimal point on the MCO payment, so I can't come up with a number either.
So I think I just added it up real quickly, and it looks like of the 40 million, just about round numbers, 10 million is being held constant, right? So you've got 1 on page 1, you've got 3 at the top of page 2, which is a total of 4, and then you've got 6 on page 4, which is 10, and the stuff that's at the very end is maybe it's 12 because there's a 2.2 million in EMS, but it's on the order of 10 to 12 million being held constant, round numbers, first 1 degree, one significant digit type stuff, and then the balance of that 40 million, which is on the 28 million, is what's going to be leveraged for increasing rates.
So I understand that example. Thanks. I think just to go back to the why 40 million? Well, because we can anticipate that the Senate is at least going to do 40 per year. Senator Rosenwald, I think, proposed 145 million. I think that was for the 2 year. Then Bradley counter proposed 80 million, of which it was 40-40, and so I'm trying to anticipate and skate to where the puck will be, to use the hockey term. And I think we'll be in line with the Senate if we're thinking in terms of 40. Now, I wish it were more. I want it to be more. And so as we complete our decisions today, I would like our priority to be to shift whatever money we can into the Medicaid rate reimbursement number so that there's more to distribute. That's where I'm coming from. Representative Verf?
Agree with all that. Back to Representative Stringham's point at the beginning. So clearly, if the numbers in the under the 24 and 25 change, in other words, you're changing that proportion. So if you all have input there, and also the whole constant, what is that? Have we chosen an inappropriate set to hold constant? So it's if the philosophy works, then we can muddle with the ratios and with what's constant, if that makes sense.
Representative Tulorsky?
Thanks. I just have a question for Representative Erf. Once you pay the hold constants, what's your thought process for distributing the remainder? Is it?
That was the ratio part. So.
Oh, what's figuring out what the ratio is for all the others based on what they
hold here for 100%.
All right.
Make sense?
Yeah.
Which that's what I say. You can, so we all can impact that if we feel the ratios are wrong. In other words, if you feel like whatever, CFI should be getting a greater percentage of the total pot, whatever the pot may be, then by changing the numbers, the ratios, you affect that. Does that make sense?
So it can get pretty complex. And basically, I think we have about 20 minutes before we have to make this decision. And we still have to hear from Representative Stringham, and we need to hear from Representative Woolner now.
No, I just wanted, so the 40 million is per year? 40 million
Yes.
per year. Thank you. I just wanted to be sure I understood that.
Representative Stringham?
Yeah, so, our amendment comes out substantially more, but more like 75 and 100, just rough ballpark numbers. And so, I hope things like, if we pass, for example, the movement of the disability funds, that could 100% be apportioned to this, and that we can reach these numbers. Can you pass out the draft of our amendment and what it looks like and structured? Few of the changes from this for the values. The disability community asked for 18%, but 3% turns out it's already in the budget because 3% used to be taken out of those fees and then given to the area agencies. The area agencies are separately paid now with a separate code and line item, and there was no corresponding decrease in the services line. So essentially there was a built-in 3% increase. So that actually, reduced the budget by about 28.6 million. So, and
So because that number is eerily similar to, that's the same 28.6 from the reduction of the 3 accounts, you guys we're talking about the same thing.
You might be right. The 28.6 was from the 3 accounts. Yeah, I'd have to look up and see what that is, but it made a significant down size, and we had already added the home health aides that you talked about. That's in our current amendment, and let's see. There's 19 categories of services in here. And if adding in the Granite State Advantage would added another 5.25 million over 2 years. So we used a 25% kind of reduction using your numbers yesterday, Representative Edwards. Talking with Kevin this morning, we thought the best way to do it actually is for the increases have the first year be 50% of the second year, because if we just made each one 3/4 of the year, then they would be limited in how much they could spend in that individual provider category. So instead we took them down by 50% and then took 25% and said, okay, you can apply these in the first year to whichever rate increase you're implementing sooner, so that we still end up with the same numbers. So has that come around?
So,
So
so this is a sufficiently dense document with a lot of great concepts in it that I am not able to process.
Could I ask a question?
Yeah.
Are there as many Roman numerals on your amendment as there are rows in this document? In other words, did you account for every?
Yeah, everything's accounted for. That's in this document.
So really, and did you hold any constant?
Well, basically,
Did you fully fund any? That's a better way to put it.
if you fully fund yours, then ours should be close to identical.
If we fully fund everything, you mean? That's not my asking though.
Yeah,
Did you fully fund, all the years are fully funded?
yeah, except for we changed the disability by 3%, and so it used to be 18% was the ask, and we reduced that to 15%.
Okay,
Because there's money elsewhere in the budget.
okay. So,
We also took out the 1.5 million for beds that's in there, because that's also in another part of the budget. So it's not needed. There's a somewhat increase in emergency services for ambulance based on a fee schedule amount that we think is critical to bring a lifeline to that troubled business.
so here's one way of looking at this, and I'm assuming your second number in every case is a full year's value.
That's right.
Okay, and all of these had pretty much the same value in each year, not 100%, but is that was that your intent? I realize it's lower because of the same reason I lowered them, but was your intent that if they could be zapped to the full amount, on day one, July 1st, was your intent that it would be equal year 1, year 2?
It would be, if you could apply it on July 1st, it would be equal year to year.
Okay, so essentially,
with a few exceptions. Some of them, like if you look at the CFI requested rate increase, it's 7.6 and 9.3, for example.
you mean you match this?
Right.
Okay, so in some sense, your numbers are just the numbers that we could plug in as the ratios if you wanted to look at it that way. In other words, you have, instead of 60, well, you actually have the same number for long-term nursing care. So that would be an approach. It would obviously not come out with your 100 million, it come out with 40 million, but that is an approach that would, if you think you change the ratios and that's really important, and I know the 100 million top line number is really important as well, but if it's also important that the ratios be somewhat slightly different, that's an easy thing to change.
So I'll come back to you on that. I'm just trying to map this document that I saw for the first time 4 minutes ago and making sure I understand it. On, like, for example, page 2, my fifth grade teacher will be proud if I get this right. It looks like Roman numeral 17 on line 30, relative to Medicaid birth rates in non-hospital environments. So because they went for 100,000, and you're anticipating just a percentage in the first year, that's you've kind of respected the request, but you've made it 75, 100 because you have some assumptions about the rate at which they could spend in the first year anyways.
Right, they have to announce changes in fee schedule. Sometimes they
No,
have to
no,
go to CMS.
I get all that.
Okay.
So now we're at 19 on line 35. This appears to be greater than the 2.2, 2.2. And so is that a typo, or did something else go into your analysis for ambulances?
Yeah, so the ambulance figures, which, we got a lot more input on, we felt that they should be addressed at the service level, and that just upping them to the Medicare rates where, for example, last biennium, ambulance services were increased to 188% of Medicare because of problems with the Medicare fee schedule for this one type of service. So, so on page 3 at the top, the ambulance codes, the primary service codes, A0425 through A0429, we actually set rural and urban levels for that.
So I'm
And
just,
these
again, trying to make sure I'm tracking with what
Yeah.
you're thinking.
Yeah.
And what I think I heard you say is that I'm just going to refer to it as the Moynihan document because I think everyone understands the term. But their work effort resulted in 2.2 and 2.2. And so you've gotten supplemental clarification on that. Did that also come from the Moynihan effort, or did it come from somebody operating outside of the Moynihan coordination circle?
Well, I think probably both, but most of my input comes from talking to ambulance providers who I've been working with on other legislation.
Okay, I'm reluctant to do that because I like the fact that Mr. Moynihan got everyone together and got everyone looking at the same thing, and dismissing just one part of it and bringing in external to that. It just feels to me, sort of bad process, but that's just my opinion. Representative Hull.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question for Mr. Stringham, or Representative Stringham. Did you put this together in a spreadsheet form anywhere, or is this only in the amendment Word document form? And if you have it in a spreadsheet, can you email it?
Yeah, I'll send you what I got, but I didn't, but it's pretty much just a numbered sheet, so.
Okay. It's okay.
And then another, is somebody over here wanting to ask questions? Because I'm looking down mostly. Okay. So on line item 27, I think that's Roman numeral 16. That's 675,000. Sounds familiar. Is that the Representative Tversky amendment finding its way into this document as well? Just because I think 675 was the same number you pitched yesterday. And this is
For prevention services?
yeah.
No,
So it just happens to be the same number.
it was, well, my number is actually 625, but
Oh.
that has nothing to do with this.
Okay.
Yeah, this is on the Moynihan sheet, SUD outpatient line. At least, it depends which version of this you have. But
Yeah.
if you use IRF sheet, Representative IRF sheet,
Okay.
it's 900, and then the first year at this point is 3/4 of the second year. Just as a general statement, I hope we can come up close to these numbers because I really, the first way I started is saying, well, what if we match Medicare rates? And, you know, that are a lot of times are pretty stingy in many fee schedules. And, you know, pretty much we would need the budget of Vermont and Maine on top of our budget to bring it up to that level. So, you know, you know, we're starting from an extremely low level. And, you know, most of this, you know, is pretty much just, you know, on average, a cost of living, you know, it's 12%, you know, if across the board, if we fund it at this level. And we have service problems now with the rates that we have. And if we're going to start, you know, 2 years, then this next biennium at, you know, a lower real rate than where we started the previous biennium, I think it would be, you know, difficult for us to see a kind of across the board improvement in service fulfillment. So,
Would you believe I agree with everything you just said?
mhm.
But I also need to worry, we all also have to worry about, we can't spend money we don't have. And so that, to me, that's the issue of how much money we can stand to invest in this. We're already investing more than the governor, just talking about it. You know, so the governor's budget is higher, our revenue estimates are higher than the ones we're working with. So if we take something this significant and add it to the governor's budget, we have to go back and also be looking for sources of the funds for this. So I now understand your document. Thank you. Are there, Representative Wallner?
Well, this is a little off the, it's not off the subject, but it's something that I'm sitting here trying to grapple with. Yesterday, we talked about the DD funding and how we were going to bring forward the lapse, basically. We were going to bring that forward. And I can't remember how much it was, but it seemed like it was around $25 million. Is that right? 28.6. So how did you account for that in your 40? I mean, it seems like it's really important that the DD community at least.
No, of course we have. Don't say we haven't. It's right there. It's actually higher than your number. I mean, it's proportionally. It's
Okay. So
it's not higher in an absolute sense. It's higher. So you basically took 35 and put in 29. So I just went through your document, and a lot of this lines up, except it gets into a situation where I don't understand some of it. But just to go down from the start, you've got 16.5 million for nursing homes. You got 9.3 million for CFI, which I realize in the first half of this one it's actually lower. You've got 2.5 for the assisted living. You've got 966 for the MCO payments in conjunction with the Medicaid payments. You don't have the Granite State listing in there yet. I don't see it. You do have the private duty nurses, although I also note that in the original document, the first year was less. You have the case management at 600,000. You got community mental health rates wages at 14, same as the document. You got the housing at 2.2 million. You got the rebasing at 4, so that's actually a little bit lower. And again, I'm just saying lower with respect to the Monahan document, not lower than respect.
Wes,
isn't it
excuse me,
6 on
Representative
line
Murphy.
10?
Sorry, I'm just trying to wrap my brain. You were going down.
I went too fast. You're right.
You were going down the second set of numbers, and then on that last one, you switched to the first number.
Yes, no, she's right because it says 0, but we actually switched that to 6 because at the beginning of the meeting, your colleague here explained to me that it was 6 both years. So rebasing was 6 and 6, and then the next one. Does that make sense? That's Roman numeral X 10, and then I skipped over 11. That is the rate adjustment. That is the same, 4 million. And then we get to what I think you were talking about, Representative Wellner, which is the DD and brain injury, which in the document that Monahan provided us was 35 million. And I think what you just explained was you roughly took what we took out, if you will, yesterday and put it in here, the 29 million, which that makes sense.
No,
No?
that's not what she was referring to.
that's not what I meant.
Oh,
No.
but that is the DD and brain injury.
what she was talking, can I go?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, can I just finish?
Well, I
what-
just want, what I'm,
Go ahead.
what I'm saying is if, using your way of doing it, they won't get back the amount they have put in from lapsing over. I don't think. I don't see unless you
Well, that's
pull them out.
probably true. The intent was not to.
Right.
The whole point of that was not to put it back because it's not going to get spent. That's the idea. That was dollars that was going to be sitting at the bank at the end of next year, along with monies that won't get spent in the next biennium. We have this huge pile of cash sitting in those accounts come the 30th of June in 2025. And it seems the point was to, in every case here, the point was to try to get funds and spend them. Not necessarily spend them in the same account, but spend them in the Medicaid rate adjustments. Does that make sense?
So you are taking that to put into your $40 million. It's part of your 40, but it won't necessarily be used all for
What,
the DD
can I
community.
comment on
Okay, thank you.
Because I don't think we voted on that yet, and I think if we vote on that to take it out, that would go in addition to the 40 million. It'll be additional money that's available to spend however we want to spend it.
No. Okay, I do want to finish your list, but to be clear, so the 40 million is a number I just picked out of the air. I realize you didn't pick your 200 million out of the air, but it's kind of the same thing. It's another number. I did that because I wanted to try to get something going here. We've sort of been beating around the bush here on this for a long time. Over the last few days, you may have recalled my saying repeatedly, let's take this out of so we can have more general funds available for this purpose. I don't yet know that number. Even though we've taken a bunch of votes, I haven't yet seen how much general funds have we freed up. Is it 200 million? Is it 80 million? Is it zero? Okay, so it's some number separate from this. Does that make sense? Okay. Could I just finish going down the list because it kind of ran into a part where I lost track of what you were doing. So right, Roman numeral level, I'm equating the 29 million to the 35, so that's essentially a reduction. And then I'm skipping down to opioid starts to fall apart on me. There's nothing there in the Monahan. Is that where you substitute in some numbers, the 4.85 and then the 400,000? Or does some of that fit in with the MedEx population and Medicaid population stuff? So I'm looking at Roman numerals 13, 14, 15, 16. I kind of lost track of how those tie to the Monahan.
Chair, I think I did the same thing that Representative Erf did, which is I took the Moynihan document, put 75% in, and multiplied it by column C, right, just to get us the numbers, and then ran down and started looking at differences. And there is a significant change starting in line 13 on page 2.
Can I explain 13?
Sure.
So the opioid treatment, the one that's blank, there's two numbers below. If you add those two numbers up, that's 13. And the reason why they split it out that way is so that we could see the impact on the fact that some of these are 90% matched and some are 50% matched, and with the rough numbers. So it's not that the opioid treatment wasn't unaccounted for; it was accounted for in the next two blocks. So those two together make up
Okay.
appropriation under 13.
So that's the MedEx and Medicaid population. Correct?
Yep.
Okay. So then continuing, you got residential. Okay, cool. Got it. And then you got
Representative
NAT,
Stringham.
whatever that is.
Representative Stringham, I guess I don't understand
SUD.
the difference in section Roman numeral 12, right? The 21.9 that goes to 29, which is a very big difference from the 35 that they had agreed to.
So when this year or this biennium, they're implementing a change to the disability, developmental disability payments. The area agencies, which are under contract to oversee the management of those systems regionally, used to get a 3% payment out of any service that was provided to their customers. That's the way they got paid. This year, they're going to get paid directly from by us, a fee about 3%. But there's nothing in they didn't reduce those other payments by the 3%, so it would be even. So effectively, there was already a 3% increase in the developmentally disabled waiver fee schedule with us doing nothing. So giving them 18%, or I'm sorry, 15%, really 3% was already accounted for in the current budget. So I reduced it to just their ask. Is that helpful?
That was very helpful. Thank you.
So just to follow up, your list and our list are pretty much the same, it appears. Other than you have big totals, I have smaller totals, but but it does fit in with the philosophy. If you, it seems like in some case, well, you held everything constant. So I guess the question would be, if you can buy into my philosophy, our philosophy, are there some that you would hold constant and some that you would allow to go up or down? Mostly down.
Mostly down.
Well, yeah, if we don't have enough money and we're trying to reach consensus, we'll have to have some methodology. And so, but I'm hopeful we can find enough money that your amount percent reduction is 0%.
But
So while we keep hope alive, I think the question I didn't hear a yes or no from you on is to the question of, and Representative Irf has proposed some very specific line items that he would hold constant. And these are being held constant by a combination of relatively small dollars and relatively high priorities, I think. So I think what we're looking for from the Democrat caucus, because we did caucus on this, is that these that Representative Irf has put here as hold constant, we would like to hold constant, and to the extent that there's any variability or difference left, that we would talk about that later and hopefully find some more money to close the gap. So kind of the first pass at this is, can you agree with us that, I hate this we versus them thing, but in any case, can it be agreed to that the items that says Irf hold constant, that you can buy off on that you're okay with that?
I think we'd like to talk about that because we did not talk about that concept.
Representative Hull?
Before we would break for any potential caucus, I appreciate what Representative Stringham had to say relative to the 15% versus 18% versus kind of the 3% double accounting in the DD and brain injury. And if I understand his comment correct, right, the 35 million that was in the Monahan document might actually want to be 29. Did I get that correct?
Right, and it says 29 million in Roman numeral 12 for the second year of the biennium. So that's where that came
Yes. Okay. So trying to be equitable, right? Because in some cases, the percentage increase isn't going to be 18% like we're seeing there. We're going to see, right, 15% across the board. Maybe we want to make a tweak to this proposed sheet by Representative Irf for that line item, which is on the top of page 5. And I'm willing to propose that change from the 35 down to 29, which is in keeping with what Representative Stringham had to say.
I think it feels to me like we've achieved a point of kind of understanding of the two proposals that I believe we should just recess for 5 minutes.
I think it'll take longer than 5 minutes.
What do you want?
I would say probably 50.
Okay, so we're going to recess till 11:05. I had to cut your budget a little bit.
You came sort of in the middle. Thanks.
So, so this is the 30-second warning. So Representative Wallner, I was just waiting for you to come to a natural conclusion. Okay, recess is over. Time to get back to work. We have some more math that JR or Representative Hull is doing for us. But so I just want to say where I think we are in this total process. I think the governor's team had many months to come up with a proposal to target some rates, and didn't, but encouraged us to do so. So this committee basically is the first time in this budget cycle that anyone has tried to do the rate targeting. The effort that was undertaken in the private sector, and we were referring to Mr. Moynihan as the creator of the Moynihan spreadsheet, obviously deserve a lot of credit, but I'm sure there were 10, 20 people behind the scenes that helped give us this spreadsheet that we have all used to normalize our thinking about what we want to do. So I think that's good. We've gotten community input, we've considered it, and further to the point, I think Representative Stringham's initiative to transfer the Moynihan document into HB2 is positive. We have some differences of opinion on the amounts, and we'll share those with you all here after Representative Hull does the math. But they're not going to be the same. Ours are going to be lower, and we kind of knew that. But the good news is, I think we can send something along in the process where the Senate isn't going to have to invent the wheel, because I think we've invented a wheel here on how we're trying to do these Medicaid targeted rate increases. And I think we should feel kind of good about that. But in any case, we're going to give them our idea, our methodology, our contact information, and that should help. I think this is going to end up at the end of this process with Medicaid targeted rate increases that probably everyone can live with. So I just want to say I like the process. Although we're not going to end up agreeing today on the amount, I don't think it's essential that we do anyways, because the process continues and the Senate has different numbers they're going to look at anyways. So, how far away are you? Because I don't want to stall anymore on that subject. That's boring. I'm going to take my shot at describing the concept of what we're doing, and then hopefully the numbers will be ready by then. Our concept is that we're gonna take the boilerplate of the proposal, the amendment that's got Wallner, Tulerski, Stringham, and Nordgren. We're going to take your amendment. We're going to accept this baseline. We're going to add a little bit more flexibility in here, because the way this is currently written is that there's sort of these artificial buckets where we're creating some inflexibility. And so in order to give the department more flexibility, one of our key concepts is to take the amount of money that's being proposed. Like, let's say I'll do line 16, because I think maybe I can do the math accurately. There's 15 million that you propose in line 2, or line 16 rather, between the 2-year biennium. What we'd like to do to give the department more flexibility than what's in here is to say, okay,
Mr. Chair,
go. I'm
not sure.
Am I wrong?
Well, I'm not sure if that's the intent behind the math. I think you did take
I'm not done though.
no, I know, but biennium total, I believe, would be 18.6.
I'm saying on line 16, 5.7 to plus 9.3 is 15 million. I'm just trying to explain the flexibility part of this.
I know what you're trying to do, but we have to clarify with Mr. Ripple. So the number he's starting with should be the full, as though it was for the whole biennium? That we're doing the math on?
Can I suggest a structure for the resulting amendment?
I'm going to go ahead and finish, because I think I've heard you. I think I've got the process, and I think I'm going to get there. So to follow this example just a little bit further, on line 16, there's 15 million in the total in the 2 years. Of that 15 million, 25% of that total would be sort of the earmarked for year 1. 50% of that 15 million would be earmarked in year 2, which leaves another 25%. And then I understand Mr. Ripple can write language so that if the department is able to implement the other 25% earlier, then they can do that. Is that the structure that we discussed?
That's exactly correct, and it's also the structure that I suggested to Representative Stringham earlier this morning. So he will also have another version of his amendment coming forward that does the same thing. I would suggest that in the case of Roman 2, that's not the clearest example, because there were supposed to be 2 different amounts in the 2 different years. CFI had 2 different amounts in 24 and 25 to begin with. If you took an example like, let's say on line 28, that was originally intended to be 600,000 per full year for each of the 2 full years. So for fiscal 25, you would keep this, assuming you kept these numbers, which they will change. But if you kept these numbers in fiscal 25, there would be 600,000 appropriated. In fiscal 24, there would be 300,000 appropriated for the second half of the year. And then you would take $150,000 and an equivalent figure for all of these amounts, and appropriate it in one lump sum to the department to implement rate increases earlier than January 1st, if possible.
Okay, so the key distinction of what I said and what you're saying is that rather than keep the extra 25% floater money associated with each account, you'd pull them all out and give flexibility for that cumulative number across all the accounts.
That's correct.
I understand that.
Good night.
Representative Wallner?
Okay, Kevin. So providers would expect a rate increase on January 1.
Yes,
Everybody would get a rate increase on January 1.
correct.
And then there would be this pool of money that some providers, or maybe all providers, would get an additional amount of money as the department was able to make those allocations.
Yes.
Okay, I think I've got it. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm still Representative Nordgren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And then can we have a comment from the department after we figure out what you're saying and what everyone is agreeing to?
We can solicit comment, yes.
Okay.
I just want to finish
I know.
the train of thought here.
Yeah.
And, okay, so what I would say is that if we can agree to this past discussion about adding the flexibility, then the red approach to this bill and the blue approach are compatible. That we have agreed to agree with each other on the structure. The only difference that we haven't talked about yet are the numbers. And that conversation is coming. But I just wanted to clarify that I think we've agreed to agree on the framework.
So I think what you're, the way I hear what you're saying is the framework is the fact that every Roman numeral 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 is the same in both proposals. And not the same number, but the same topic. And
The Roman numeral relates to the same topic, yes.
right. And so there's an appropriation part where we're amending HB 2, line 257 together or in the same way. So there's at least some kind of structural close similarity between the two bills or two amendments.
And I'm seeking agreement on the framework of the structure. And I kind of think we've got it. And if we don't, then I probably not explained it properly, but I'm trying to hit the same structure. Are you hearing the same structure?
I am. I think in my mind, the only question that remains is whether the resulting amendment should replace the existing section 257 or be in addition to it.
Representative Verf, do you have an opinion on that?
I'm not sure. What is the existing one?
257 is the 17 million per year for across the board rate increases.
Interesting. You should bring that up. So apparently, from what I understand, and speaking with Representative Stringham, their plan did not include, they were starting from a baseline of 0, whereas we were starting from a baseline of the 17 million, but netted out by the hospital piece, which I think worked out to about a 7 million. So I'm actually comfortable going either way. It doesn't really matter to my mind because the idea is if we start from a baseline of 0, as I understood them to have done, then the 17 million is part of what can go towards the 40 million, which might actually get us up more like to 57 million or 50 million or whatever with this distributed approach, as opposed to what I thought our philosophy was, and I thought actually was the whole group's philosophy, but I guess I was mistaken, that the 3.1% wanted to be assured that it went across the board. So essentially what we're saying here is, do we just take that across the board thing out? And I honestly don't know what the impact of that is, because I don't know if this includes every rate that should be increased or just the ones that are really important. And that's sort of what we're deciding here. In other words, are there people that would get a 3.1% raise outside of this or not?
Well,
And should they?
So my assumption throughout this has been that we accept the 3.1% baseline, and that everything we're talking about is an incremental addition to that. The thing that we learned in the discussion, though, was because the hospital was willing to not forego their portion of the 3.1%, we could either like just account for it in what we're doing with the rate increases by freeing up the hospital's portion and adding it to the 40? I would add it to the 40.
Well, that's part of the problem. But the first question we need to answer is, do we, exclusive of the hospitals, do we want to give an across the board 3.1% rate increase?
I have said yes.
And I agree with that, but I believe that the other folks have a different perspective. And even if we agree to that, do we know how to express that we'd have to modify the 257 language to express that as well. To first of all exclude the hospitals and give everybody else across the board and then tack this onto it.
Go ahead.
And I think you could easily do that by reducing the appropriations from 17 million per year to 12 and saying that the rate increases shall exclude hospital inpatient and hospital outpatient services.
So then we'd be amending 257, and then whatever we're proposing to do with this structure that we've seen today, this would be a new HB2 item that should be close to the number 257.
It could be included.
It could be included or it could be a new section, either way.
A new section, but its own section. We're
Yes.
making a new section.
Yep.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I think we still need to come to some agreement with the whole group. Do we do the across the board 3.1% exclusive of the hospitals, or do we not do that? Because I believe the other folks were not doing that.
So Representative Erf, you and I are in agreement. I'm just more methodical about how we're getting there. Okay. But I do support the encouragement because we're going in the very same direction. So if you all understand what we're talking about, on 257, what we'd like to do is leave 257 alone, and we're recommending an amendment to it to reduce the numbers from 17 million in each of the 2 years to 12 million. The difference between the 17 and the 12 is the amount that the hospital said they don't need in this go-around. So this 257, the amounts would change, and we'd have to write in a provision to make it exclusive of the hospital portions. So that takes care of that. And then what we would like to do then is to add as a new section this, if not the Wallner, Tulerski, Stringham, Nordgren amendment, our vision of using your structure with different numbers. So when we get done with this, there'll be 2 sections dealing with Medicaid rate increases. 257 and a new number.
So comment. So basically, we'd have 24 million left in the existing line item there, and the question is whether 100% of that would apply to the services that we currently describe in this new amendment or not. And if it is 100% described, then the final number should come out identical. And I have no estimate of how much, whether there's any minor services that haven't been incorporated in the rate increase request. So that might present a bit of a challenge for doing a final determination, but we'd be looking probably at only a few million per year max difference. So, and I do think that structure is a little bit harder to follow mathematically, but we can get there if we have to.
Might the department have a perspective on that?
Sure. Mr. Lippman, are you following all this? I mean, this is all pretty detailed and gnarly. Yeah. So let's break this into 2 sections. The first section, and maybe 3 sections. The first section is, I just want to deal with the proposal that for 257, we reduce the amounts from 17 to 12 in each year, freeing up 5 per year from the hospitals to put back in as other rate increases above and beyond. In other words, we're trying to give everyone what they're expecting, because the media has been saying 3.1%, right? So I want to be able to stick our finger in something to say, okay, there's that 3.1% that we've been promising you in the media for 6 months. So just on that section, what are your thoughts?
We agree with that number. I guess the only subtlety on it was whether, and it was brought up by Representative Stringham, was whether DME was included, because in the governor's proposal it was just services.
We didn't talk about that earlier because and I'll tell you why. Because as I was looking at this, trying to understand the framework, I noticed that the disposable medical equipment and the pharmacy amounts weren't in here, and those were topics that Representative Stringham suggested initially, and not being in his amendment, I just assumed that you would either want to deal with them separately or not at all.
Yeah, I think the conclusion we had from the other hearing, that any adjustments in the DME and pharmacy expenditures were accounted for separately in the budget. So
I think that they're not accounted for. There's no increase planned for rates. We do have inflation factor built into the Medicaid rates for general medical inflation to cover the cost of new drugs and things like that, but we don't have a rate increase. And that's consistent with the governor's budget.
And the DME portion, I believe you said something like the rate of inflation in DME is pretty close to zero, because they're standard, type of items, and they haven't been being modified much. Is that right?
My testimony was a little bit different than that. It was that that there's a lot of commoditization, and that we have a fee schedule that under our managed care program that requires to pay at least 80% of the Medicaid fee schedule. And so that, I mean, that's that was my testimony, and that it would probably cost to bring it up to 100% of the fee schedule somewhere around $3 million to bring it up to 100%. That was what I had testified when I did the budget presentation.
Do you, if we were to take those two accounts, pharmacy and DME, and applied 3.1% to that, then that would be less than the $5 million that the hospital is freeing up. Is that true?
I think it would cover DME. Pharmacy, I think, is a different story, and I think would not suggest to if you were to do something there, would be around the dispensing rates, not the underlying product itself.
Are there other questions? Go ahead.
Can I just ask a clarifying question? So are there any other providers outside of what's in this list? In other words, do we need to worry about the 3.1% because they're all included in here?
For services, they're included.
Oh.
So that any rate that we needed to adjust is included in that figure that the governor had suggested.
So let me ask the question a different way.
Yep.
As 257 exists now, as it exists now, outside of anybody that would be included in here, would anybody get more money?
Yes.
Who?
Trying to think of, say, ABA providers as an example, that provide the therapy for people
Okay.
who have
Okay, so there is a list. So there isn't, and there was an intention then to give that 3.1%.
for all services.
Okay, so I like what you're doing.
Is there any opposition to taking 257, trimming it from 17 to a year to 12, and adding the provision that the 12 is not intended to include the hospital's service providers as part of 257? Is there any opposition to that? I'm not looking for a way to take that 5 million and 5 million, the 10 million, and not spend it on Medicaid rate increases. I'm just saying that this is intended to be our satisfaction of the 3.1 promise that's been floating around. Is there any opposition to that?
I just want to understand, will the hospitals will get the 3.1? No. So you're taking you're taking that completely away. And, okay, I was just looking at the first rate sheet we got. Thank you.
So that was a question. Do you have any opposition to the proposal? Representative Nordgren?
So the 12 million would be the difference of taking the hospitals out of that plan? Okay, thank you.
And the testimony is really clear. They're okay with that. And so that finds us 10 million to go into this independent rate increase exercise.
And the other thing it does is that it reduces all these numbers by the amount that the current 12 and 12 would provide. Just because we had included the 17 and 17 as, you know, starting from zero. So now we're not going to be starting from zero for those types of providers. Or we could do language saying that including the 3.1%, this is how much appropriations are allowed for these groups. Kevin, does that make sense?
So my intent has always been to use a 3.1% as a baseline and the Monahan document as the incremental supplement above and beyond the 3.1%. And when we received this document, I tried to ask the question, is this above and beyond the 3.1%, or did you anticipate the 3.1% in these estimates? I thought I heard an answer, but now that you're right here, welcome from Puerto Rico. Do you just want to tell us? Come on up, and you're not nearly tan enough.
Tan enough? Taneth enough?
So,
And I'll try not to answer in Spanish. The spreadsheet that the group put together started from 0. It didn't start from 17.
well, that's kind of happy news, because I've been seeing it the different way. I've seen this above and beyond the 3.1%, and you've got the 3.1% included in these numbers. So
Yeah.
something tiny, like, you know, the midwives for $100,000, you already anticipated at 100,000. Some amount of that 100,000 was include the 3.1% to their rate was already included in this 100,000 total.
I think the answer to that is no. If you read the explanations for each of these sections, so for example, on the nursing home, for example, it was based upon recapturing 50% of the budget neutrality. So the number you see here of 16.5 million, that presumed that did not presume any portion of the 17 million.
Okay, so if we gave the 16.5 that's suggested here, plus the 3.1%, they would end up better than what you all intended, that you all requested.
Yeah, if you took section 257 down to the 12 million, took 10, then took those 2 5s and pushed it into
Yeah.
this chart, you know, I think you start getting closer to the Wallner et al. Number by doing that. So I don't know and some of the small ones, they may do better. You're right. Yeah.
Okay. No, I think I get it. Do you get it?
So one question, could we handle this just by saying all non-hospital services not mentioned in this provision shall receive an increase of 3.1% effective July 1, 2023?
Mr. Ripple, I think you're in the best position to answer that. Did you hear the question?
I did. That is something that you could, yes, you could write that in and it would have that result. I guess the question is, what amounts would you want to appropriate for that, and how would it work in the context of the overall amendment? But yes, you could do it.
And you probably couldn't do it on July 1, right?
Well, I'm not sure. I would ask HHS to weigh in on that, but if you're treating it like everything else on this spreadsheet, it would go into effect January 1st or earlier if possible.
So kind of, it could be a no later than 1 January 24. And then if they can do it earlier, they can do it earlier.
Yes.
So what I like about that is it addresses, should somebody have been left out inadvertently, that at least in this law, they get 3.1%. And we think it's a pretty small number, but
So back to the question, is there any opposition to the proposal? Because I'd like to take a straw vote without Representative Weiler here, and I want to know if I'm walking into a trap.
Are you including what represents?
I'm just talking about 257 right now, that I want to get 257 moved, and we've talked about the concept a few times. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, you're going to include what he just said, which is all that's going to apply to is those that are not hospitals and not otherwise included in here.
This is going to be incremental. Right now, we're just dealing with the 3.1% across the board, exclusive of hospitals. We're going to deal with the amendment as a new section.
I understand what you're saying. I just want to take into consideration that I don't think that's what Representative Stringham was saying, or maybe I
I
misunderstood.
think he did. He just added 1 July, and I don't know that we can do 1 July.
Representative Edwards?
Well, no, I think the key thing was including in this one amendment all the services that get rate increases. So if we do it this way, we don't have to change any of these other numbers. We don't have to try to back out how much 3.1% is of the assisted living facilities.
I don't want to back them out. I want to establish the base, and I want to add to it with the new section. That's what I'm trying to get done.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is 3.1%. If you're adding to 3.1% to get to 2.5 million, then how much of that was 3.1%? Because you're saying, okay, that other thing was already accounted for in this other segment of HB2.
Because the deltas between this spreadsheet and anything that would be 3.1% are so small, I would just basically assume it into the math and just still work off of this spreadsheet targeted increases. Just trying to keep it simple. Let's just go ahead and meet our commitment to the 3.1% promise across the board and get that all out of the way. And then we can figure out on the Moynihan spreadsheet, using your framework, how much we can agree to on the line items. So 2 steps. Is there any opposition to modifying 257 as we've discussed, which is to keep the 3.1%, change the numbers from 17 to 12, exclusive of hospitals, all services?
Representative Edwards, I don't mean to, just for clarity, there was one group of providers that were not on the spreadsheet that would be captured by your example of 3.1%. It's a small group, but it's physician services. So we had talked to the Medical Society about this.
So here's the good news, Mr. Moynihan. By keeping 257 general and all services exclusive of hospitals, those strays, there may be even a second one that you don't know of.
Yeah,
but if there's any strays, they'll all get the 3.1%.
Absolutely, yes.
So go ahead.
Sorry, I was busy on a spreadsheet. So that ends up totaling at 12 million instead of 17.
Right, because we were assuming the number 5 million per year is was the hospital share.
Thank you.
All right. Is there any opposition to 257 as discussed? Do you know what I want to do with 257? Do you understand it?
I think all
Since you have to write it?
I think all you want to do with 257 is reduce the appropriation from 17 to 12 per year and exclude hospital inpatient and outpatient services.
That's all I want to do. Go ahead.
Sorry, I thought that, I guess I don't have 257 in front of me. Never mind, I will.
So you may have opposition to it.
So I'm looking at 257 and it doesn't actually say 3.1% anywhere. So I guess I just want to make sure that it's going to account for the 3.1% across the board, less the hospitals that are foregoing theirs.
I think Representative Stringham has mentioned that, and doing it perhaps a different way. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, and I think Representative Edwards wants to subtract 5 million from the total, exclude hospitals, but leave the section otherwise as is.
Okay.
That's my proposal. And then we can have a totally separate conversation that'll be just as scintillating as this one on the, I'll call it the Stringham framework, where it's almost identical. We're accepting the framework with some extra flexibility. Our numbers are just going to be different. So now I have to wait for my vice chair. Do you have any opposition, Representative Wallner? Are you opposed? No?
I think the worry is just how exactly is this all worded such that it's clear how much money goes to each type of providers. And until it's all written out, it's going to be.
It's going to be two
Oh,
different.
So the way this always turns out, we kind of talk about it. We agree on the concept. We charge Mr. Ripple to go to OLS. We get paperwork back. We read the actual language, and then we can revisit it if it's not what we think we agreed to.
Yes, I think that we need to see it in writing. We should.
So my,
But the concept, you're okay with the concept, so we can authorize him to get going with OLS.
I think we can, taking out the hospital from 257. I think we are okay with that.
Also, by taking it out, you've taken out 5 million a year.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, sure.
Thanks. I just wanted to ask a question, and I know we're going to get to this because you're directing us to this amendment that we're going to work from, but I am curious if Representative Erf, on your spreadsheet that you were working on from the Monahan amendment, were you guys looking at any of the,
Can we not have that conversation right now? This is confusing enough. I'm trying to take baby steps. Keep everyone on 257. Let's get that vote. And your question will have a
It was
great
sort of-
opportunity once we bring up the second half of this. Go ahead.
Sure.
You want to talk? Go ahead. All right. So I move that we accept 257 with the concept being what we've discussed several times already, that we exclude the hospitals, which drops to 17 million a year to 12 million in each year. And otherwise, that's intended to keep our commitment on 3.1% across the board on all services. If you are in favor of that, you will raise your hand. Okay. And no one's opposed. So that's nailed down. Now we're going to bring up the second part, which is you want to call it the Wallner framework? Is that because you didn't like the Stringham framework? Okay, the Stringham framework on 1121 hotel, 1121. Okay, what are your questions, Representative Tversky?
I was just curious, not getting too in the weeds, I wanted to go back to the original philosophy that Representative Erf had. And my question to him would have been on the categories that had blanks, ones that I know my side of the table dug deep in over the weekend trying to fill in those blanks. Were you considering any of those or just taking them as zeros in terms of what totals you were looking at?
The only one I noticed that you didn't keep a zero was not blank. It was zero. That's the Medicaid Meals on Wheels. I didn't see any places that were blank that you included.
But it says raise the rate. We ran numbers on how to raise the rate on that.
So page 2, there's an adult medical day rate that's blank.
What Roman numeral is? Oh,
Page
you-
2?
Correct.
I'm looking at the spreadsheet.
Correct.
Okay, but what Roman numeral is that on yours?
On this one,
Yeah.
Meals on Wheels,
Now, Meals on Wheels, I know, that's a
5.
different, Meals on Wheels was not blank, it was 0.
Well,
it was 0, but
below
there was a
zero.
note that said they wanted to raise, they
No,
needed
no,
to raise it.
I
Okay.
get that, and so the answer is that one, no, but are there any that were blank that you included in
Adult
here?
medical day is blank.
Adult, yeah, and where is that in here? What Roman numeral?
It's not.
Representative Stringer, do you remember where we,
So whoever's here for CFI, stand by, because we're going to come to that in just a moment.
Did Mr. Monahan leave? Okay, I don't need him yet, but I will need him. No, I don't need him yet.
So Mr. Erf, or Representative Erf, right? The 0 that showed up in that spreadsheet actually had a number. It was a quarter, but it didn't. It was a number of significant digits shown that.
Feel free to sub it in. But
Yeah,
my
I
point
did.
was, I was pretty sure that there were no blanks that you included over here. That's all I'm saying. Meals on Wheels, we can stick that in there.
I concur.
I don't remember specifically, but I know Representative Wallner was tracking down
I mapped them.
different numbers. You got them all?
I appreciate you.
All right,
doing
then I appreciate that. That was all my clarification. Wanted to make sure that we were both looking at the same amount of numbers.
Okay, are you ready
I'm ready
with
to run through
numbers?
a set of numbers if people want to.
Okay, I don't want to go through the exercise of reading the 42 numbers you're about to read. So can we, is it something that can be photocopied and handed out?
I will send the spreadsheet over to Mr. Ripple and he can, with tweaks to this, we can make it. But I have something that works out to $40.1 million and it holds the IRF sections constant and it increases all of the others at an equal percentage and includes a small increase for what was 0 on the Monahan sheet that was originally handed out, which really wasn't 0. It was just only one significant digit for some reason. So it's actually 250,000, and that one has an $80,000 increase. But when all is said and done, we are effectively at $40 million.
Could I ask
That's
Mr.
the-
Monahan just one question?
Sure. Mr. Monahan,
Mr. Monahan,
you got 2 mics. If you could turn one off and,
turn them both on. Get you in stereo. There's a couple of rows that have differing numbers. Like for instance, private duty nursing shows 2.6 in 24 and then 5.3 in the following year. Is there some significance to that? There's a person waving their hand behind you.
Yeah, I think Laura probably knows better than I do. Maybe she wants to.
Morning, it's Laura McIntyre for She and Finney Capital Group and representing the Home Health and Hospice Association. For the private duty nurses, the reason why we have 2 different numbers is we were anticipating that we wanted to have the utilization be at the same that it was in FY22, I believe. And the point of that was just to kind of stabilize the program. The second number, which is larger, is to grow the program.
Follow up. The other place that disparity change shows up is CFI, right? All the other numbers in this spreadsheet are year 24 and 25 are the same. Is it the same rationale?
Representative Hull, the answer is yes.
Thank you.
so Representative Erf, the 5 million per year that we just pulled out of 257, what effect does that have on the 40 that we're seeing on your spreadsheet? Does that make it effectively 45 or does it keep it at 40?
It has no effect in the following sense. The 40 has nothing behind it. It's literally a number I pulled out of the air. Now, it was kind of related to a number you pulled out, but the point is that that's it. At some point, and I'm hoping very soon, we're going to see the impact of all these votes we've taken. The DD piece yesterday, the what we just did right here, there's been a whole bunch of votes we've taken where we've taken things out of the governor's budget. And those GF funds, and those should all add up to a bucket. And I don't know how big that bucket is. Maybe somebody here does. But it's that bucket that I'm looking for to get the top line
So
number.
the 40 is a placeholder until we get better detail. All right. I'd like to suspend this, I'd like to suspend this conversation. CFI has been waiting. Representative Weller, well, I'll try it one more time. Weiler had some questions yesterday for CFI. So they've been invited, and he's running back and forth. He's got 3 divisions he's running around in. So Representative Weiler?
Thank you. I'll wait till the person comes to the mic. Or persons. Thank you for coming. So, I'm looking between nursing home and CFI, and I know there's a lot of empty nursing home beds. So if somebody comes that needs a bed, do they automatically end up in CFI if the bed is unavailable?
Hi, good morning. My name is Wendy Altman, and I'm the Bureau Chief for the Bureau of Elderly and Adult Services. I can describe to you what we experience and what we see with individuals who end up needing to have long-term supports and services, whether that's in the community or a nursing facility. Typically, individuals may experience, depending on the nursing facility they want to apply to or go to, waiting, and we oftentimes will work with them to assist with the Choices for Independence waiver program if they have the eligibility for Medicaid, to address some of their long-term care needs while they're waiting. I hope that answers your question.
So if we are able to fill more beds because we're giving more money for the nursing homes, then likely CFI may see a little reduction initially as these people go and fill beds. Is that likely?
So Mr. White, if you want to speak, why don't you just sit at the end here to your left and just use that microphone.
So I just wanted to provide, we were asked for some historical projections. And the team went back and looked at this last night and this morning. And so basically on the CFI utilization side, we saw a 14% increase from 21 to 22. And we're currently projecting a 5% increase for state fiscal year 23 over 22. So this question had come up in the context of the $15.1 million, the $15.1 million to be used for CFI, and whether we could utilize any of that for rate increases. And based on what we're seeing now, we would not recommend that, because we do, based on the past couple of years, we are seeing higher levels of utilization. At the end of the day, CFI is inherently a cheaper option than the nursing home route. So I just wanted to give you that information based on that conversation yesterday.
Thank you.
Which line item are we talking?
The other question I had was, I remember years ago, one local lady was having trouble getting some of her weekly chores done. And she applied for money, and they said, well, we don't have anybody now that can do that. She went and recruited a neighbor that would put in 6 hours a week, like doing her laundry and her ironing and so on, and was able to pay the neighbor. And it made her a lot more comfortable not having a stranger come in. Is that still possible, or would that neighbor have to go through all sorts of licensing and all that stuff?
Thank you for the question. Individuals who are getting home and community-based services through CFI can choose to have somebody they know be paid to provide the care. They don't have to be licensed as a person to be able to do what you're describing as homemaking services and helping with those chores, but they do have to be employed by one of our enrolled providers. So they would be employed with an agency such as, Centria or, Easter Seals, and they would receive their paycheck through that enrolled provider. but they don't have to be personally licensed to be able to do that.
Would that be much of a task to get signed up for, say, Easter seals if a person wants a trusted neighbor to come in and help them?
If that neighbor would agree to being able to do that, I don't think that is a rigorous process. It happens all the time. We have many people who choose to have a family member or a neighbor or somebody they know be enrolled and employed to provide those services. So I've asked the question over time, and typically, depending on the individual and the kind of service, it can take a couple of weeks to get enrolled.
Good, thank you.
Do you have further questions, sir? Okay, so thank you. Go ahead, Representative
May I
Ruff.
ask Mr. White a clarifying question? Sure. Just so I'd put it in my words, what I think you said. Over the next biennium, you expect to have the staffing available to take care of all of these $15 million. Is that accurate?
So can I back up and go, because you're touching on a task that we asked Mr. White to look at over the week, overnight, and that task was 234 was just an increased utilization number. And we talked a lot about, well, if we don't increase the rate, we're probably not going to expect a lot of utilization. And so we asked Mr. White and his team to come back with two sets of numbers, the utilization number and the rate number, to where they can try to balance the two to get what we really think is going to happen. So you've asked a good question, but it's really we're asking you for the result of your analysis.
Sure. And so what I provided earlier was the fact that we are seeing an upward trend in this area. And I had said yesterday whether I would give an opinion on whether we could utilize some of that or not for rate increases. I mean, based on what we're seeing, I think I personally, just sitting on the dollar side of things that we have to manage throughout the year, I would be a little nervous about making reductions to that. I believe we spoke about this yesterday, but the 15 million, if you took the whole 15 million and put it towards CFI rate increase, it would be something like 4%. So if you were to take a portion of that, say 7, you could think 2% increase for CFI rate increase, or if you took 75%, think 3, 1% or whatever it may be. But when it comes to the workforce issue, I would kind of look towards Wendy and Melissa to speak to what they're seeing on the ground, as they're a lot more informed about that than myself.
So that's not the answer I was expecting, and maybe I didn't ask ask it right, but I was looking for two sets of numbers from you. One are the numbers on 234, if that's meant to capture only the utilization, and we went over to the Moynihan document to look at the numbers on it as the rate increase contribution. I'm just trying to get from the department your best sort of professional judgment of whether these utilization numbers will feed utilization if we do these CFI numbers, which is 7.6 in the first year, 9.3 the second, for 16.9. If we invest 16.9 in more rates, is that going to make sure that this the 234 numbers end up fully committed?
Sure. I think you're looking for a calculus level answer, and I don't have my TA89 here, but what we're seeing is we are seeing increased utilization, and if it is the purview of the committee to take a component of that and apply that to rates, I think there's just a certain level of risk there, but these figures were based off of what we're seeing for our maintenance and our projected needs, so that those increases that we're talking about.
Can I take a stab at it? So everything you said makes perfect sense, and I think you said it like 2 or 3 times now. But I'm really just asking the very simple question: do you feel you have this? You will have the staffing, the people, to provide the services, to use up the funds? It's sort of a yes or no question. And I'm not asking you to be 100% accurate. I'm just asking what your gut tells you.
I would have to have Wendy and Melissa speak to what they're seeing in the field because again, I'm not involved with the provider community on a day-to-day basis. I think their perspective is really important to consider here. And I realize I'm not answering your yes or no question, and I know that's annoying. I apologize.
Based on what I'm seeing, the answer diplomatically would be perhaps it might. What we hear from our agencies and the struggles that they have with their workforce in their agencies, a lot of their needs and their talking points are related to what they need to be able to recruit additional staff to meet the additional need. And I think ultimately, what we can maintain in our budget may not get us to a place where they are in a position where they can recruit more staff. What they are talking about in these increases that have been requested as part of our prioritized need, and in some of those other bills that have been introduced, I think will get them to a place where they may be able to recruit and retain the staff to meet the demand or the upward trend that we're seeing in enrollment.
Thank you. So I get that you're seeing a need. And here's what we're struggling with. We hear that rates are too low to attract people. And if you don't spend the money, it basically it's like we put it into a bank and it's still sitting there at the end of 25. We're trying to figure out, is there a way to get some, so that money doesn't wind up in the bank. We don't really want money in the bank at the end of 25. We are there to take that money now at the general funds portion of it and put it into addressing rates across the board. So whether it's impacting CFI, which obviously is good, I mean, I agree that's a great goal because it's the lowest cost, absolutely for sure. But if we're not going to spend that money, it'd be wiser to put that money to other areas where perhaps there is the potential to more fully utilize their services. Does that make sense? That was also a yes or no question.
Yes, that makes sense. But I'm also thinking about what Nathan provided for information in terms of we need to balance that and be conservative in terms of making sure our prioritized needs baseline can be there in order to maintain what we see as an upward trend, in addition to what is being asked for rate increases.
Okay, so it sounds like you're saying no.
So Representative Erf, would you change the numbers in 234? Yes or no?
I guess not, based on what we're hearing.
Okay, so I would like to go ahead have us vote on 234. Is there any opposition to leaving 234 as is? I'm not seeing any. Okay, so
Well,
if you,
I would just say, I think we could, especially since they're part of the rate increases, we might be able to reduce those numbers somewhat.
What is your proposal?
I would say cut them in half, especially if they're part of the rate increases as well. So,
I intended to keep these two things distinct. Just, this is just meant to be more utilization while the rate increases are more.
I understand.
And Mr. White was right. It's calculus. I don't know how to do that. That's why I asked the department to do it. Okay. So Representative Waller.
I just wondered, in a case like this, I understand the idea of getting to the end of the biennium and finding out we didn't spend down when we could have used that for rate increase. I'm just wondering if we could, and I think we did this with another service, and I can't remember which one it was right off the top of my head, but a statement that if they begin to draw down more than is appropriated, that they could come to fiscal for additional funds. I think we did it for some other service, and I can't remember which one it was. We had a statement like that.
It was the DD services.
Okay.
So we have to decide on 234 today. And right now, the only issue that I see is the dollar amount. Otherwise, I'd want to keep the language the same.
Well, it is a dollar issue, but it's also if we take the money and then they find themselves in a situation where a year from now or year and a half, 2 years from now, they're drawing down because utilization was higher. It seems like we could do something we could do something to give them at least some options for making sure they don't run out of funds in that line.
So you have an amendment to 234 you want to propose?
Well, I don't have it with me. I don't have it right now.
No, but you
so-
have it in your head that you could,
Yeah, I can talk to Kevin about it.
because we have to vote on this today. This
Yeah.
has to be in the rearview mirror.
Okay, great. I'm just trying to make it so that people feel a little bit of comfort in if those funds are taken for rates.
We've already built some flexibility into how we're going to draft the Stringham structure by having some money able to be moved around between the bienniums depending on the readiness. Wouldn't that give you the flexibility that you're looking for? Because I just want to vote on 234 now. I do. I'm ready for a straw vote. I hear a proposal to reduce the amounts. I hear a proposal to keep the amounts the same. I think CFI is probably one of the smartest things we spend money on. I would like to get a straw vote on keeping 234 as is and the dollar amounts the same. Show of hands if you support that. Okay, opposed? Okay, all right, very good. So 234 is off the table. Do you, while we have the CFI folks here, do you have any specific questions, like Representative Stringham or Erf, about their elements of the Monahan document? Because CFI is listed as its own line item for 16.9 for rate increases.
Can you just comment on whether the rate increases you requested, you still feel that you kind of need that full appropriation given that 234 has been kept in the budget as originally requested?
Just to clarify, so 234 covers the service levels. The rate increase would be completely separate from that. So I'm not quite sure I understand the question.
At the end of the day, it's going to be merged numbers.
Yes.
For the purposes of being able to talk about it and see the interaction between these two variables, we're keeping them separate. That way we can explain what we did to the Senate and why we did it. So this is meant to be the utilization number, and we still have to deal with the rate numbers. Okay. I think the question is still a fair one, knowing that at some point these numbers are all going to merge, and we're no longer going to be able to distinguish between utilization and rates. I think the question is, given that we're on a trajectory of providing 16.9 million or thereabouts, so some factor of that is a rate increase. Is that as critical, given that we're trying to lock in 234 rates? Did I get your question right, Representative Stringham?
Yes, that's right. And some of the previous conversations I had, I felt like there was a little bit of flexibility, given that there were two separate buckets and that there might be a little more wiggle room here.
So do you want to comment on that? Should we look for Mr. Moynihan again?
So I didn't prepare that document, so I can't necessarily, if you're going to have a conversation about like the origin of the rates that are in there, I would have to defer to Mr. Monahan.
Is Monahan, is he around? Oh, there he is. I couldn't see him behind Alex. Alex's beard got so big I couldn't see around it. And Mr. Lippman, you're welcome to jump in on this at any point. You know when you need to say something to us. So, okay, so Mr. Monahan, you followed the conversation, I imagine. We've just locked in the monies in 234, which is, I don't know, about $15 million increase for CFI. You've coordinated with the community, and you have another 16.9 that you did in the rate increase. Do you think, based on the methodology and conversations you had, that this 16.9 is still the right number, given that we just provided 15 million for utilization?
Yes. So as the spreadsheet indicates, it's rates. My take was the same as yours, that the section in House Bill 2 dealt with utilization. But I do think they have to work together. You know, utilization won't grow if you don't have the workforce. So that's,
So I heard a yes. I
Yeah.
want to thank you. You're the
Yes.
first person to answer a yes or no question in weeks, so thank you. So Representative Stringham, you okay with what you just heard?
Yep.
Mr. Lippman, what do you want to say to us?
How was that for a yes or no answer?
Can I say yes to start? I agree with Mr. Monahan about it, because CFI, from a rate setting purpose, is one area where it gets adversely selected against, because based on historical rate changes, CFI often finds itself for the same service at a different rate. And I think the legislatures have talked about trying to achieve parity, and that's why I think the money that's here is important to get parity with other services.
So Representative Irv, I'm going to just make sure I touch base with you before we come off this conversation. Just, you got all the data you need? You're still comfortable with all your analysis for the Medicaid rate increases? Yes. Okay. All right. So we're still working on that, but thank you so much. Let's do 232. Representative Irf. Wasn't this you? Carry forward on the DD services? Because we haven't actually taken that off of a hold status.
Right. So there's two parts to this, and I'll just do it from my head, since Chairman kind of caught me off guard. So this is there's three pieces of this in HB1, and then there's this piece in HB2. This is the funding we talked about yesterday from three accounts, so three DD accounts, that is essentially what would lapse this fiscal 23, but wouldn't lapse because it's continually appropriated forward. And in one of the accounts, we would take 25 million and transfer it to that account, agency income in 24. And in that same account, general funds reduced by 25 million. Same thing with another account. We do $900,000, same game. And then the third account, we would take $2.7 million, if I'm not mistaken, and do the same thing, which would result in freeing up $28.4 million in general funds. And that, again, goes to my thing I've been saying all along, that hopefully we'll be putting that's another piece of this, of the total that we wind up putting in at that top line where the 40 million is right now. Are there any questions, or does that make sense?
So keep going. Why don't you go ahead and keep driving to a yes or no
So I
on
would,
232.
okay, so I would propose that we, I don't have the numbers. Hang on a second. I believe it's amendment number 1064.
It is, yes. And if anybody doesn't have a copy, I do have some extra copies.
And then there are also three related HB1 amendments. Oh, well done. So I don't know if we're doing this by motions or whatever, but I would suggest that we, what is it? Package deal. I would suggest that we accept those three HB1 amendments and the HB2 amendment number 1064 to accomplish what I just described.
Representative Stringham?
Just everything I've heard yesterday and, without, and continuing to search on it, this looks like a good way to better manage our state's resources, still fully fund and fully support the developmentally disabled community and the other programs covered in here. I plan to vote in favor of this amendment and the other three related amendments.
I got distracted. You weren't asking me a question, probably. Did you have a question for you, or did you just make an observation
I
that
made an
this is a good
observation
approach
and
here in
indicated
support?
that I'm support.
All right, thank you. Representative Wallner? Okay, so, so we have, let's just vote this as a package. The three spreadsheets that we saw yesterday, that if you add them up, they're 28.6 million that we're taking to fully fund the DD. They're going to still be fully supported, that wait list. We're going to take that money, put it into the next biennium, and have that money available. And then what does 0164 do again? I just looked at it.
That does the work.
That does the work of it. Okay. All right. Is there any opposition? So those in favor of accepting 1064, raise your hand. Okay. Opposed? None. No one. Good. So we just changed 232 then. Let's go down to 250. What?
Sorry, if I could. So am I correct that in voting on that as a package, you also approved the 3 House Bill 1 changes as well?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so down to 254, Family Resource Center infrastructure. We put this on hold. Who was opposed to 254 that would like to speak for just a moment? Representative Hull?
Sure. A lot of parts are moving, so we may have made up the gap so far that in terms of total funding. But last time I looked, we were still trying to find enough money to cover some of the costs that are being concurrently voted on in the various divisions. So this was one that I was willing to take out to try and find $2 million toward this total budget.
So if we were to eliminate this, you're saying we'd have $1 million a year that we could add over to the Medicaid rate exercise?
Correct.
Is there any discussion around that proposal? Any opposition to what Representative Hull just said?
I'm going to vote no. I think it's a very much used program and needed, and it's really primary prevention of child abuse.
Okay, so the proposal on 254 is if you're in favor of deleting it or eliminating it, raise your hand. If you're in favor of keeping it, it's the 5-4. Okay. Now, my intent is for that money to be relocated to the Medicaid rate increase. And as important as this is, I just have this tendency to think investing in direct health care is better than trying to manage social emotional issues in the society at large, and that it's not particularly the state's business to be that worried, that involved in society. But so I'm comfortable with that decision. Did you have a comment?
My comment is I would disagree with you.
Yeah.
I'm all for prevention, attacking ACEs. getting to families before we have them in crisis, before we have children abused, before we have children in the system, before we have children moving into the Sununu Youth Center. But we disagree on that. That's okay.
I agree with everything you just said. The distinction between your point of view and mine is just simply, can the government resource and fund our way to that objective? Yeah. So we've been trying, so, all right. So we just disagree on the effectiveness of money in that situation, but all right. So I think we've hit all of the items on that sheet, and then we have some HB2 amendments on the second page that we've not yet voted on. There are two amendments related to the Prescription Drug Affordability Board. Representative Leishman, I'd like him to be able to come in and talk about that. And then there's some discussion that Representative Merchant might want to show up. So why don't we talk about Amendment 0947? I don't think we've actually voted on this, except it felt like we had a consensus that we want to make sure that the Alcohol and Drug Abuse Commission has a clear shot at keeping all 5% for their programs.
Mr. Chair, 0974 hotel. I think you transposed two numbers.
Did I? I'm talking 0974.
Yes.
Yes, I untransposed them
You
just
said
now.
47. That's okay. I just wanted to.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, so do you have those? I'm gonna let Representative Mooney lead this discussion. I'm gonna go check on Representative Leishman's status. My position is this is essential because earlier we eliminated a couple of state-directed expenditures of that Alcohol and Drug Commission money and backfilled it with general funds. I want to keep us out of the general funds business.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to be sure we all have it's been a while since this came up. It actually did not come up yesterday. So we have in front of us, like you say, Amendment 0974H, and then there was a supplemental document to that, was there not? Right. Here it is. Yes, HB1. Looks like that. I know they all do. And then there was an additional document that looked like that. It was about a third of the page in length. So we're looking at 3 documents that were given out along with that amendment, to my knowledge. Yes, the third of the page says proposed budget changes impacting the Governor's Commission on Alcohol and Drug Abuse Prevention, Treatment, and Recovery, prepared for Representative Edwards. And then again, the HB1 amendment, and then 0974H. So we're looking at all 3. And then I would ask, I see Mr. Ripple distributing those again for those who may not have them. Perhaps take us through those documents again, Mr. Ripple, if you could, just to refresh our memories before we head to vote. Thank you. So by the
Okay, so starting with the amendment itself, 0974, the sole purpose of all of this is to ensure that the alcohol fund receives 5% of gross liquor profits and does not have to transfer them to the Granted Advantage program. So sections 1 and 5 either amend or repeal the existing statutory references to the transfer of those funds from the alcohol fund to Granted Advantage. Section 2 states that for fiscal '24, any such transfers shall be reduced by the amount of federal or other funds used by HHS to fund programs approved by the Governor's Commission. In practice, that refers to the $5 million contribution from hospitals that will take place at the end of this calendar year. So rather than getting $11 million in liquor funds plus $5 million from the hospitals, the alcohol fund and the Governor's Commission would get the total of $11 million. Sections 3 and 4 are changes to statutes that are related to the Granted Advantage program. So by removing the alcohol fund as a source of revenue for Granted Advantage, that changes the calculus related to how other parts of Granted Advantage are funded. And I don't want to get too far into the weeds with that, but these two sections would only change. These two sections would only be effective if the Granted Advantage program is reauthorized. And so you can see that on page 2, lines 14 through 16. So the upshot of all of this is to ensure that going forward, the alcohol fund receives an amount equal to 5% of gross liquor profits.
Thank you. And these are new sections to House Bill 2,
Correct.
just so we're all staying together here. Okay, Mr. Chair.
Do you have a question?
No, just a comment. I guess I feel really uncomfortable about the whole area around the Granted Advantage. We haven't even seen the bill yet. It hasn't come over here, and until I have a better handle on that, I don't feel comfortable changing the funding sources.
What can you share with us?
All I would say is that this language is included verbatim in Senate Bill 263 as passed by the Senate that reauthorizes Granted Advantage. The only difference being Section 2, the provision that reduces the transfer of liquor profits by the amount of the $5 million donation, and the contingency language on page 2, lines 14 through 16, that in this amendment states those sections will only go into effect if Granted Advantage is reauthorized. Obviously, that language is not needed in the case of Senate Bill 263 itself.
I would like to go ahead and have us vote on 0974. Is there any further discussion? If you're in favor, raise your hand. If you're opposed, okay. So we'll accept this and just put a new section number together. Representative Wallner, you had 3 amendments. Do you want to do any or all now?
Do you plan to take a lunch today?
I wasn't actually going to, but do you?
Okay, well,
How
we
long?
were
how
going to
long-
have a caucus at noon, and so some people are
Oh.
waiting on us.
Oh, is it a division caucus or
No,
a large?
it's a full finance.
So you
den.
should go. I'm sorry, I think you may have told me that and it slipped my mind. So we'll recess till 1?
That sounds fine, and I will be ready to do them at 1. Okay.
Okay. All right. And the only modifier is if I can get Representative Leishman to come do the PDAB.
Okay, that's
All right.
fine.
All right.
You could do that first. Yeah.
Okay. We're recessed till 1. Yeah, well, if you had, I Okay, we're back in our work session. We have to take a pause at 2:00. We have 3 amendments by Representative Woolner. Would you please introduce your amendments?
There are 3 of them.
Statute.
Just if you can access it quickly. No, all right, you're,
The idea would be less confusing. Let's do 7.
thank you. So I think we all have a copy now. Do you want to
Okay.
just start?
Sure. So, the first one that you have is about the reimbursement rate paid for childcare, paid to childcare providers for providing services to low and moderate income working families. So, in the budget, we didn't spend a lot of time on the childcare area, which I was sort of sorry that we didn't at the time. It seems like there was a lot to do that day. So childcare hasn't really had a lot of attention during this budget session.
Representative,
So what this would do,
real quick, which section in HB2 does this tie back to?
this would be new. This would be a
Thank-
new
thank you.
HB2, okay? So what this does, there was no rate increase for childcare in the budget that we had before us. And the reason for that was that, at least the reason I have been told, was that, and I know this to be true, that childcare rates are set with a market rate survey. And they do the market rate survey every 2 years. And in the last several bienniums, the market rate survey was done. And then when we would come to the budget, they would have the information they needed to set the rate. Well, in these past 2 years, there was no market rate survey done. They're hoping to do one in the coming year, but there's no market rate survey done. So there was no information for rate setting. What this would do is use the market rate survey from 2 years ago to set the rate at the 75th percentile of the market rate, meaning that 25% of the providers would be charging more than the 75th percentile, and 75% would be charging less. Providers get paid either at the 75th percentile or their actual charge, whichever's less. It's important to remember that they get whichever's less. So if the market rate at 75th is $200 a week, then that's what the provider would get if their rate was at least $200 a week or more. If it was less, they would get the lesser amount. Say they only charged $150, they would get $150. So they get the lesser of the two. But in order to give them a reimbursement rate increase during the next biennium, this is the way we have available to do it at this point. This is, I think the Senate has a bill that has some of these same provisions in it. So why don't I just open on this one for questions?
Representative Wallner?
Oh, let me just say the most important piece. You don't have to worry about your general funds because there's something called the TANF Reserve. And as Nathan has told us in the past, there's $67 million in that. And one of the uses for the TANF Reserve is childcare. There are 4 uses, and I can't remember what they all are, but one of them is childcare. And we have not been using our TANF money for childcare. We haven't had to in the last a few bienniums, so we haven't had to do it. We did have a provision in the last budget that said if all the childcare money, the general funds and the federal funds got drawn down, then they could come to fiscal committee and ask to use TANF reserve so that there wouldn't be a wait list. You know, you don't want to have people have a job and in a job and then, you know, in the end of the year, in March of the second year of the biennium, find out that they're losing their child care. So we had that provision. We did not have to use it. So I have that provision here, that if at the end of if during the years, the couple of years, they draw down all the money, they can come to the fiscal committee and use TANF reserve funds. So,
Do you have questions?
question.
Yes, I do. Several questions. Do we have any estimate on how much money we're talking about annually for this?
Yes, it would probably be, I think it's in the neighborhood of, the department has done an estimate of 2.9 million. But that's for the, that's per year. And the
guess-
child care budget, I think, is around between federal and general, is it around 34 million? 34, 35 million. So this is a little bit less than,
Okay.
it's at like 7 or 8%
And-
increase. And it would just be a one-time.
Right.
Childcare always got a one-time rate increase the first year of the biennium, which then carried out in the second.
I guess this is for either Mr. White or Mr. Ripple, right? How much is actually in the TANF account? Do we know?
Sure. So as Representative Wallner indicated, there's approximately $67 million of TANF dollars.
And how much of that 67 is already allocated for the next biennium?
That's the balance amount that hasn't been obligated.
Thank you.
And I think with that answer, though, it's important to remember that it's not like you can take that money and use it for the rate increase or anything. There are very, very specific reasons that you can use it. And childcare is one of those reasons, because the goal of that whole is to get people working and keep people working.
Sorry, I'm dreaming up other things. Would that, there was a discussion about us covering childcare at something like $11,000 per child 2 weeks ago. Is that money eligible for funding some of that partially as well? That line item?
Well, that's what it covers.
Okay.
That's what it covers. And I think you and I had a conversation about that it had been 9 and then it jumped to 11 and it seemed like a large jump. But I think during the pandemic, I don't know what all the reasons might be that it went up that much. The reimburse, why it would have gone up that much per child. But I think during the pandemic, it was very expensive. And also, a lot more, I think families were a lot lower income. And childcare is on a sliding fee scale. So people at the lowest income pay very little, but everyone pays. Every family pays on this sliding fee scale. So there may have been more very low income kids on, which would push the cost per child up. Other questions?
I have about 5 or
Okay.
6. Do you happen to know what account section in HB1 we're dealing with?
It's 2977, the Child Development Program, which is on page 890 of the budget.
I heard you say 2977.
Yes,
On what page?
page 890.
Okay. Are the other 2 amendments you have related to the same subject area?
Yes.
Okay. I've heard multiple times there are 4 uses of TANF, and one of them is childcare. And I've considered asking every time it's said, what exactly are the 4 potential uses of TANF? And I guess that's a Mr. White question.
Sure. So, provide assistance to needy families so that children may remain in their homes and end the dependence of needy parents on government benefits through work, job preparation, and marriage, reduce out of wedlock pregnancies, and promote the formation of families.
Darn, I was looking for bullet statements. 4 simple bullet statements.
That's pretty close.
Everything's so complex. Okay, so who and how do people access this money? Who is really eligible, and then what hoops do they have to jump through to get to the money?
Well, they have to jump through a lot of hoops. They have to be eligible. They have to be financially eligible. And then on top of that, they have to be working. This cannot go to families who are not working. This goes to working families or families where the adults are in a training program. You could have someone, or I guess completing high school. So they have to apply through the Department of Health and Human Services. They have to provide all the documentation about their income. They have to, show pay stubs, do all that kind of stuff. And then they have to find a provider. The provider needs to be licensed, and they can use unlicensed care if it meets the regulations of unlicensed care, which would be someone who was in their own home caring for 3 or less children. So if your next door neighbor was willing to, just take care of your child, then they could receive the reimbursements. The reimbursements are different for different levels of childcare. So in-home is a different rate than a center-based.
Okay,
Babies are paid more than a toddler, and toddlers are paid a little bit more than preschoolers, and preschoolers are paid a little more than after schoolers.
Okay, and then I don't know if there's already a system where we do market rate surveys, or that we have experience doing this true cost of care mechanism analysis.
Well, the market rate survey is well defined. The federal government actually, that's where the idea behind the market rate survey came. There is a move now to start to use cost of care model. And I think the department has been exploring that, but up to this point, rates have been set using this market rate survey. And they've done it, like I said, every 2 years. And they were required by the federal government to do it every 2 years. They had to do it. I believe now it might have been changed to every 3, And that's why we're off cycle here and we don't have one, a recent one to work with.
So I don't know that there's.
Mr. White,
Go ahead. Did
correct
you have
me
a-
if I'm wrong on any of this.
I'm not as familiar with the specific details of the program, but everything seems consistent with what I know.
Okay. So basically with the reserve, did I hear 57 or 67 million?
67 million.
67?
67.
Okay, thank you. So 2.9 out of 67 million's not much, but what other, that reserve is there for a reason. What's the primary purpose of that reserve and who are the primary claimants upon that reserve?
So we budget those TANF dollars in the various accounts, and we cost allocate TANF dollars to positions that are serving one of those four purposes within our budget. However, what we have seen in recent years is we have seen that cash assistance dollars start to go down, and so traditionally we would be using a mix of TANF and general fund dollars for the cash assistance purposes. So as a result of some of that, and in order to hit our MOE, we've had additional TANF dollars come in over the years that have caused that balance to increase.
So long term, is this a viable funding source, or are we going to be coming back to needing to budget for this at some point in the foreseeable future?
At the current juncture, it seems like it's a viable solution.
And then would you consider a sunset date on this? Is this only for 2 years, or is this going to be permanent law? Maybe Mr. Ripple could tell us how this is crafted. Is this ongoing or just for this budget?
As drafted, it would be ongoing.
Would you consider just doing it for this budget?
I would consider that because they are doing a market rate survey, I believe, this fall or in the upcoming winter. And then next budget cycle, we'll be back on cycle with having the market rate information. It's just that this year, we didn't have it for the department to include in the budget.
You want to do one of your other two?
Yep. Okay.
Were there questions more about that? Because I thought it might make sense to see that all
Yeah,
three.
see the
but-
other ones, but I did have a question of Mr. White. Is there anything else that that money could be allocated to within our current budget that we have overlooked?
Nothing that my team has identified. Typically, we try to leverage the TANF dollars as much as we can because, again, behind the scenes during the summer and fall, we kind of go through a very painful process of trying to leverage all of our federal dollars as much as we can in order to hit that 3% target or whatever target we were required to hit per the governor's directive.
Thank you.
Okay, am I right to say that this is basically on the assumption that your First Amendment passes, this one makes it 85% instead of 75%?
No.
Okay, I'll let you
Okay.
describe it then.
This one, the first one was for the provider rates increased so that the providers are paid. What this one is basically family eligibility, allowing families up to 85% of the median income to receive child care assistance. Remember, it is on a sliding fee scale. So as you get up, the higher your income, the less subsidy you will receive. It slides. And at the top, people do not get very, very much. But what's happened in the last few years is with inflation, with wages going up, with housing costing so much more, families are really struggling. Childcare is very expensive. Childcare cost for an infant is probably around $300 a week. And well, that may, and that that's probably at the low end, but it is very expensive and families are really struggling. And if you have 2 children, it's really even more. So I think what we've heard, we want people in the workforce. People need and want to be working, but childcare is a barrier. And this would allow families to be on until they're at 85% of median, but they would not be receiving a full subsidy. They would be receiving, like I said, on the sliding fee scale. I do want to remind you, and one reason that I brought this in was because there's obviously a recognition in the legislature that families cannot afford care and probably education when their incomes are lower than 85% of poverty. And actually, I believe that in the past several weeks, there's been a lot of discussion here about the education freedom accounts being available to families who are in this range. I think it's 350% of poverty is what I heard.
It's been 300.
300,
What
okay.
passed the House recently was 350.
Okay,
of
350.
Of the federal poverty level. And
Right.
so I was going to ask you, just to get the
I
two
know.
synchronized, can we put this, instead of 85% of median, can we make this, convert this
350?
to the FPL?
Yes.
And what would that be, do you know?
I've got it right here. They are very similar. 85 and 350 are very close. The reason I used 85 was because that's the way the federal government refers to it in the child care legislation. But we can use percentage of poverty. So at 85% of poverty, at 85% of median for a family of 4, you want to do family of 4, it's $102,000 a year. For 350 for a family of 4, which is what has been talked about here, it's $105,000 a year. So I started looking, and they did line up almost exactly. I guess 85% is a little bit less than the 350%, but they do line up.
Since you have both of them there, let's do the scenario of a single mom with 1 kid.
Okay. So a single person with 1 child, that would be a family of 2, would be $69,835 at 85% of median, and at 350%, it would be $69,020. So they're very close.
They're very close.
Representative Wallner, is
Yes.
it possible, since you've collected that great data, to share that or get copies? That's really nice to know.
Yeah,
Thank you.
sure. I will ask someone to make copies.
So the practicality of changing your language from 85% of median to the family poverty level number of 350, that would, I think, aid in communicating it to others in the legislature, but it sounds like it would make it more difficult for the department to match it to the federal guidelines.
I think the department now uses they do use percent. I think now they do use percent of poverty. So I think it would be natural to go to the 350. I think it would be just as easy for them. And I don't know if I don't know if the federal, would we have to go to exactly 85. I think we would have to, it wouldn't be 350 exactly. I think it would be a little less.
I would, if it were me, I would want to see the exact same numbers used across the board
Okay.
so that it's simpler for legislators to say,
Okay.
oh, that's the same as what we're doing in this other program.
Yeah.
That's the way I would do it. And if the amount of money was just a little bit different, and they're very small differences, then that's okay.
So I think 350. I mean, I think that would be acceptable to me at least.
Representative Wallner.
Well,
Yes.
Representative Nordgren has had her hand up for a while, and then we'll come to you, Representative Hull.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind us all that the bottom line is it's more economical for the parent to be able to work and put their child in childcare than have the cost so expensive that they can't work and pay for it. So, I mean, I think the numbers that Mary Jane's brought up are really important to the bottom line for that family.
Yeah, there's another non-determinable benefit here that's qualitative and not quantifiable, and that is there's inherent value and self-worth associated with being employed that you can't really put direct numbers around because it's a sort of a long-term investment in self-esteem, I think, you know.
Yeah.
Not to sound too social emotional,
Yeah.
but Representative Hull.
Thank you. Representative Wallner, so is it safe to assume that we could rewrite Amendment 1093 hotel to move over to the 350% of the federal poverty level as a separate amendment, but similar in nature?
Yes.
Thank you.
That would be fine. So
And the same two questions to the other one. Do you know what the price tag, the incremental price tag of this is, and are you intending this for this budget or to be permanent?
well, I think it's written in a way that it's permanent, is my understanding. But it could be reevaluated in another budget. I mean, if that's more comfortable for people that we look at it and maybe we'll have some history. I think it's difficult to estimate, but the department has done an estimate. And let me see if I can find it. The estimate is probably, I believe it's probably going to be around $7 million, which I think we'll see. I mean, it's going to take a while for this new eligibility to go into place. It's going to take a while for families to hear about it. It's going to take, I mean, it's not going to happen really overnight. It's not like July 1st, people are going to be running in the door. It's going to take a long time for it to really ramp up. So I don't think that we will draw down.
So if this is at 85%, what's the current standard? 70 or something? What's the
I
current?
think it's like 65 for one group. And I think there's a couple of different, is it 65 for one group?
I can send a text here and find out in about 10 seconds.
Okay.
Hang on one
I
sec.
think it's 65%.
Okay, if we do this, it's at 7 million a year. On an ongoing stable state basis, 7 million. I'd feel more comfortable doing a sunset on it just so that the next budget committee could look at it.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. We can, because then we'll have some real figures too.
Do you have a third?
Yes, I do have a third. If you pass these two, I may not. So I don't know whether you're going to
Okay.
pass them or not. But if you pass these two, we might not need the third one. But I'll tell you about the third one. Okay, the third one. Yes, Kevin will hand it out.
While that's being handed out, just the 350% of FPL lines up with 85%. Where does 300% FPL line up? Is that approximately 80? Do you have that information? Because we're using 300% of FPL in other portions in our statutes.
In which statute? We just proposed for the EFAs to go to 350.
Right, no, I
So you're
understand, but the
referring to
current law,
something,
the current law is 300,
right?
and that's why I was just out of curiosity, what's the difference
No,
in terms?
that's a great question. You said other statutes, and so I
Oh.
just wanted to know if we were using that FPL number somewhere else.
I'd have to go back and look. I believe there is other places that we were referencing at FPL.
So I've been wrestling in my head what you just addressed, which is our current law is 300 FPL. The House bill that we passed is 350 FPL.
Yep.
So the analogy would be, since that House proposal has not been accepted by the Senate, nor has our HB2, if we had them at the same level, then we're making the same argument to the Senate. And hopefully
That
they
is
wouldn't
the
be.
argument I was thinking of making.
Do you have?
What do you want? Do you want to know what 300% of poverty is?
Yeah.
300 for a family of 4 and a single mom with 1, right? What is 300% FPL, and what percentage is that equivalent to?
300% of poverty is 90,000 for a family of 4.
Yep.
And it's 59,160 for a family of 2.
Okay.
And I don't know what it is to relate it to median income, because I only had median income at 85. I'm sorry, I didn't print them all off.
Okay.
All right. If there aren't any more questions, why don't you tell us what you're thinking about your third one?
Okay, the third one is very similar to what was in the budget 2 years ago. So, 2 years ago, we weren't sure whether the child care budget was going to actually be able to cover all the cost of child care during that biennium. Well, the pandemic hit, a lot of things happened. The drawdown wasn't nearly as fast as we thought it would be. So I had this amendment put in 2 years ago that if the child care budget was drawn down, that the department could come to the fiscal committee and have TANF funds transferred so that we didn't have to develop a wait list or ask families to leave childcare.
So
It didn't end up happening. We didn't need it, but it's sort of like belt and suspenders. This does not appropriate any money. It just allows the department the ability to come in case that account gets low. And there's a reporting mechanism in here that they'll be reporting on a regular basis to the fiscal committee. Okay. So that I guess if the first two were put in place, I wouldn't really need this one anymore, but I thought I'd better bring it in
Okay.
unless the department feels different.
What's the perception of the risk of the funds in the child care account running out in the next biennium? We don't really know, but I mean, this is sort of a safety net. Do we need the safety net?
It would depend on, I mean, I think part of that depends on whether there's any action on these 2 amendments. I of course, from my perspective, always appreciate this type of scenario where if budgeted amounts and needs are not in alignment, we do have an avenue to come back through fiscal for approval. So
under any scenario, you think this is a reasonable amendment to give the department flexibility?
it's in current chapter law. I of course would appreciate it. Yes.
I want to make sure I just heard you. Did you just say this is already in chaptered law, or that you want to put this into chaptered law?
So this is chapter 91, section 325.
So is this redundant?
Laws of
That's kind of where I'm
2021.
going.
No, so this expires at the end of the biennium.
Uh,
So this would reintroduce that into the current HB2, which would expire at that point in time.
okay, I understand that. Do you
Okay.
have more you want to say? Or a question?
No, I just, I hope that, I mean, we've spent a lot of time on a lot of different services, and this is one that I think is really important to both families. I think it's really important to children because they're cared for in places that are inspected and are safe. And parents get desperate sometimes when they don't have these kinds of financial help to pay for childcare. They get desperate and use childcare that might be inappropriate because it's cheaper, or bad things happen. I think it's also really good for New Hampshire and for employers. Everybody talks about how many employees they need, including the state. I mean, a lot of this might help the state in recruiting some people to state jobs. There's a lot of state jobs probably fall within these income levels. So I hope get your support.
I think I would like to caucus for your first two. Your third
Okay.
one seems to have no general fund implication. It's a flexibility measure. It's already in existing law that's set to expire. So this is simply, looks to me to be a continuity of the okay. I'm predisposed to having us support the Wallner 1060 amendment. Is there any discussion, particularly any in opposition? No? All right. So show of hands if you're in favor of 1060. Okay. All right. So that's one thing. I think the other two we probably need to talk about, but we're going to break before 2 anyways. So
Okay.
we'll have an opportunity to do that.
We won't listen. You can just talk amongst yourselves.
Just hum louder. I'm still waiting for Representative Leishman to come in on the PDAB. I see. Is it Merchant or Mershon? I've heard people doing the whole French thing on you, and then I'm butchering you up with Merchant. You'll take either? But what is proper? Okay. All right. But I don't want to get into your ancestry. That could start a fight. All right. Let's, did you have a question? You got your hand in the semi, you ready to jab me? All right. So let's pick up Mr. Ripple. Before I jump, knowing that I'm keeping the PDAB off to the side, are we complete with everything up until the status of actions related to HB1?
So in other words, are you complete with everything on the House Bill 2 sheet?
Yeah, front and back, with the exception of the PDAB at the back.
And with the exception of the rate increase on hold, yes.
Okay, so I think we're waiting on the rate increase paperwork from OLS.
I have not yet sent the amendment request to them because I will need further information on that.
Oh, you need the dollar amounts?
Yes. So
You can just guess. We told you how to calculate it.
I will send him over. Okay.
All right.
We have one other, I believe, right? We were going to revisit
Sununu?
223 relative to total budget as well as this body scanner. At least that's what my notes have.
So you just said 223, the Sununu budget? Let's do that, because I at least want to be able to throw away or lose track of one piece of paper. Let's go to the Sununu Center. We got a spreadsheet earlier to show how we would, how the department proposes to move the money into HB1. And I don't know where my sheet is, of course. And we had a discussion yesterday about the scanner. It sounds like the scanner cost is about $300,000. To the best of the department's knowledge, the first few years, at least enough years to get us through this full budget cycle, the maintenance is included. I've asked a couple of questions I didn't get answers back, and that is, are there training costs in addition to that, or does the initial training so that people know how to safely use the equipment, is that part of the initial acquisition?
So we're still collecting information, but from what I understand to date, it would cover the initial installation costs and then the basic walkthrough to show folks how to utilize it. I think that $250,000 to $300,000 range would probably also give us sufficient funds for service, any sort of service work with any new purchase. There's a maintenance warranty that goes along with that, and hopefully a brand new machine would not result in a heavy service cost.
And then I also asked if the imaging was X-ray or something else, because if it's X-ray, I get just a little concerned. We need a quality assurance program that requires a physicist's oversight, along with dosimetry monitoring.
Sure. So if I remember correctly, I believe the brochure that was sent to you, I think it said I don't remember what the measurement unit was, but I think it could be utilized 1,000 times a year or something like that and still fall within standard safety code for that particular model that we had identified.
Was this millimeter wavelength?
Representative Hull, do you have a question?
I do. Thank you. Sorry. Was this millimeter wavelength typical of airport scanning type?
It's similar. I cannot recall. I'm honestly not very familiar with it.
Okay. Question?
Well, I would doubt it's X-ray, or it wouldn't detect a lot of the things that they want to detect. I'm guessing it's the ones that go around you in circles in the airports.
No.
The email with the information was sent yesterday at 12:29 from Mr. Ripple with the 2 attachments to the product. I don't know if anyone wants to.
Yeah, I saw the 2 attachments. I did not read them. I did skim them, but okay. So I've corresponded with Mr. Ripple, or not Ripple. I do that all the time, but Mr. Ribson, and he said that if we could provide some flexibility within his expense lines, that he would not need an incremental 300,000 above what he's requested. Is that what he told you? Is that what you understand?
Yes, that's what we talked about last night.
So we would have to, I guess, Mr. Ripple, I guess that's a footnote to provide the flexibility to move money without coming to the fiscal committee?
Yeah, you could do that as a footnote.
But do we need to do it in a footnote if we want them to have that flexibility?
Typically, I think you do, yes.
Yes? Okay. Okay, so then, Representative Hull, do you want to talk about your observations and thoughts?
Sure. So, a couple things. I'm going to work through this sheet that was just handed out that also includes positions. We have a student population that's averaging 12 students thereabouts. Yet we have 4 full-time kitchen staff members and 2 part-time. So we have 6 people who are helping cook meals for 12. Seems high. I could go through, there's some other areas similar. The other area was in the allocations of outside vendors. We're spending $2,000 per year per child, although there are children going through, so you're going to need, it's not, right? You may have multiple children filling that one spot, but we're on the order of $2,000 per child per year in labs. And we're spending almost 1.8 million in outside contract medical costs when we have 2 hospitals within a couple of miles. I would like to propose kind of let the department manage this the way they want, but cap the total spend at $10 million or $9.99 million and ask them to include the body scanner.
Okay, so I hear your initial bid to be $10 million plus they get the 300,000 scanner, but in exchange, we give them whatever flexibility they need within this total funding to move the money within the expenses.
That is correct.
It's not fair without Mr. Ribson here, but I'm sure you know what to say.
I mean, this is a 24-hour facility. Safety is key and paramount here. The facility, I mean, we already experienced a 33% loss in our CPSW positions last summer into the fall, and we're still dealing with the fallout from that to try to get everything fully staffed. I don't think $10 million would be sufficient, and what we'd end up doing is it'd basically be a back of the budget cut, and we'd have to transfer funds from other areas. The $890,000 and $900,000, that's part of a contracted. I mean, those are contracted costs, and those are paid only if those positions are filled. Those positions are currently filled. We went out to competitive bid for those costs, just as far as a major driver. And I think Joe already spoke to the youth counselor costs. I mean, I think. I mean, I think having a footnote to purchase that body scanner and any maintenance services surrounding there would certainly be helpful. But overall, I know that I'd be kind of concerned to cut the actual funds to it because we probably wouldn't have funding sufficient, and B, send another message to staff that we're not supporting this fully.
So we're not done because we're done. We're done because it's 2:00 and people needed to take off at 2:00. She did, you did. Okay, so this is your topic though. I don't want to recess.
No, we'll just
If we
keep
still
going and
have
we'll
people,
vote on the
we
rate
need to
increase.
continue. What?
It'd be a good time to vote on the rate increases.
I like the way you think.
I'll just say this. I think under all the legislative scenarios I've seen, the Youth Development Center is going to be encouraged to begin transitioning to the new methods of operating. And in that, we've included virtual, remote services. One of the targets for that, to me, has always been your medical staff seems excessive. If you had LNAs there with some telemedicine capability to more robust treatment, and you had reasonable access to ambulances, it just seems to me like a huge, enormous over expenditure on the medical lines. And if you got that right sized, in my view, without having the detailed discussion, you would be halfway between where you are now and what Representative Hull is talking about. So do you have any thoughts on
Sure.
trying to use telemedicine to reduce your medical staff?
Sure. I can't really speak to the clinical needs of the children. However, they are acute, and just from a dollar's perspective with the contracts, we just went out to bid for this, and we just had new contracts signed this past January or February of last year. So those have been competitively bid to try to get the most reasonable rates to bring in the clinicians and the psychologists and psychiatrists for those services, and those are the rates that we're contracted for today.
So I would make a distinction between the clinical and the psychologists. The psychologists are all part of a new mission, I think. I want to see the final proposal at some point, but it seemed to me like there was an overemphasis on the clinical capability there. instead of the psychological or mental health. And so that clinical side seemed overstaffed to me when you could do a telemedicine station there and somebody who can handle first aid well, coupled with evacuation capabilities, and you have adequate medical support from a clinical perspective. That's the kind of stuff I used to do in the olden days. The mental health side of it is probably what it should be, but all right. I think we need to just sort of table this and set this issue aside until Representative Hole can come back.
I have a question.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
So Dartmouth, who's usually the only bidder, 890,000 going to 916,000. Does that include all the nurse staff, or is that in addition to?
So there is there's a part-time registered nurse position in the staff count there on the right, and then there is also 5 registered nurses, 1 nurse specialist, and 1 nurse coordinator.
I see that, and then I see the Dartmouth medical staff at, the 890,000. Is that inclusive of that staff that we just noticed?
No, so those positions there, those are classified state employees. The contracted line includes the psychologists, clinicians that Joe had referred to the other day when he was here.
Those are the ones in the Dartmouth contract?
That is correct, yes.
How many?
Off the top of my head, I believe there was a part-time psychiatrist, a psychologist, 2 clinicians, and there may...
A pediatrician.
And a pediatrician. Thank you.
5.
Dartmouth has never treated us very well since they're paying taxes on their dormitories.
Okay, so did you also have a question, Representative Tversky? Yeah. So Representative Wallner, as I recall, it was this budget discussion 2 years ago that triggered everyone to saying, let's close the thing down. Where are you this year? What do you want to do about their budget request?
Well, if we put I like the idea of putting the footnote in there to allow them this flexibility. If they also include buying the scanner, I don't think I had enough discussion with them at this point to really make a decision about this, but I think we have to go. I personally think we're going to have to go with what we've got before us.
So there's been a vacancy rate over there. Do we need all the personnel money in the first year?
Yes, because what we've had to do is we've had to bring staff in from across the department who have either familiarity with working or formerly worked at SYSC to provide the overtime. So there's been a series of transfers through the fiscal process. We've also had to renew a staffing contract a number of times, whereby we have pulled in youth counselors through a contracted service to cover shifts. As Joe had indicated before, because we're kind of having to bring in both contracted staff, and we've had to bring in staff who this is not their primary job, but they have some familiarity with it and can fulfill the functions. Because of that, when we've been dealing with staffing, we've had to make sure that we have at least 1 extra, if not more, depending on the circumstances, to address that. So long story short, no.
So I'll tell you a story. I don't know if it's true or not, but on the line for medical payments to providers, here we've had physician and nursing staff on site, and I had heard stories from multiple sources that the people that we had on staff, the physicians that could handle it, were very prone to just referring people out to get rid of the work, and didn't particularly exhibit sort of the clinical dedication one might expect. And if that is the case, I would hope that somebody in management would take a look at that medical payments to provider line that's about $1 million and wonder if that's really what it ought to be if we had the right people on site. You can't comment on that.
I can.
You
I
can-
just don't know where the stories come from. That's all.
Yeah. Well, they're at least 2 years old. So maybe that person is rotated, but that whole medical support concept to me was just really, it just smelled of waste. And that's part of the reason I got upset 2 years ago.
Mr. Chairman, I have a comment.
Go ahead.
You were asking Representative Wallner, her view on things. And the way I look at this is we know that the new facility's coming. And because we know that, and that we have another at least 2 years ahead of us, we know that we have to work within the confines of the existing situation, which has its own kitchen, its own laundry, and all those things that we've heard over and over and over again. And unfortunately, in order to keep a facility that's safe and doing the work that we have to do to make sure that these children are cared for and in a safe, controlled setting, being educated, getting treatment, I think we're sort of stuck with what we have here. This is the hole that we've dug for ourselves for the time being. So I am very appreciative to hear that the committee is open to going for the scanner. That, to me, what we heard yesterday upset me extremely. So I'm very pleased that that is now in play. But as far as finding other ways to cut, I just don't see it without sacrificing the safety of the children. So that's my 2 cents.
There's more going on in this account than safety, though. Everything about the safety part of it, we're absolutely in line with. My sense after looking at this budget now over 4 budget years is still that it hasn't been staffed at an efficient level to accomplish the things it really needs to accomplish. It just has always felt like the head count is wrong. And I'm not in a position to go in there and make changes and say, okay, instead of, 4 RNs, you only need 2, but I just think I would have liked to have seen the department come back with a tighter, better head count.
My response to that is it's a 24-hour facility.
Of course.
And we need a medical professional in there 24 hours a day. And I'm sure that, as I was taking notes here, there are multiple services that need to be provided by those nurses. So I guess all I'm saying is that we have a unique situation, that we're bound by the structure that we have and the system that we have. And I am a little wary of cutting those professionals that they say they need to keep things functioning.
We're not that far away. If we go the whole route, that's 10 million. This is 11.1. It's not a huge delta. Go ahead.
I just want to ask Nathan if he could tell us, what did we spend in 22, actual? Well, I mean, that's the actual, right? Because 23 it hasn't closed out yet.
I'd have to dig that up. I just have to run a couple of reports.
So if you could continue to work on that, I think we can wait for JR.
And Nathan, 2022 also had revenue though, right?
Yes, I would just need a couple minutes to look that up.
It's on page 896.
Okay. We're ready to, I think, to pause the Sununu issue anyways until Representative Hull and Mooney come back. And we still need to work through the blanket, the horse blanket, front and back.
Is it that 9,097,000?
That was the actual expense, if you recall from the Senate Bill 1 discussion. 23 figures were projected to be a bit higher because of overtime costs and I think some other factors.
Representative Norgren?
And I would assume the numbers for a lot of facilities and including this would be a little skewed because of COVID and the issues every facility was dealing with. So they might not be the same as we would need now.
I don't think we ever hit the COVID stuff in either budget. Last time around, the budget had been developed before pre-COVID. I was still pre-COVID, and now I think this budget is intended to be sort of post-COVID, and so somehow the COVID missed. Yeah, but who knows what our next infectious control problem ought to be. I would like to stop talking about the Sununu Center for a little while and start talking about these other items because we need our two, certainly Representative Holdback. All right, so item 2, these are just technical corrections. If those are just technical corrections, I don't see any reason why we just wouldn't approve those.
And 2 was grayed out. You've already approved them.
Oh, okay, good. I like remaking the same decision. It's faster. Okay, the home visiting formula grant for $1 million over the 2 years. We put this on hold. Why did we put this on hold?
Representative Wallner wanted to discuss it.
So we've gone to the horse blanket here, the bigger paper on status of actions related to HB1, and we're looking at item 5, and we remember that you had some discussion on this you wanted to do.
I just think that it's home visiting. I think we can really reach some of our families that are really most in need and try to prevent these things. I mean, if we get to these families early, it's going to help. And home visiting has been proven to be a very successful way of reaching families. I think yesterday, did we talk about there being up to 500 children who would receive visits with this program? And it was a three-year program for the family. So you get home visiting, I assume, from the time they were infants up until they were ready to go to preschool or 3 years old. So I think it was really probably one of the best ways of really reaching those families that in our communities that are the most in need. So, and so I think Tilly talked about this when she was here. And
Yes.
talked about how important these programs are.
Yes, that is correct. It was originally for $1.25 million each year, but based on some updated information relative to the match required on the federal side, that has been reduced to the 525 each year you see there.
Great.
What account is it?
It's accounting unit 5896.
Thank you.
And is this sheet, I'm sorry, I need to know this already, but is this the prioritized needs sheet as well? Or is there yet another piece of paper somewhere with prioritized needs for us to look at?
So I believe, and Kevin, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe you took the earlier DHHS prioritized needs HB1 request and moved it into the status of actions related to HB1.
Yes, that's right.
So this is all currently federal funds, is that accurate?
I don't know that I heard the answer because I'm deaf.
Yes.
Is this this is the prioritized needs sheet?
This item was taken from the prioritized needs sheet.
Okay, so it's a subset of which,
Earlier, you had a document that looked like this. It contained technical requests that you voted on,
yeah,
some other that you've mostly voted on, and some prioritized needs. Those prioritized needs are shown here.
okay. So I'm sorry, I'm being sort of kindergarten on this. If we complete all of the items on the tentative actions related to HB2, this, and all of the actions on this horse blanket for status of actions related to HB1, we will have done our work.
There's a few outstanding amendments.
That's correct, with the exception of rate increase amendments and a revised version of the back of the budget amendment that you talked about yesterday, and one other amendment that I'm working on.
My amendment isn't anywhere on these sheets either, which is still out in the ether.
It is, I believe,
is it?
on the status of actions related to House Bill 1 under the Division of Behavioral Health on page 2. So yours is on line 46.
Thank you.
Is Medicaid expansion somewhere on here as well?
Sorry?
Medicaid expansion, is that on here as well?
So Medicaid expansion is would be a new House Bill 2 section. I do have an amendment related to that. I have two versions of it, and I would ask Representative Edwards which one he wanted me to hand out. But yes, that's another outstanding item.
So back to the home visiting thing. So you got the grant, the federal grant, and I assume you're already doing a lot with that, the $2.8 million roughly per year?
Yes, but historically, this other component of it, we've received Governor's Commission funds for that, and then most recently ARP dollars, and the ARP dollars you won't see here.
So during the current biennium, you have ARPA dollars that now you're trying to replace essentially with the general funds?
Yep.
So, okay, so my bias at this point in the process is anything that did make the governor's budget and is hung around as a prioritized need. I'm not prone to wanting to approve it because I want as much money as we can to put into the Medicaid rate. That I'm just being transparent. That's sort of where I'm at. But I'm always open to listening. Let's drop down to 10, system of care. That's where the big money is. What you want to talk about this line item, Mr. White?
Sure. So just a year prior, for the first time, the department contracted with the residential residential providers, and we entered into those contracts. It was the first time it had ever been done. Previously, we were paying them through the Bridges system. The purpose of the contracts was to provide the department with better leverage, better understanding of the services provided, and then require certain standards be met. And so during that process, we established rates, and we didn't have a lot of good information from the providers for a variety of reasons. Part of it was just due to the restrictive nature of the procurement process itself and keeping certain information confidential. These contracts, they provide services. They're used to provide services to a number of different types of children, and some of those qualify under Medicaid. Some of those qualify under Title IV-E. Some are foster care. Others may not qualify under any of that and may be generally funded. And so what this request is, the purpose of this request is to provide additional funds because in the year since, we have looked at cost reports of these various facilities to understand what are the costs that they are incurring related to the services that they are providing. And based off of many months of analysis, we've determined that these amounts here would make the providers closer to whole for the services that they're providing. And I believe Joe and Katya both spoke to this prioritized need.
So if we do the Medicaid rate increase, is this somewhat redundant? There's some overlap to the system of care money?
A small amount, and that is dependent upon the child, because one child may qualify under Medicaid, another may qualify under Title 4E, another, may qualify under a different federal funding source. So I would say yes, but it depends. And we don't necessarily know in the next biennium, what the situations of the children moving into these facilities will be in the coming years.
And then I don't know if what I think I heard you say is that we're just contracting for it, but we're paying for it just like we have in the past, except we're using a contract vehicle. Why isn't this money already in the budget? And then I'll come to you, Representative Wallner.
Because we've done since then, because again, this was the first time it had ever been done. This was an overhaul to the system of care. Since then, we've done the analysis and we've looked at what is every facility's costs, and this is the rate setting team that was here previously. Christy Roy spearheading that, working with Kyra Leonard, our finance director on the Division for Behavioral Health side, and they've done that analysis, and these are the costs that would essentially make them closer to whole for the services that they are providing.
Go ahead, Representative. Oh, I said Wallner. I'm sorry.
I just want more account. Easy question. Account number? Account number?
Oh. This is 2053.
Let's go to 15 family planning. Oh, all right. I didn't see you.
So, Nathan, do we have any idea how many children we're talking about in these lines?
I can look it up. It'll take me a moment though.
Okay.
And Representative Earp, just to clarify, there are a few other accounting units that are used to support these contracts. Again, it'll take me a couple of minutes to find that if you'd like that though.
No, go ahead and answer Representative Wallner. It just seems astounding to be up 100%. I mean, it's a pretty gross variance.
Do have another couple of questions.
You go.
but he's busy. very busy.
Let's let him come up for air.
Yeah.
If you're looking at accounts for me, don't worry about it. Go ahead and take Representative Waller's question.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What was that?
You don't need to find the accounts for me if that's what you're doing.
Yeah. No, I was just looking up Representative Wallner's question.
So after you get your question, your follow-up, then Representative Mooney has a question.
Thank you. Probably for Mr. Ripple. And with regards to this spreadsheet, Division 3, status of actions related to House Bill 1, is it possible for you to identify which of these are included in the budget and which are outside? Categorize them by that?
In what sense? So you have a number of items such as family planning, the Prescription Drug Affordability Board, the Sununu Center, that are in the budget, but at different amounts than those suggested on this spreadsheet.
Okay.
So I'm not sure.
Any others that fall into that category? I guess, or maybe just point out what's new to the budget on this extensive spreadsheet. What would be new to it?
I look at the prioritized need, and some of these were left out of the governor's budget, but we have them here before us in this sheet.
The prioritized needs are new requests, although each of the three programs are currently funded in the operating budget. They're just funded at lower levels than the department has requested.
So they're all included. It's just the funding at this point. It has to be discussed on each of these items. Nothing is new.
Some of the amounts, like home visiting formula grant, is exactly the same as prioritized need that was not funded, and it's in this other sheet at the same amount, the 525. So that was something the governor left out, so it's an addition here.
I guess the only thing that I would consider to be newly funded is, to be new to this sheet, not included in the budget at all, is Representative Talurski's amendment for the $625,000 per year for the Substance Use Coalition. Obviously, there's other substance use funding in the budget, but there's no funding for the coalition in there currently.
Okay, understood. And I don't want to take any more time away from Representative Wallner's line of questioning. So hopefully that commercial break allowed you to find the answer so she can continue. Thank you.
Sure. And so I went back and I looked up the original GNC letter from the year prior, and we were at that point estimating about approximately 400 to 500 individuals served each year.
And are all of these contracts in all of this funding, is this all with 24-hour facilities?
Yes,
Yes. So these are all residential 24-hour facilities.
that is correct.
Okay. So this is probably more of a question for Mr. Ripsum, but without these contracts, I mean, do you think that we're going to be able to, are these providers going to be able to hang on and keep providing service if we don't get these rates up? I mean, we just saw how much it cost to run Sununu. I mean, these folks are maybe a little bit, maybe the kids are a little less complex, but it's expensive to run a 24-hour facility, and these facilities cost less than Sununu, and these are the kids we're trying to keep out of Sununu. So what do you, I mean, do we have any idea how close? I mean, are these guys just hanging on by a thread?
My understanding is that these providers are experiencing the same challenges as many of the other folks that have come here to speak before you over the past number of weeks.
Have we in the last year or two lost any of these type of providers? Have they closed?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm just still not clear. How could the budget be off by this much? It's not like a little bit. It's like dramatic.
Well, when you look at the totals amongst all of the contracts, it's the total price limitation is $145 million across all providers. So it's less than 10%.
Well, so what's the 12 million showing?
The 12 million. So basically, were that to be approved, we would make amendments and change the rates that we pay those providers and increase their price limitations by the equivalent amount.
But the 12 million must represent something in the budget. Something out of that 143 million? Is that what you're, I mean, I'm trying to understand. I'm looking at just the numbers right here. You got 12 million and you want another.
Yep. So again, what we did is we went back and we collected cost reports and we looked at what are the actual costs that these providers are incurring. And when we did that analysis and looked at every provider and every contract and what rate we should be paying them, and we made those adjustments and determined, okay, if we're going to pay them for those costs, we'd have to increase the contracts by X, and this is the collective amount.
Okay. And so you're saying it's basically a 10% increase. Is that what you just told me? Roughly?
Close to that, yeah. So something to that Well, no, it would be slightly more once you take the general and the federal dollars together.
20?
But
20%.
again, it depends upon the type of child and whether federal dollars are available for reimbursement.
I'm going to pause on this because I think we need to caucus, but the family planning on the first page, line 15, the IRF amendment replaced by the IRF amendment, it says this is on hold, but I think your amendment was basically actually more of a technical correction, right? So is there any opposition to approving line 15?
Not on my part.
Any? Okay. So show of hands if you're in favor of accepting or accepting the deletion of line 15. Oh, that's all right. So that's good. That's one. Okay. Let's flip now to the back of the other page. There's a family planning representative IRF amendment. Was this also another is this the same technical adjustment?
So this was the same thing. I had left on under other agency requests, family planning as the department requested it. But as Nathan said yesterday, that was basically replaced by the IRF amendment. So if you voted on the IRF amendment, which you've already done, I would grade both of these out.
Okay, so I'm just going to say we're deleting this unless somebody wants another vote. I think
What
we
line
just-
was that? That was a
It's
duplicate?
line 40 it's line 40.
Got it.
Okay, so the Edwards amendment on family planning, this is the one for $100,000 at $20,000 per new awardee. I imagine there's opposition to this.
I mean, I don't really think it's going to work. I would
remove it.
remove it.
I removed it. I did it though. I removed it
Oh,
just now.
okay. Wow.
cross that one off.
I still think it's a fine theory, but it's all just theory, and I think we just need to finish this. So line 45, Governor's Commission on Alcohol Funding. I think we can delete this now because we earlier voted to make sure they get their full 5%, and that was one of the benefits was we could delete this.
Yes, your earlier vote encompassed this item as well.
Okay, so 45's gone.
45 will be grayed out. It was effectively adopted by your earlier vote, yes.
Okay. And then, so I had another question on 46 for Representative Tulersky. It's kind there were a couple ambiguous question answers that we went through yesterday, and neither of them were particularly critical to me. Did you have an update on either though? No.
We can move the question. I don't see it being
It's-
favorable, so we can move along, but I would like to just say, that I'm a big proponent of prevention.
Prevention's good.
Yep.
Okay, but I did have a new question, and I did like the fact that this coalition had a broader geographic footprint than I initially imagined when I first read it, and so overnight I started thinking, well, are there other coalitions that are out there that we should be considering for funding too, but we happen to know of this coalition because of your association?
I couldn't answer that. I
Yeah.
just,
You don't know what you don't know.
I
Nobody
don't know what
does.
I don't know, but I do know that this group has come together, with effective programming.
Okay, so we went over this pretty well yesterday, and there was a nice Q&A on it. So I would like a show of hands to see who is in favor of $625,000 for Is, before I do that, must it be 625,000? Could we do a lot of good at a lower number?
I suppose they're open to any funding at this point. With the 5, I would just say, you know, it would be divided amongst all 5. I mean, I don't know how that would affect. I don't think they would, you know, say no.
But this is new money for them. This isn't like a continuation of last year's state
Correct.
funding. Representative Weiler?
Page 5 of the so-called Monahan Amendment. You've got several items there under substance use disorder. Some of them have matches. There's a few $1 million there already.
So is your question, if we do these rate increases, will it benefit this coalition of 5?
It seems to be double spending, yes.
They're not providers. The coalitions are not, they're not providers. They're educational and training and, you know, community connected prevention.
Okay. I think we're going to caucus. Okay, on line 51, development services budget carry forward and reduce general funds.
I think those 3 are done. 51, 2, and 3.
Yep, 51, 52, and 53 were taken care of by your earlier actions today. They were all adopted.
Okay. So what do you have to show us on Medicaid expansion? Representative Wallner?
I hate to do this, but on line 11, Hampstead Hospital operations, that's a pretty sizable general fund amount that I think I would like to know what this means to Hampstead Hospital if they don't get this. I mean, why? I can't remember why we had that, why that was there, and what it'll mean we won't be able to do at Hampstead. Sorry.
Well, we did get a briefing on Hampstead, and we probably got one of
I'm
those
sure.
coloring books, and we
I
got a
know.
budget book and all that
It feels
stuff.
like it was a
And-
year ago.
So no, so what would you have us do with this at this point, given that we need to move on?
I would just like to ask Mr. White, what this 4.5 million, how was that needed by Hampstead? What are they not going to be able to do?
Sure. So, out of any of the remaining, maybe not out of any, but in this particular one, the governor's budget cut Hampstead's general fund portion in half. So, out of in the first year, you know, we have a $34 million budget. In the second year, we have a $29 million budget. We're going to be going back out to bid for the WellPath contract, which today, for 2 years, it's a $52 million contract. Based on the revenue and the expenses that I've seen to date, we do not have sufficient funds to fund Hampstead in the second year right now. If current trends are reign true, it's a close to $4 million hole. Out of any of these state phase down professional care, out of any of these other items, that one is just of particular concern to me right now. The first year is actually an error that there shouldn't be any costs in the state fiscal year 24. Here, it's just the second year, the 4.4 million in the general funds in the second year.
Okay, that one went too fast for me. I heard that in 24, the 4.4 that's in there now, we don't need that 4.4, and your concern is in the second year, and you think we need more money in the second year than the 4.4 that's shown there now.
Yes, Hampstead is already proving to generate significant revenue at a higher rate than New Hampshire Hospital, just as a point of comparison. But to expect that only 10% of all of the expenses are generally funded, and which I think just some quick back of the envelope math, that's what it would come to. I don't think that's feasible, and I don't think we would have sufficient funds. My other concern is we have to go back out to bid, and my experience with going back out to bid is it always costs more.
So what's the number?
$4.4 million, I think.
In the second year, that's what I already see on my sheet here. I already see in the second year that there's 4.4 million and that we've agreed to that in the second year.
No.
You haven't agreed to it. I graded out because the other day when the committee was going through these requests, I had no requests from a member to consider this item.
Okay, so it could still be, it should maybe still be white. We still haven't decided. Okay.
It could be.
Okay, that's fine. There's just so much detail here. I'm having a little struggle. So 0 and 24, and so 4.4 in the second year, and you think that 4.4 is more than the 10% of their costs, but about right for what we probably need to do in general funds to supplement their revenues.
The 4.4 is what was cut during the governor's budget from the agency. Well, actually, it was cut more than that, but that I think if we can get that 4.4 back, I would feel a lot better because otherwise I would fully expect Hampstead to run a deficit in 25.
Do you need all 4.4? Because it sounds
Yes.
like there's already something in the governor's budget,
Again, with Hampstead, we don't have a lot of history.
right?
The revenues are looking good. I mean, again, compared to New Hampshire Hospital. However, we are going to be implementing the PRTF, which will likely decrease the revenue that we can bring in. So having that $4.4 million there will provide us with some level of assurance that in the event we still come up short, I don't have to transfer $4 million from somewhere else to cover that.
So your total request for both years is still just the 4.4?
Just the 4.4.
Do you have any comments on that? You opened this can of worms thinking we were going to cut money, and now it sounds like we just added 4.4.
It sounds like it's really important that we address this.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I misunderstood your opening question. I
No,
thought
what, you thought I wanted to cut it out?
I thought you were challenging it. Yes. Yeah.
No,
So
I asked us to go back to it. I asked us just to go back
Okay.
to it and talk about it. No,
Representative Weiler.
What percentage of their operations are covered by revenue? Because I think when they were private, it was all covered.
So a little, probably about 61% was covered. I will say though that we have a very different operating model, and the facility also came up for sale. So I don't necessarily know if their past history is a good indicator of how we should operate it going forward.
So maybe they were losing money.
Is there a proposal on this one?
well, I would propose that we approve the 4.4 million
For 2025.
for 2025.
In the
if that-
second year?
If that addresses Mr. White's concerns and thinks that'll keep them operating in good stead.
Any opposition to the proposal? So
I think we're spending more than the governor.
it feels like we might be, yes. Especially when we get to the rate enhancements. Okay.
We don't think we have the money.
So we have one big lever that we haven't talked about yet, but so if you are in favor of adding that 4.4 in the second year, raise your hand. Opposed? All right, so it carries.
Can you mark me down as undecided right now?
Yeah,
If we've already accounted for this per Chairman Weiler, I'd like to know that. I'm in doubt, but It's worth vetting.
Okay, WIC supplemental program on 6.
Chairman,
Yeah,
you're going, sorry, you're going exactly where I wanted you to go. I was going to point out we hadn't done number 6 yet.
okay.
You had skipped over it, and I wanted to bring it back because I'm the person who wanted to pull it off and discuss it.
I skipped it because I was obsessed with the really huge number, its system of care. And I thought if we solved the biggest problem first, then these tiny things would sort of. So, so was this in a prioritized need, the WIC supplemental, that was not supported by the governor?
Yes, that is correct. It was in the agency prioritized needs request.
And this goes to families with like under the 70% federal poverty level, probably. You don't know.
I in my notes, I have provided to low-income families for redemption at local New Hampshire farmers markets and administration costs associated with administering the program.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, the farmer's market.
Yes.
Okay, so this is this the same thing as the SNAP benefit that we had negotiated last year? And I think the reason this is on hold is because I asked somebody to go find out what promise I made them last year. I and Mr. Ripple was going to look it up. When we first put this program in play, I got to make sure I'm talking about the same program. This is the program that was brand new at the end of last year, and this isn't the SNAP Extra Farmers Market benefit.
This line item is based on a bill that was filed this year. Yeah. So I think it's a new program.
It's women, infant, and children.
No, okay, which is different than SNAP.
So we were awarded a grant in federal fiscal year 2022, and this is the required 30% match.
Only 30%?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So, Representative Tulerski, would you like us to vote in favor of this?
Yes, I'd like to explain why I've got this bee in my bonnet.
Go ahead.
And I'll be quick. When we heard Ms. Tilley come and go through these line items, this one really hit me hard. For the low price tag and for the huge benefit out of it. And yesterday when I was driving here, I was listening to NHPR and they were talking about the skyrocketing numbers of colorectal cancer cases in people who are younger. And the primary thing that they talked about to prevent this kinds of cancer was healthy Mediterranean eating with high produce. And I thought about this bill. And I thought about the people who utilize this kind of program. They're low income. They often live in food deserts. Their primary grocery store is a dollar store where there's no fresh produce. I also thought about the fact that this bill helps our farms and our local businesses. It's a win-win. It brings business to our farms and our farmers markets, and it helps children and families eat healthy, locally grown foods. That again is prevention that will save us in the long term when we have a healthy, strong community. So that is my pitch, and I really hope you guys can look at this, and Representative Urf is going to give me his counter argument to it. Thank you for finally listening to me.
So they live in a food desert with farmers markets nearby, and that putting more money in this is going to change their culture and they're going to eat healthier.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, for example, again, using my own community, our downtown does not have easily accessible, low-priced, grocery stores. A lot of them shop at these Dollar Trees, $1.05, whatever. We do have, however, a city farmers market that is right downtown where the people live, and they can go and access this locally fresh produce. And it's supported by this program.
All right. Representative Urf.
Here's my question. I do like your enthusiasm, and I wish it were. I wish it were so, But we've been through this several times over the last few years. What makes you think these people are motivated to go and buy those? Because I get the benefits. You're right, totally right about that. But the people have to go and actually buy them to get the benefit, right?
I guess I would say, what tells you that they won't?
I thought because they haven't. Yeah, I thought because past experience.
Representative Weiler?
My town has a food program where they go and they buy surplus food up at the state and they put it out on a table. Anybody can come in and pick it up. So I had extra cucumbers and some other vegetables in my garden. I put them on the same table, went back 3 days later to add some more, and nobody had taken any of the fresh produce. But they take all this stuff, and I remember the guy that worked in the food distribution, he said, and he looked at some of the stuff he got up at the state, and he said, if they have to heat it up or put it in the oven, they don't take it. They just want a box they can take and open and give to the kids to eat. They don't want to do any kind of work or even heat it in a pan. And that's the population we're dealing with.
I think that's, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, but I think that's somewhat anecdotal. And I think that if,
Doesn't mean it's not true.
well, I think stating that people aren't going to take advantage of the program is not accurate either, as I think the department wouldn't have brought it forth if they didn't think it would be an effective way to promote health.
So I will support this. Is there any way you can actually, since it's local to you apparently, get some feedback on your own that it's working, that people actually are taking advantage of it?
I could talk to the legislators who actually drafted the original bill. I mean, I was not a part of that. This literally is just a seed that's been planted in me since we heard this a couple weeks ago. And I'm not arguing for this for Nashua. I'm just saying, giving you the example of our farmers market, our downtown, our food desert.
Thank you, Chairman. Our church in Auburn is in the business of giving away a lot of food. Some of it comes from the local grocery stores, some of it, right? But every Saturday morning, they open up the facility and they have a line of cars picking up food because there's a real need. Again, Ansel, just a single data point, not necessarily conclusive or guaranteeing of causation or correlation, but a large box of potatoes isn't treated the same way as a bag of potatoes. I don't understand why. Sometimes the food that comes in a box of potatoes, and they'll leave the box of potatoes, but they'll take the stuff that's either prepared or partially prepared or the smaller units. I don't understand why. It's just an observation. They don't tend to take the healthier types of bread. They tend to take the white bread. And I'm not trying to mischaracterize it. I wish people bought healthy food. It's important. I wish people used just the outer side of the grocery store, the ring all the way around the outside that had refrigeration, which is where the healthier foods tend to be, than the box stuff in the center. But by observation, that's not what's happening, and it's a societal issue. And I wish we could figure out how to fix it.
So we could continue to talk about it, but the key thing I've heard is Representative Urf is going to vote for it. So from a practical matter, we have the votes already identified. So we can just go to a vote. But Mr. Ripple, Representative Mooney brings up a good question. Do we have a running checkbook? Because I'm not really sure. She's not really sure. We're adding money here and there, but it feels to me like we've added more money than we have.
You have no running total for today's actions. I think the other two divisions are in the same boat. And I think once everybody's done for the day, we're going to go back and see where the overall budget is at and provide you with an answer.
So if we were to say we love this and we vote for it, and we find out that we don't have the money, we're still going to get one more shot at getting our numbers back in line if we have to.
I think you will, yes. Whether that's a subsequent division meeting or the full
A
committee
full
meeting.
committee. That feels like a full committee at that point. But okay, so I think some of what we said here felt a little stereotypical, but there was a lot of truth in it too, that within low income poverty groups, there are significant pockets of folks with not good habits, bad cultural things. And I'm still just thinking that we can put money on something, but unless there's some cultural change, it's only going to go to a select few. But that's not to paint everyone on the same broad brush. I think it's just the culture matters. So I would like to act on Representative Tulerski's request to approve item 6 at $300,000 a year. If you're in favor of keeping it, raise your hand. If you're opposed, raise your hand. Okay, so that's passes like 6-3.
Sorry, that was number 6 that passed?
Pardon me?
That was number 6 that passed?
That was 6. We've approved 6. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, but I think you just killed Representative Wallner's number 5.
Too bad.
So let's bring up number 5. I'm gonna have us caucus on this. We need to show the back of the budget because that's going to be the big lever on the day.
So there was a version that I handed out yesterday, and I think I have spare copies of that. If not, I can print some out. There's an updated version in the works, but I don't yet have it back.
And that was based on Representative Earth's input by any chance?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Then I know what it is. I am going to go see if Representative Leishman can join us. So I'm going to be away. Do you, I don't know if there's anything there you can have us talk about. 5-minute recess? Okay, we got a 30-second warning. That was my nice way to say, go sit down.
Okay.
I'm going to bring us out of recess and want to start on item 27 of the status of actions related to HB1. We have the chairman of Division 1 who's extremely busy and was able to find a few minutes to come chat with us. So Representative Leishman, you've seen this amendment. You and I have been working on this issue together for quite a while now. I don't even know. I think we started about a year ago when we saw this in the fiscal committee and started digging into it. But go ahead and tell us what you want to tell us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And seeing Mr. White next to me, I've even had conversations about this particular board with Mr. White. So for the record, my name is Peter Leishman. I represent Peterborough and Sharon. So the Prescription Drug Affordability Board first came to my attention sitting on the fiscal committee about a year and a half or maybe even 2 years ago. They initially came in for a request for about $400,000. I had never heard of the Prescription Drug Affordability Board until they appeared before fiscal, and apparently this board was established through an omnibus bill. It didn't have the review that normal bills get from the policy committee. It never came to finance. So I started watching their meetings on YouTube. I actually attended one of their meetings, and I was quite concerned to find that they had a great deal of authority to impose fees, impose fines, and had never gone through the legislative process. So Representative Edwards and I are both serving on the fiscal committee, developed a mutual concern of how this board developed and what lack of control they had. So that has, I believe, led to this amendment that I'm supporting. Representative Edwards may be able to speak in addition to what I've added, but there is some duplication that we have learned by the insurance department, the Department of Administrative Services. So perhaps if the board had had the normal oversight and review that other boards and commissions have had, I wouldn't be sitting here. So that's, I guess, what I have, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for the opportunity to speak.
Do you have time for a few questions?
Sure.
Okay, so I think you said it that that they have the power to tax. They can impose work requirements on the private sector. They can go out and contract independently without any oversight. There's nothing in the statute to suggest they have to go through the ordinary contract process, and then they can levy fines. The ability to levy fines has me particularly concerned because without any oversight, checks and balances, as kind of an autonomous board, they have the power to demand information from the private sector. And there's nothing in the statute that denotes what a reasonable demand is from an unreasonable demand. They can basically demand any information that they want on any timeline that they want. And it's my understanding that if those requests don't get satisfied, the section 10 of this statute gives them the ability to levy fines of up to $1,000 a day for a total of $25,000. Do you think that that's accurate, and do you share my concern about this ability to essentially legislate on the fly and issue fines?
And not only that do I support that concern, but I attended one of their meetings when they had already announced that they were sending out bills to people, and there was a representative there from the Department of Health and Human Services where the money was to come, and yet there was no request for a proposal to have the Department of Health and Human Services to collect those fees or fines. So just a lot of moving parts here, and it's something that deserves the light of day, in my opinion.
And then I think you're familiar with the jail car hearing in which they took a look at what was referred to in the statute as the fees structure. And jail car, I think it was unanimous to include our own Representative Hatch on our committee, made the observation that the structure that was in the statute is not a fee structure, it's a tax structure. Is that accurate?
Well, Representative Hatch was, I recall from looking at the YouTube video, was quite concerned of what was being proposed and the fact that they were taking on the authority to, again, levy taxes, fees, and fines, and had proposed doing that without their rules being approved officially by the Rules Committee, JELCAR.
Are there any other questions on this? Because I would like to move that we accept Amendment 1088 as an HB2 item. Is there any comment or opposition?
I think the chairman of the board, Representative Merchant, is here, and I think I would like to hear him, what he has to say about some of the things that were just said.
All right. Thanks. Thank you for taking the time out.
Not a problem.
Representative Mershon.
Mr. Chairman, my mother would be proud of you. She's Canadian. First of all, I want to say thank you to the chair and also to the committee for allowing me to speak today. A couple of things. One is I went back and looked at the transcript of JELCAR that day. And in the transcript was a comment from Judge Lynn, who's now Representative Lynn, and talked about the fact is that we have an issue as far as the constitutionality of the fee, but it's a constitutional decision. It was not up to JELCAR to make a ruling on that, but basically to bring it to people's attention, there was a concern. It wasn't basically saying that it was in fact unconstitutional. And that's coming directly from the transcript from Representative Lynn. If you look at also where the board is today, I'll bring a couple of comments which I heard last Friday, which caught my attention. I think caught all of us, it should. The state of New Hampshire is now spending per year $290 million for prescription drugs. Let that sink in. $290 million. It's approaching 20% of the budget. And we don't have mechanisms in place at this point in time to try to, as a state, bring some sort of control over that, or at least try to bring the cost down. That's only what we pay through Medicaid. It doesn't include state employees. It does not include counties, cities, towns, and also school districts. Remember that those who are in those positions are funded through taxpayers' dollars. So if we're serious about reducing the burden to the taxpayer, then we should be thinking about how to bring down the overall cost of drugs. I've heard from people saying, this may not work, and it may not. But if we don't try, we won't get there either. So when you think about a $290 million budget that we're spending as a state, $450,000 is a drop in the bucket. And what I'm trying to say at this point in time is, with all the state agencies, why don't we find a way to work collectively with the other ones? We talk about redundancy. I don't think there's redundancy completely. But finding a way to take and pull together all the resources in our state. We're uniquely qualified because we are a small state. We can work together collectively. That's the Granite way. We roll up our sleeves and we work together collectively for the benefit of the whole. And what the board is uniquely qualified to do is to pull together the resources of the state to accomplish that. So when you think about Commerce 2, in Commerce, there was two bills introduced. House Bill 130 to repeal the board and House Bill 172. That was to talk about redundancy and also talking about putting the board or suspending it for a period of time until the report came out. Both of those bills House Bill 30 was voted 17-0 to retain it. No one that I heard in that transcript during that meeting talked about the board itself as far as the mission of the board. There was concerns about the funding of the board and some of the things we talked about. In the committee, and I testified at the committee, and I'll do it again with you folks here today, I'll be willing to work with anyone to fix the legislative issues. I'm not saying there isn't issues out there, but let's work together to solve the problem through a stakeholder committee meeting and do it that way.
So are you aware that the amendment here refers to the Insurance Department Redundancy Elimination Report, that the Department of Insurance, in collaboration with the Prescription Drug Affordability Board, shall issue a report on the elimination of redundancies related to the collection, analysis, and reporting on prescription drug prices between the two organizations, including proposed legislation on such elimination, with the overarching goal of promoting efficiency and economy. This report will be submitted to HHS oversight, the Speaker of the House, the President of the Senate, and the House Clerk and Governor no later than October 124. So it seems to me like we're in agreement.
We're in agreement in some ways, Representative Edwards, in the sense that we talked about that in the Commerce Committee, about pulling together a stakeholder group to talk about what we can do to address the concerns that were raised about redundancy and about how we fund it. And I totally support pulling together the stakeholder community for the benefit of all of us. And to your point, let's think it through, slow it down, and do it right, and not do it fast.
But I think that's what this amendment does, and it clarifies the constitutional issue on the tax structure of the board by saying the funding will be general funds. That gets rid of the constitutional issue altogether, and it also allows for voluntary donations and contributions to the board over and above what the state general funding could be.
It does. I just want to bring it to the attention of this committee, and I want to say Representative Leishman was correct. Way back in the Finance Committee, we went to the Finance Committee, Joint Finance Committee, asking for funds, and he was absolutely right. We didn't have rules in place, and we heard him, and we responded. And we spent the whole year developing rules to put that in place. One of the things that Jelcar asked when we were going through rulemaking, there's no rules in there to accept gifts. So at this point in time, even though it may be in statute, we don't have anything in rules in order for us to accept the gifts if that was so desired.
Okay, so are there other questions? Representative Weiler?
Yes. Representative, can you point to any savings that the board has had to result of being in place?
I wish I could, Representative Weiler. The board has been challenged with a lack of resources. We've been spending a lot of our time working on rules, which were required by the Joint Fiscal Committee. We spent a lot of our time trying to, at this point in time, get an MOU through the process. So we have been trying to build the infrastructure that we need in order to show the results. That's kind of where we are today.
Follow up. Do you know if we still get rebates from the big pharmas?
I would love to answer that question. I don't know, but that's one of the things I think the board's trying to understand is where the money's going.
At one point, we were getting as much as 20 million in rebates from some of the, as you say, we spend hundreds of millions in pharmacy for all the people that we provide medication to. So we were sometimes getting some pretty big rebates.
There was, and also just to bring it to your attention, you may not be aware of this, but Centene, which is one of the managed care organizations that we are working with in the state of New Hampshire, has now decided to pull out of the drug business. And the rationale to it is because they basically got caught with the hand in the cookie jar. They put aside nationally $1.25 billion, and so far they've paid back to states $750 million. So, and the state of New Hampshire did collect some money on that as well. I'm just saying is that should not have happened. The reason why it happened was a colleague of mine in the state of Ohio, working in the same capacity, in a sense, not per se with the Prescription Drug Affordability Board, but working on this issue, uncovered the issues that were going on and brought it to people's attention, and it's now gone national. And that's all because somebody took the time to look under the hood and try to find out what was going on.
We made good use of the fine money.
Can I take 450,000, please?
So to follow up on your question about demonstrated savings, I think there were two states that basically implemented the same model legislation at the same time, Maine and New Hampshire, and all the reports from Maine indicate that they're struggling and they're not having much success getting their program established and really working. So
That is correct, Chairman Edwards, and the rationale that they're running into, the state has not funded their organization of that program either.
Representative Hull, did you have a question? Representative Wallner?
So, Representative Merchant, all of the work that's gone on in the last couple of years with this board has all been voluntary. Is that my understanding?
It's 100% voluntary. We have been fortunate to some degree working with the Department of Health and Human Services. They've been gracious enough to help with some of the administrative functions, but it's been, for the most part, the board itself, all voluntary work.
Including all of the clerical work and
A lot of the work that's being done, you're looking at it.
So,
Thank you.
Representative, but to this point, you should know that rather than trying to kill this, this amendment allows it to continue. It allows you to go get contract support. In the old days, I called them personal services contracts, essentially, an employee to work for you, to do a lot of the work that you've been doing on your own. So there is manpower in here and there is other expenses, and it's all getting paid for by the general funds on the belief that we all share the same objective. We would like to find a way to get a good lever through the use and exploitation of information to help drive a more competitive market. I think the objective is the same. The issue is just, that I've been worried about is just having it done in a way in which our own state government processes respect the checks and balances expected of government and operate with the transparency and the checks and balances that it should. So I think we share a lot in common with the way we view this, but I haven't worked it like you have, so I have I'm less committed to the program than you are, as it makes sense.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. I'll say this. I have worked in this space for over 30 years. It is very complicated. It's very complex. It is a lot of disincentives along the way that people don't really understand unless you're in the space. And my whole goal here is to bring greater transparency to the marketplace to allow the people who are buying prescription drug benefit programs to understand some of the things that are going on in the market so that they can become a better stewards of how they spend the money. In regards to looking at a contract employee, I see this here in the language, Mr. Chairman. In my opinion, of all my years working, contract employees are nice, but they don't end up costing more money ultimately than employees themselves. We talked about this before. I think Representative Weiler, you brought it up, people from Hitchcock. If you're contracted, how much are you actually invested in the process versus being under contract? And I know from my times together, when you have somebody who's actually working for you, who's invested in a program, the way they approach things and how they take on the passion for their job is totally different than somebody sometimes under contract.
Representative Hull, did you have a question?
I was going to summarize what I heard because I think there's part of this, it's finance, but part of this was also rules. And I don't know if the current amendment is clear enough regarding making sure rules are in place, and we might need to tweak it for that. So if Representative Merchant can answer.
Yes, because in order for us to receive grants or funds outside of the general treasury, we're going to have rules according to GELCAR. So that's one of the things, again, rulemaking is a long process. It's arduous at times for those who've been on GELCAR. It's nice because we have a lot of transparency in the process, but it does take time. So I don't want to rely upon grants coming in to help fund the board because the likelihood of that happening over the next 12 months is relatively nil.
So but why isn't the rulemaking in here? Because the rulemaking is in the underlying statute, and I'm not changing that.
Oh, no,
and,
I was going to.
And they have over a year working on the rules already. So, go ahead.
Could we not just give them the ability via statute to receive funds to this organization? I don't see any reason.
That's what this amendment does. It does two things. It converts their tax structure to a general funds,
Yep.
and it opens up an account because we heard New Futures and AARP say they had such strong support for this program that they thought it ought to be funded. So we gave them a vehicle to contribute to this effort. So the funds that the general fund would is just sort of the minimum bid, and then those organizations that voice such strong support have an opportunity to contribute to the effort.
Lines 10 and
Thank you.
11, voluntary contributions.
Correct, but again, I want to point out that in order for that to happen, it does require rulemaking. That's what Jelcar told us. So therefore, in order for us, from a financial point of view, to begin to even consider taking those monies into the coffers to help the board, you're looking at least a 12-month period of time. So when you're looking at funding, the first year will not have any grants coming into it until we get through rulemaking.
Question, Representative Wallner?
When I look at this and I'm looking at, I guess, the budget that was in the governor's budget, the budget that was in the
Correct.
governor's budget, and then I'm looking at what the board adopted, and now I'm looking at a very skinny budget of $75,000, and the contract services are $60,000, and I'm just wondering what kind of, I mean, this feels like to me, I don't know a lot about it, but it feels like to me you need someone who has a lot of expertise. And now we're talking about this person having to probably write rules. And I know that writing rules is complicated.
Mhm.
And the department spends hours and hours and hours and months writing the rules. So
Yep.
what can we get? What are we going to get for $60,000?
Not very much. Just thinking about, again, if the legislative body is truly trying to find a strategy and develop strategies to bring down a $290 million budget just for the state on an annual basis, not including all the other dollars we spend on taxpayers, $60,000 is not going to get us very far. I think we need to have somebody who has the knowledge base that we can hire to help us understand how to develop those strategies. There are strategies out there. I talked to Representative Holt earlier. To give an example, when you start talking about drug waste, just an example, one strategy to talk about, drug waste, folks, there's thousands of dollars that pass through that never get utilized. A lot of the pharma companies of PBMs got caught again sending things to patients without them having asked for it. It was automatic refills. And TRICARE, the government stopped it because people were getting drugs after drugs after drugs, and they were not utilizing it. Why didn't they stop it? Because the only way you make money in the pharmacy supply chain is when you sell something. So there's no incentive to stop the process. At the medical center, we had thousands of dollars in Remicade that we couldn't use. Why? Because they kept coming even though the patient wasn't asked to have it. And the patient would die, the patient would change the therapy, and we couldn't reuse it. We called the manufacturer and said, can we send it back to you? Nope. It's one way only. So $60,000 is peanuts.
So the reason it's 60,000 is because we anticipated some higher lag. If you think that should be 80,000, I'm fine with that. But we should look at this with just a little bit of humility. We are New Hampshire. We're a very small part of the overall international global drug market. We've got the federal government, we're the chief executive who said controlling prescription drug prices is a top administration, whole of government issue priority for them. So to think that we're going to stand something up here in New Hampshire that's going to move the needle in the context of all the global economic issues going on and government regulatory, I don't know. This is why I think this should just take a pause and really make sure that this program is built right and built in consistently with the other levers of government, so that we have, you know, a unified approach to maximize what we're trying to do.
And Representative
So,
Edwards,
so
you-
with that, I think I'm going to just move on this because we've spent time.
Representative Edwards, you could have said it any better than I could. I don't disagree with us sitting down, all of us, including yourself, over the summer and figuring out how to make it right and do it that way versus trying to do it here in 10 minutes in this committee.
It's been more than 10 minutes. This issue has been going since November, and now we're at a point where, you know, to get confidence that there's going to be discussion and a real look at redundancy, we're going to statute, because the comments and requests to look at it for quite a while were pushed aside as not being true observations that there was any redundancy. So I'm sorry, there's a trust but verify moment here too. So so I would like to get a vote on whether or not 1088 should be accepted. Show of hands. Those opposed? Okay, so 1088 has been accepted. There's also a Wallner amendment that does something similar. It's consistent in the sense that I think you recognize that we could move this to general funds, but you kept their budget levels. So do you have anything more to add?
Oh, I think I can see what the vote, I can kind of visualize what the vote will look like. So I'll just withdraw it.
You'll withdraw it? Okay. Thank you.
Representative
And,
Edwards.
and this isn't the end of this conversation. Although it started with you and me in November, I don't think we're done. I mean, probably we're going to have the same conversation in the Senate.
I hope so, Representative Edwards, because prescription drug costs are causing a lot of heartburn, not just for the taxpayers, but for a lot of
Agreed.
people. So
What we've been disagreeing about is whether or not this is an effective use of resources, and if this is the way the government should behave. This was unlimited power, essentially, in a very small group that had no checks and balances. So we have time to look at that as well, I hope.
thank you.
So, what else do we got? We have, where are you at, Mr. Ripple? I asked you to ignore what we were doing here, so that you could focus on that rate.
Let's see.
So how are you doing on the rate paperwork? Do we need to take a recess? Because we could take one if you need some more time to just send your stuff off to OLS.
It would help if the committee took about a 30-minute recess.
All right. Any problems with the 30-minute recess? What else do I need to know about your schedules for today? Anyone got like a doctor's appointment or anything? Okay. You have a 4 o'clock phone call? Okay, quick. Okay, so we're going to be in recess until 4:05. I left it open till 8 o'clock. I hope not to be there this long. That
Wife wants some groceries. I better go get them now.
take care of your wife. Happy wife, happy life.
Want me to come in? Yes. Good. Take a half an hour break.
Testing this mic, it works, okay.
What's your status, Mr. Ripple, regarding having the Medicaid rate increase amendment ready to send over?
It is with OLS, and they're working on it now.
Okay, now, when do you think they'll have that cooked?
I'm honestly not sure. I think it's. I'm really not prepared to commit to a specific time at this point.
Okay, so anticipating that answer, the next question is, do you have enough information that we can share for people to look at so that they can agree on the concept? We can vote on the concept, see it later, and then maybe Friday is nothing more than confirming that it's written the way we wanted it to be. You don't like that, or you're thinking about it?
I think it would be much better if the committee voted on an actual amendment in hand.
Okay. So we're anticipating being here until 8 o'clock at night. Do you think it'll be done by then?
It'll be done by 8. It'll be done before 8 o'clock. I would venture to guess. I don't want to give a time, but I would say before 6.
Okay. All right. So anyone who can hear me, we are out of recess and Division 3 is started up. First item of business, there was some discussion during the break about, and this is a conversation primarily with Mr. Ripple anyways. So Mr. Ripple, on the amendment 1088 Hotel, the one that we just accepted on the Prescription Drug Affordability Board,
Okay.
what we'd like to do is amend this amendment so that instead of it being 75 and 100, it's 250 in each of the years. I know that's the HB1 amendment.
Yep.
So, but I'm just telling you the sort of the whole agreement.
Okay.
So instead of 75, 100, it's 250, 250. Instead of the one contract employee, it's one permanent, and I can write this down for you, but
Okay, so on the House Bill 1 side, it was, I'm sorry, did you say 250 and 250?
yes, sir. And we can talk about the breakdown between the accounts.
Okay.
But so the first thing we need to fund is somewhere there was a budget request where they asked for an executive director. It was a permanent, unclassified position.
Mm-hmm.
We want to approve the executive director position, but we want to sunset it 2 years after hire.
So this will also necessitate a revised version of the House Bill 2 amendment.
Yes, I think so. Because we're changing the one contract employee. So I think that's it. It's 2 year sunset, permanent, unclassified executive director at the level that was specified earlier in the budget process. Total budget 250 and 250. That's going to be my proposed amendment to the amendment here in just a moment, and I'll explain it. I just wanted to make sure that while I had time, Mr. Ripple understood what I was trying to do. Okay, so we have everyone back. Okay, so we just voted 5-4 to accept HB2 item 1088 that basically had a contract employee and of 75,000 and then 100,000 in the second year general fund allocation. and the agreement reached with Representative Mershon was that employee will go back to the executive director, who's going to be an unclassified employee, and the executive director shall be appointed by and serve at the pleasure of the board. We're going to do 250, 250. The sunset on the position will be for 2 years. And that gives him the capacity, the bandwidth to do all the analysis and all the establishment of all of the rules for this very complicated board. So it's less of a beating than what this was. And Representative Merchant and I came to just an agreement that if we did that, he would no longer oppose the amendment. So, okay. Representative somebody, do you have a question?
No, I was just going to say thank you for working that out with Representative Merchant. I think he really appreciated it.
I've worked with him before. Gary and I get along great. We're just a little at odds on this, but I think he's legitimate when he says he wants to work it out. And like I said, we agree on the intent. It's just we have to have the right government approach to trying to achieve that result. So would you state what you heard me say about an amendment to 1088 and the attending HB1 item, please?
So you would like 1088 to be revised so that the board could still employ an executive director. And did you want that to be an unclassified employee still?
If you go and look at 1088,
Yep.
you'll see the strike through.
Okay, so just reverse the strike through.
Reverse the strike through. Yes.
But sunset the position 2 years after hire.
Yes.
All right.
And so that kind of a position will generate salary line and benefits lines and other benefits lines, and whatever is left after that can be put into sort of that general expense line.
Okay. And so on the House Bill 1 side, in addition to that allocation between the personnel class lines, you want the total to be 250,000 per year of general funds.
Yes.
Okay.
Could we put $1 in the other revenue under contributions?
Sure.
Because I'll give them $1. But AARP and new wave, new futures, whatever it is, sounds like they may want to give them a bunch of money.
Yeah, but where are they going to put it, Representative Edwards?
They're going to figure it out. These guys build accounts all the time. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
If you put $1 in via the budget, the account has to be created.
Yeah. So we'll do $1. All right. With that amendment, can I just go ahead and do a vote, show of hands? All those in favor of amending the PDAB amendment as I just described, please raise your hand. Those opposed? Okay, good. Thank you. So we had a discussion on item 10, and I think what we want to do on item 10 is to take those numbers you know what? I think we wanted to cut the general funds by 60%. But what happens to the federal match if we cut it 60% on the system of care? Will that get reduced 60% as well? It probably, right? I didn't consider that in our caucus. Looking at this line item, yeah.
Likely, yes. Again, some of the complexities around these contracts is that the funding source is contingent upon the individual. whether it's Medicaid, Title 4E, foster care, or other federal funds.
Okay, so Ms. Fox, we have a proposal to reduce the general funds numbers to 60% of what's currently shown, which is year one, 12.4 essentially, and year two, again, 12.4.
So, good afternoon. I'm Katya Fox. I'm the director of the Division for Behavioral Health. I know there were questions earlier about this. Be happy to answer those questions, but directly to your point, we put this request in based on experience for contracts that we had never had in place before and funding services that we hadn't funded before. And so we now have better numbers, and this is the request that reflects those to provide support for a workforce that would not be captured in the Medicaid rate increase.
Questions, Representative Hull?
So is it possible for you to break out what of that 12.4 was pre-existing contracts and what of that is new?
So all of the system of care contracts, those were enrolled providers through DCYF, which has a different enrollment than Medicaid. Otherwise, every single contract was brand new and the funding was new as a result of legislative actions in previous years. So there is no history because we just got these contracts in place within about a year ago, I believe. Yeah, these funds would be brand new because after our experience, we found that the providers are short, and in order to have the capacity, they don't have the workforce, and this would provide that funding that has been identified as needing to be able to fully use the capacity, the beds that they have, and to fully staff and utilize those beds.
So looking at this, maybe, what year did we have the bucket with all the holes in it? That stuff was draining out. Anyway, that was a transportation bucket, if I recall.
Get the mic just a little closer. All right? My hearing's getting worse.
One year we had a bucket that had a bunch of holes and stuff was pouring through. If we're trying to fill in the gaps right now in the overall budget, and we're starting up new programs with new contracts, unfortunately, that's an area that unfortunately makes high on the list of things that might be an area to try and find some money. So I'm guessing my question to you is, if we were to cut it back to 60% of the anticipated ask, what can you do with that? Is 60% or roughly 60% the right number? Is there a particular set of contracts that you guys would say, these are the ones that we want, and these are the 3 or 4 that are really important to us, we take these over the others?
The contracts are underfunded because we had the lack of experience to determine what the cost was going to be. Again, that we have those 3 buckets of funding, and we're finding that many of the children that need these residential services are not DCYF involved, so we can't use the federal funds that come for DCYF. They're not for Medicaid expenses, Medicaid billable expenses. And in fact, we're going to be coming to the fiscal committee in April asking for a transfer of funds into this line item to help support shortfalls in these contracts.
I'm still thinking.
And I hope I'm answering your questions.
No, this is good information. It's
Representative Wallner?
Thank you for being here. So before you came, Nathan said that this is probably affects about 400 to 500 people, children. And what I'm interested in, all of these programs are 24-hour programs. They're all running. They all have children in them. And what happens if this rate increase is not in place, and we know what the cost to take, we know that this is a very expensive service. Are these providers going to be viable? Do you have a feeling that any of them would leave the field and not be able to take care of some of our kids?
So I don't have hard data on that, so I want to make sure that I give you that context. However, there are providers that are struggling mightily and may choose not to continue to provide the services to the state. And if you recall, I think we did a presentation talking about the different levels of care. And so we're finding that the levels of care that are needed in the community it's based on acuity. And so the level 3 and level 4s are the ones that you start ratcheting up the acuity level. And so that requires a staffing ratio. If those children aren't getting the services through these programs, I think that we could speculate on where they would end up and what would happen with families, with the youth detention center, et cetera.
Representative Weiler?
Thank you. Did the governor's people give a reason why they didn't fund this?
We didn't receive any specific reason. My assumption is, like many of our prioritized needs, they were working within their revenue projections.
Thank you.
So in other words, the governor didn't have the revenue to fund it. It was considered, and at this point, we're starting to think that we may have less money than the governor. So this is not an easy decision. Are there any? You have a Representative Stringham?
How many facilities are you talking about for these 400 to 500 beds?
I have the notes. I'd have to go back and just check it. Oh, 17. No, there are more than that. I have some additional. So I think we have 31 programs, I believe. So when we talk about programs, then we talk about the actual contracts. I want to get the accurate number and not state something erroneously, but I can get that information.
Question for either of you: are the contracts cost based, or are they fixed rate with a point in time with after you've done cost analysis, you re-review the rates, or something else?
Typically with these contracts, it's cost reimbursement, but Nathan's scrolling through the contract to see what the payment terms are.
So it could be we've been making payments and on a projection basis, and then the cost reconciliation is coming up with something different.
No, so the governor and council is extremely adamant about never paying in advance. 95% of our contracts are cost reimbursement. If they're not cost reimbursement, they're payment upon deliverable. I'm just verifying that this is cost reimbursement. So we follow the same process whereby we receive invoices before we make payment for these individuals.
And because of that, so they need to have a bed filled in order to bill. And if they have staffing shortages, they're unable to bill because, and so that makes it precarious for them and puts them at risk. We don't pay for empty beds.
So is one of the possibilities of a non-funding of this request just a reduction in the number of available services or beds with this, which would free up enough money to raise the rates, but dramatically reduce our capacity?
I think the answer is yes. And Mr. Chairman, to your point, asking about the reduction by 60%, I think that, 60%, so 40% reduction. So I would advocate for any funding that you could provide and find room in as you do your projections and your funding, knowing that it still will be short, but it's better than nothing.
More comments, questions? Representative Hall, did you have a proposal?
I think I'd leave the proposal, what was discussed, and start there, and just, I guess, can you prioritize some of the programs, because it's not 60% of the rate increase, right? That doesn't help, because that may not attract the staff as necessary. It might be that certain facilities or programs see a larger increase, but you don't fund all of them.
I think we want to take that back, but yes, that would be something that we would consider.
So I thought the proposal I was expecting was that you were going to ask us for a straw vote on taking this line item and making it 60% of the request. That's what I
Sure.
thought you were going to say.
I will gladly make that request. So, Mr. Chair, would you please do a straw vote on line 10 at 60% of these numbers?
I will. It's surprising. So all those in favor of reducing line 10 to 60% of the ask, raise your hand. Opposed? Okay. All right. So I want to talk about Representative Wallner's amendment. We've already passed one of them. This one I want to talk about next is the $7 million one, 1093. I have on my note that we want to, I wrote sunset, but I didn't say what I meant about that. What, do you recall what we were going to do on sunsetting this? Is there any component of this that we said we could sunset?
I think I thought when you said it, I thought you were saying that it would, at the end of the biennium, it would have to be revisited.
Okay, I like that. I just didn't want to misremember something. So my motion, if you'll accept this, is I'd like to go ahead and accept your amendment as is with the provision that this expires at the end of this budget. Okay, all those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, that passes. So now we're going to talk about line item 5.
Sorry, could I just ask which amendment number that was?
Yes, sir. That was the 1093.
Okay, thank you.
So it was all fine, except we just need to position it so it expires at the end of this budget cycle. Okay. Are you caught up?
Yes, and just to be clear, so you did not take a similar vote on 1090?
We have not.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, did we agree on the language that it was going to be instead of 85%, 350% of FPL? I thought we did.
I think we did, but do you mind what did we decide on that one? I would like to try to get consistent language across statutes so that legislators can compare apples to apples, so when we know we're doing something in program X that it should be related to program Y. What do you think about that? In this case, I think it turns out to be more money if you make the eligibility a different, the comparable FPL number.
Is it Fed language that came along with a match?
This is the federal language, okay? But there are many programs, including childcare at this point, that use percentage of poverty. So, I mean, I think it can be either way. I think it will cost a little more if you do the 350.
So if this is compatible with the federal language, I don't want to make that more complicated. I want the federal language to be easily interpreted.
Okay.
Okay.
Great.
All right.
It's a little less, I think, too.
So,
Yeah.
so I think, did we do a straw vote on that? Yes? Okay. So then I was getting ready to talk about line item 5. Line item 5, without interruption, is the home voting formula grant. Visiting. My eyesight is not good. Home visiting formula grant. Representative Erf, do you have a recommendation on this, or was that Representative Mooney that was going to talk about this? Yeah. So we're going to.
Not approved in the governor's phase.
Mic on.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move to delete then that line.
Conversation around deletion of line 5.
You know how I feel. I'm
Right.
going to vote no.
So, okay,
It's
so
important.
motion on deletion of line 5. Raise your hands if you're in favor. Opposed? Okay, so we're going to delete that line. Okay. Now we'll go to the Wallner Amendment 1090. This one had an effect of about 2.9 million. We wanted to make sure that this sunset so that it was just during this budget year. Were there any other changes in there? I see notes on our discussions, but I don't see anything else that needed to be tweaked. You see anything else that we'd agreed to tweak?
No, I see nothing else.
Okay, so I propose that we accept 1090 with the provision that this will sunset at the end of this budget cycle. Right? Okay. All right, all those in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? Okay.
Mr. Chair, did we already do 1060? I think we did.
Yes.
Okay, so let's come to the SYSC line. Representative Hull, did you have something you'd like us to vote on?
So, as proposed before, right, we should include the right, we should ask the department to put in the body scanner. I did look, it is an x-ray system, but it is versus millimeter wavelength, but it is not something that's going to create issues. I still would leave the funding at the 999, $10 million total, which is approximately a $2.5 million reduction in the overall budget.
And so that includes the flexibility to be put in the footnote to go buy that piece of equipment.
Correct. And it includes the flexibility to move money around within the accounts as appropriate.
Go ahead.
So I think if you're reducing the entire budget to 10 million per year, then I don't really have any detail on how to reduce the individual line numbers, unless you want a proportional reduction. So if you're going to go that route, it might be better to just do this as a House Bill 2 appropriate. I know you've already voted to take it out of House Bill 2, but it might be better to do it as a House Bill 2 appropriation of a straight 10 million per year.
Can't we keep it in HB1 with the footnote that the department can move between expense items without fiscal approval?
You could, but all of the individual class lines add up to 11,123,000 in the first year and 11,409,000 in the second. So
just do a proportional reduction to get to 10 million.
Okay.
And with a footnote, and that way it still lives in HB1.
Okay.
That would mean none of the class lines are budgeted accurately because the personnel class lines are to the dollar based on people in those positions today, or if they're vacant, they're funded at step one.
So you're saying you'd want to keep the personnel line item the same and the benefits the same, and that any modification to get to the 10 million should come from the other expense lines?
The medical staff is also a contracted line. I mean, I think if it's if it's the intention of the committee to reduce it to 10 million at this point in time, just given the time we have, I mean, I don't know if you just give an HB2 provision, as Kevin was suggesting, to provide a back of the budget cut for those years.
You trailed off because my hearing is bad. That
Sure.
last sentence about the next year, what did you?
I mean, I think at this point in time, given where we're at, and I won't necessarily have time to work with the finance team and Joe Ribsum to determine which lines we should reduce, whether it's an HB2 provision that essentially directs the department to cut state fiscal year 24 by 1.1 million and 1.4 million dollars, and state fiscal year 25 as an HB2 provision, if that would be the best way to go, so that we're not creating class lines that are inaccurate.
The majority of the money is in personnel.
He's just saying leave it in HB2.
I know, but we spent so much time talking about getting from HP2 to HP1 so future budget committees can have continuity and,
I get it, but if we're gonna do this, that's the recommendation, and it makes sense.
all right.
Okay, so do I understand this correctly? A House Bill 2 appropriation of 10 million per year, stating that of that, 300,000 shall be used for the purchase of a full body scanner?
Um, I would almost prefer something like, not to exceed 325,000 or, so that if they get a deal for 260, they can use the change.
An amount not to exceed 325,000.
And we think it's going to be 300,000. I've heard it could be as low as 250. I just don't want to whatever excess money can be reapplied somewhere else. I want it available.
Got it.
Representative Wallner, or do you have a question, Representative Mooney? You almost never speak. Do you have something to say?
Thank you. You had mentioned, Mr. White, that there are contract agreements, perhaps maintenance agreements and the like. Are the figures we're tossing around now about this body scanner going to cover all of the expenses, not just the purchase? Thank you.
Well, we would be reducing the entire budget by $2.5 million. So to hit those numbers, we would probably have to hold positions vacant or find funding from somewhere and make certain assumptions through a transfer process to figure that out. So.
I'd like to recess for 5 minutes. Okay, we're going to come back out of our caucus recess, and Representative Hull, what do you have to say?
After much discussion, instead of adjusting the entire budget and moving it to HB2, we'll reduce the reduction that we were talking about and take out the $1 million, which is the $500,000 per year in overtime, leaving the rest of the budget where it is, but allowing the flexibility to still move money amongst accounts if you need to do overtime.
Okay. So, any further discussion on that? Do you understand, Mr. Ripple? You got it?
I do. So zero out the overtime, add a footnote allowing flexibility to move between accounts without going to fiscal, and also allowing for or requiring up to 325 to be spent on a scanner.
Right.
The 325 comes out of this total somewhere, wherever.
Yes, not in addition to, it's part of it, yep.
Representative Wallner?
And the flexibility to move between lines includes personnel?
It would be all lines
All lines.
if it's written the way I expect it to be written.
Okay, all lines.
I think that was the intent, was all lines, right? We're trying
All
to give them
lines.
an operating budget.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. So, if you're in favor of the new whole proposal, raise your hand. If you're opposed to the whole, okay. So, all right. So we're going to go with the whole proposal, please. Let's bring up the IRF amendment to line 24, the back of the budget personnel reduction. Do you have that? Was the IRF amendment passed out yesterday?
Just one moment. You had a version.
My version, and then there was an IRF amendment, I believe.
Well, this one is also in your name, and I do have it back.
God, he's good at
Mr. Chair, is 0927H still in play, though, for the purpose of discussion?
I'm sort of lost. What was the purpose of that?
That was the same back of the budget. I'm not sure of the difference real quick. I'll look at it. Okay.
So I believe that's why we're talking about 1149 first. Go ahead.
Are you ready for me? Okay. All right. So this is limiting 3 categories of head counts, and then eliminating then the money, the revenue, the general fund freeing up is coming from eliminating the positions above those head counts. So in the case of full-time permanent, it's restricting it to 3,000, which nets out to 213 full-time permanent positions. I guess we're above that, that were funded, fully funded. I'm not mistaken. Is that I read that correct? Or 22 full-time? What is how to read that, Mr. Ripple?
There are 22 full-time temporary positions that are currently funded that would not be funded as a result of this amendment.
Okay, so 213 permanent full-time would not be funded, 22 temporary full-time would not be funded, and 84 temporary part-time would not be funded. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, over the 2 years. So the net result of removing those positions is the $27,900,000 you see, the reduction in general funds.
Is that accurate? that with these personnel limitations, the net effect is we'd expect 27.9 million?
That's correct, although that figure is an estimate. It assumes,
On who gets, I get it. It's,
yes.
And to be clear, at
I'm
least from
just
my
looking.
point of view,
yeah.
I can't speak for anybody else. The idea behind this is again to boost the Medicaid, the funds available to the Medicaid rate enhancements. From my point of view,
I agree. Anytime we can find any money, I want to put it into the Medicaid rate. All right. So Representative Wallner or Nordgren, either of you?
So the 213 positions, are they filled positions or are they positions where some are unfilled?
that's a great question, Representative Morgan. I apologize. I should have been much more clear about that. I don't have my notes in front of me, but they're definitely not filled positions. In fact, they even, in all three cases, they leave quite a bit of headroom. Off the top of my head, they're about they still have quite a few vacancies, up to 80% of their current total 100% in each of the three cases. So no case it was that it was a position filled with a person filled, eliminated. That didn't happen at all. And there are also still empty, fully funded positions in each of those three categories.
Thank you.
So let me just expound on that. But, okay, so when we did something similar last budget, at the time, the department had something like 3,200 and change authorized full-time permanent employees. They had only 2,650 that were actually filled. So when we set the limit at 3,000, the working logic at the time was that gave them the ability to prioritize the hire of 350 employees, up to 350 new employees. And given the workforce vacancy rates across the state, it didn't seem like that was going to be a harsh limit, that they were going to have trouble filling all those anyways. At least that was what was in my mind. And so this continuation of effectively a 3,000 limit ceiling, I don't know what the actual fill rate is this time around. I think I've asked, I've probably been told 3 times, but I think they probably have somewhere in the 2,000s for actual fill. So they probably still have some room between the fill that they're at and 3,000. Yes.
So could Mr. White, do you have any comment to make?
So,
Sorry.
Just to be clear, so the 213 positions and the 22 full-time, 84 part-time, that assumes those positions are 100% general funds. Very few of our positions are 100% general funds. So, like, some really quick back of the envelope math, we have about $360 million of personnel costs. And that includes OT, part-time, full-time, class 10, class 12. Some quick math, you take 50% of that, you're basically at about $174 million in general funds. So, and then you take the 27.9 and you apply that to that, this would force us to have a minimum vacancy rate of what I'm estimating, I'm just doing some quick math here, 15 to 16% of our positions. So we had a 21% vacancy rate in November. The commissioner has been pushing HR to develop very clear strategies for hiring. We're currently 19%. This is going to hurt the department in a really bad way if we're targeting positions. The people are the heart of the department. And when it comes to New Hampshire Hospital, Hampstead, the Path Center, basically, if this goes through come July, I'm going to tell Joe Ripsum, hold X number of child protective service workers vacant for the biennium. I'm going to tell Melissa Hardy, hold X number of adult protective service workers. And, you know, for this biennium, it's $22.6 million. And for New Hampshire Hospital, that equated to over $3 million in general funds positions. So it's going to be that much higher. But DCYF, that's the area with the positions. BFA, that's the area with the positions. New Hampshire Hospital, Glencliff, all of these areas, that's what we'd be targeting. I totally recognize the difficult place that you are in because you guys probably say same thing about me, but it's not lost on me by any means. But I think to target the personnel, I don't think, and I spoke with the commissioner about this earlier, we don't think that's a good way to go about this at all. If you want to give us a back of the budget cut, fine, give us a back of the budget cut. But the 3,000 positions and the 213, they're meaningless because we actually receive a much deeper cut when we're targeting general funds and personnel only.
So what's your offer on the back of the budget dollar cut?
I mean, a worse, or I don't know. It's kind of like lemon juice or salt in a wound.
Yes, which?
And so if we're going to put salt in the wound, I would rather just have a back of the budget cut and not target personnel.
We're in
that's what we
agreement.
need to
I'm
do.
just asking you for the number now.
A number?
We're going to do a back of the budget cut. So what would that number be?
That's not,
I think that's really a policy decision. I mean, we submitted our agency budget, and I mean those were our priorities.
Can I ask a different question?
Go ahead. Representative Weiler?
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
When I look through your budget, I see a lot of contracts that go out to others. What percentage do you think is going out in contract in your budget? And some of the lines I look at it's almost 30-40% going out in contracts.
Sure. It is a significant number. Our personnel is about 10% of our budget. I mean, we have accounts, like we have the DD account that's $400 and some odd million each year. We have our MCO, you know, that our 7948, our class line is $400 million, you know, for our managed care. I don't have that figure off the top of my head, but it would probably be north of $1 billion if you looked at our class 102 and class 74.
Thank you. I also see that as a place to save.
Sure.
But it's,
Representative Erf?
it's 5:00.
So a couple comments. I understand your position, as noted. I will just note that these positions have never been, well, I should never might be strong, but certainly I would say in your tenure been filled. We're talking in the case of the full-time, not permanent, you've got 45 of 110 filled right now, as I understand. And in the case of the part-time, 247 of 419. In the case of the permanent full-time, those positions have been vacant, many of them since 2018 at least. We've gone back that far. But let's go with your approach, and we just name a number, back of the budget cut or reduction, whatever. Will you not fight to get that eliminated in the Senate because it's a non-specific reduction? Because in the past, we have been admonished as a committee for not being specific about areas that we want to see reductions in.
So I mean, I think you already know that, of course, we're going to advocate not to have the back of the budget be cut because like for this year alone, there's, I think, an estimated $89 million agency lapse. And typically the state looks to us for about half of that. So for the current biennium, you've probably heard me at fiscal, we've had to reduce our personnel by $22.6 million. And so for this past biennium, I think our expenditure lapse was roughly $26.4 million because we're traditionally, our lapse is often coming from some of those personnel, but it was a little bit different this year. And I respect and understand the position that you are in and that criticism that you have faced. I'm really concerned about how this kind of it's not consistent with what the commissioner has been saying publicly, has been talking to the public about, talking to the staff about her priority to try to get the staffing levels back up to where they should be, just because, well, the pandemic does feel like a really long time ago. You know, we had quite a bit of churn through that. And, you know, we're still feeling those effects. I just did a staff survey for my division. It's still in process, but the feedback that I'm getting still is they still feel overworked. They still feel pressed. And we're doing things to change that, but I'm just really concerned about another target to the personnel. I just don't think in the long run that's going to allow us to effectively, implement the Medicaid rates, implement the mental health agreement efforts, and all the other projects that we want to do for the citizens of New Hampshire.
So here's what I would propose, that we stick with the only putting the cap on the full-time permanent positions, which I think is another amendment that folks mentioned earlier. So we don't constrain them on their flexibility with regard to the temporary positions that have different ratios. But again, these positions have not been filled. It's nothing to do with COVID. Going way back before COVID, they've not been filled.
So let's act on that and shift the conversation over to 0927, which is, I think, the amendment you were referring to. And this is 23.4 based on continuing the imposition of the same ceiling that we've operated under the current year. Representative Stringham, did you want to look at this before you asked your question? You had one earlier.
Well, if it's okay, before you jump to that, but we have roughly 3,000 employees. 213 would be about 7%. I'm just wondering if the $360 million in personnel cost, did we do 2 years in one of these and 1 year for the other? Or are you really looking at 15 to 16% reduction?
Oh, I apologize. I was just doing some very quick math here, but the way that plays out, though, and I think we've talked about this before, is we never even have an opportunity to post those positions, so it effectively creates that vacancy rate because it constricts us there. Again, I think that if we can have more, if we do have a back of the budget cut, more flexibility in what that looks like. And, I think Representative Erf is accurate, particularly with the part-time employees. There have been positions that have been vacant for some time. I mean, I think that's certainly an area that we would likely lapse from. I think it's just trying to find a balance between recognizing the fact that we will still have vacancies, but also recognizing the fact that there are a lot of very clear concerted efforts on the part of leadership to fill those positions to get us closer to where we should be.
Just a follow-up too. We're kind of unique among states. I think one of your first presentations compared the number of employees per dollar of spend that we have in Health and Human Services. And there's a pretty unique structure in New Hampshire compared to all of our comparables, in that we do a lot more work and do a lot more spending with fewer employees, and we rely substantially more on, as Chairman Weiler mentioned, on contract cases. So would it be easier for you to work with dollar constraints rather than personnel constraints?
Yes.
So the question that Representative Erf raised, though, is if we put in a dollar amount without being able to back it up with some sort of change in operations, that I guess by protocol is frowned upon and not is respected in the other body. So completely disjointing these two things and just doing the money, it probably exposes the money part of it to being assailed easily. So I think that's what I heard. Representative Weiler.
It's been a few years since I walked around your offices in the various buildings, but even when it was back around 2,200, 2,300 employees, and we said you could go to 3,000, I don't see how you could have done that without leasing another building. Have you had any more buildings in the last couple of years?
So DHHS has embraced the technology that came available during the pandemic, and most areas use a hybrid model. Before I took this role, I was running the Contracts Bureau, and what we did there is we actually implemented desk share programs so that people would share desks. Some would be in certain days, some would be in other days, to try to take advantage both of the of really the benefit of you know, staff morale and retention with those programs, but then also just recognize the fact that we do have limited space, and that's how we've been able to do that. And DPHS has been doing that for years.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Representative Hull.
Thank you. So I guess, oops.
That's okay.
Go ahead, Representative Wallner. Representative Hull is deferring to you.
Okay. I guess I know you reviewed this, and I want to review it one more time so I have it straight in my head. When we do a back of the budget cut like this, whether it's personnel or just an open-ended back of the budget, we risk losing federal funds. Often it's a 50-50, so 23 million becomes really 46 or maybe somewhat less depending on the match of whatever you decide to reduce the budget by. So that's service to our citizens. We're losing 50 million, close to $50 million worth of service. And I know you and I talked about this, and I think you just alluded to it, but in every budget in the last several bienniums, there has been a lapse requirement. How much lapse requirement have you had on top of these back of the budgets, which also means you'll be probably losing federal funds?
Sure. So as I indicated earlier, generally speaking, so the lapse is technically in the surplus statement. It's not in HB1, it's not in HB2, it's the assumptions upon which the legislature balances the budget. In 22, the total lapse for the state was $64.8 million in the General Education Trust Fund and $89.5 in state fiscal year 23. And so you take half of that, and that's what's been expected from DHHS.
So you had to lapse on top of the back of the budget. You had to lapse an additional 32 and an additional 45.
Yeah, that's been the general expectation, yes.
And most of that also entailed you losing federal funds?
So it certainly could. I think one thing just to recognize is that if we do receive federal funds or we do receive an appropriation of general funds to implement a program, if we don't have the personnel available or we can't fill those personnel and we can't spend those dollars, we may either lose that match or we may actually not spend the federal dollars or the general fund appropriation, lapse that back to the federal government or lapse that back to the general fund coffers.
So we end up losing it in both federal and general fund services.
One way or another.
Thank you.
Let me just challenge that logic for just a moment, though. At some point, we have a limit on how much general funds that we're even able to spend. Whether, if the theory was that every dollar in general funds that we spend, that we're going to get more federal money, we could go to infinity in the general funds and get infinity times 2 back from the feds. So there is some natural upper limit to how many general funds we can invest. We know that right now the governor's budget is counting on more revenue than we are projecting at this point, and we're getting warning signs from the Senate that it's going to be even lower than the House version. So somewhere along the line, we have to worry about where our general funds are going. We're not going to be losing if we take this 23.4 million. I think we're trying to move it over to the Medicaid rate targeting. If we're in the Medicaid rate targeting, we may actually get reimbursed at the same level we would have if it had been in this account, but we may actually get a higher yield from the feds by putting it through Medicaid rate expansion. So the part of your argument I'm challenging is that we're going to lose federal money. We're just going to get the same or more federal money by putting it into Medicaid tax rate, or excuse me, rate hikes than if we kept it in headquarters people. Go ahead, Representative Weiler.
Many of the items we see in fiscal are moving the date of a federal grant. Oh, so we're going to give it another year or so. So if we move money out of something that was going to be a federal grant and we didn't get to use it up at the rate we thought we would, we quite often, the feds let us keep it and move it to another year. So a lot of this losing all these federal funds doesn't happen. They've already written off the funds they sent to us and give us more time to spend them. That's why we have so many items in fiscal saying the lapse date shall be changed to such and such. See that all the time. Thank you.
Who is next, Representative Irf?
We're not losing any federal funds match because these positions that we're reducing the funding for are not going to be filled. As I said, this has nothing to do with COVID. These positions have been vacant for like 6 or more years.
But if you
And
do
to
a
that
straight-
point, the ceiling of 3,000 is the same as the ceiling in this past budget. So this is not money that got spent in the last budget, and this would just continue it into the next budget. So there's kind of no change at that level. Was there another over here, Representative Hull?
Sure. Comparing the differences between 927 and 1149, right? And this is to Mr. White. If I heard him correctly, he'd rather have a dollar value than us kind of meddling with full-time, temporary, part-time, temporary positions. I guess my question for him is, if we kept the 27.9 as the cost reduction and allowed it to go to personnel-related class, but expanded line 6 in 927 to personnel-related class reductions and maybe contract, and then use the explanation of deleting the 213 unfilled, right, for some period of time positions as part of the justification. Could you accept that, right? I guess I'm making a change, said another way, to 927 of increasing line 6 to 27.9 and allowing you beyond just personnel class lines, maybe some additional places you could go in contracts to find that money.
So you just to clarify, so you're referring to 1149H only? Like that
I'm okay. So we can use either one as the baseline. If we use 1149.
No, we can't. We're talking about 927. All the conversations should
Okay,
stay
so let's use
based.
927.
Okay.
Right, change line 6 to 27.9. But change also on line 6 that the reduction could be beyond just personnel related class lines to allow you some contract lines to have access to because you might find savings there.
So you're going to increase the amount that we have to lapse with the flexibility that it can come from other places?
Correct.
I honestly don't think that it's, I mean, I would probably need to speak with the commissioner about that option. I mean, I don't think either one is a great option. And moreover, the 3,000 position count, it's not meaningful, because when we're talking about 27 million or 24 million dollars of general funds, again, most of those positions are 50-50, and it's going to be a lot more than 3,000. Like it's, quick math, it's probably closer to 2,800 that we wouldn't be able to fund. So I don't think, I think the most benefit comes from focusing on the dollar amount of what you want to do there. I mean, I think my position is pretty clear. It's going to hurt us one way or another. It's just to the extent that it does, because as Representative Wallner pointed out, we still have to find whatever the lapse ends up being, you know, whether the committee of conference assumes 2% or 3% or 4%. all those contract dollars that aren't spent are still going to probably need to go towards that lapse. So if we have at the back of the budget cut and a lapse, whether there's flexibility here or flexibility on the lapse, we're going to have to intentionally hold positions vacant one way or another.
Mr. Ripple, what is the current lapse in HB2? Do you remember?
Well, there's a back of the budget reduction in the current House Bill 1 of 22.6 million that's related to personnel class lines.
But unless I'm mistaken, there's no lapse called for in the current budget. Is that right?
That's correct. The lapse expectation is not written into law.
Right. So we did not require a lapse. We did just the
Yeah.
back of the budget reduction of full-time permanent positions.
Correct, but the way that the surplus statement has historically been interpreted, even though it's not technically part of state law, that's the basis upon which the Department of Administrative Services and the governor's office looks to DHHS and other agencies when they're looking for their lapse at the end of the year.
That's on you, so to speak, not on us. The reason, again, going back to the reason for this is not just to say we want to lapse money. It's to say let's release these general funds so we can apply them into the Medicaid rates and hopefully get above that $40 million threshold we're talking about for Medicaid rate increases, $40 million per year for Medicaid rate increases.
Mr. Chair, I'd propose that we move 927 hotel as we have in front of us.
Mr. Chair,
Representative Nordin?
could we have a 5-minute break, please?
Sure.
Okay, thanks.
We'll vote when we come back.
Okay,
5-minute recess.
thank you. Jane went away. She went away to take a phone call.
second warning. This one was actually close to 5 minutes. Yeah. All right. We're back out of recess. Representative Erf, would you bring us up to speed on recommended changes to 0927?
So Mr. Ripple's actually working on a clean version so y'all can read it. But here's, and I discussed this with Mr. White as well. So looking at 927, starting towards the end of line 5, where it said is hereby directed to reduce personnel-related class lines, change that to is hereby directed to reduce state general fund appropriations by same amount, and then delete in general funds because the GF is mentioned in the clause before, for the biennium ending June 30, 2025, and then on line 7, delete all the way up to the period. So the period would fall at the end of line 6. The 3,000 limit would still apply, but it wouldn't be directed for the funding to come out of the full-time permanent personnel lines. First of all, does that just make sense? Does everybody understand the wording?
So, Mr. Ripple, it looks like you want to say something.
No. I can make copies of what Representative Erf just described if you're willing to tolerate my handwritten scrawl.
Let's do that.
Okay.
So the idea is to provide more flexibility to the department while still being specific about what we're trying to accomplish, and hopefully still being able to use these funds to apply to the Medicaid rate increases. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, is the intent to just have that so we can look at it, or are we going to vote from a
I'm
handwritten
feeling like
copy?
we're going to vote on it, but to vote on it, I want you to be able to see exactly what just got verbally described. The part that's not going to be written is our intent is we're looking for money to move into a higher priority I think, of increasing the Medicaid rate hikes, because I think our number one problem in the state from a healthcare perspective is the ER boarding. That's the symptom of a tremendous amount of dysfunction throughout the state. To the extent that we can address that, we should be a healthier, happier state. So I'm just saying, if I'm going to spend money on personnel in the department versus Medicaid money to build out the delivery system, I think where we're at, I would prioritize building out the delivery system. While you're handing that out, Mr. Ripple, you haven't gotten any sort of update from OLS on the Medicaid expansion? I have not. Okay. So I would just observe that this language initially came from what we did in HB2, basically word for word with what we did in HB2 last term. And with these changes that Representative Erf is proposing, this actually is more permissive than what we are doing in the current year. So I think everyone's had an opportunity to read this language. I don't think it's changed anyone's positions, except I think it's made the prevailing position probably more flexible for the department. So if there's no further discussion, I'd like to go ahead and take a straw vote on this. All in favor of accepting 0927 with the handwritten changes done by Mr. Ripple, please raise your hand. Opposed? Okay. All right. Thank you. So everybody should check me, because I think we're down to one last item, and that is the Medicaid targeted rate hikes. That's the last issue. Is there anything else?
I still have my amendment hanging out there in the ether.
Oh, let's do yours now then.
Does HHS give you overtime?
Okay. So look for Representative Tulersky's amendment. It was basically adding 625,000 to a coalition for SUD issues. Do you recall the number?
It's an HB1 amendment. It's an HB1 amendment
Oh, HB1. Okay.
with a list of 5 regional groups.
Oh, I have one. I actually found a piece of paper. All right. So this is Representative Tulersky's proposal. Is there any discussion on this proposal? Representative Mooney?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if perhaps we could reduce the amount, considering the circumstance we're in, to $40,000 per organization listed here in the HB1 amendment description.
So we're changing the proposed change of 625 to 200.
Correct. That's my motion.
Any discussion on that proposal? Okay, so we're going to do a
I was just going to say I was planning to vote against it, but at this level, I think I support it.
So your opposition, I'm just curious about what your opposition was at 625.
Well, it's just that it's it's a select group of providers, and rather than kind of put out for wider distribution, whether it's the right group or not. But they have been fairly well organized, and they do good work. So at this level, I'm comfortable putting some support in.
Thank you for sharing that. Any other comments, Representative Weiler?
Do these groups get any money from like United Fund or any of these other charitable funds, Pew Trust or anybody?
I know that the United Way actually is the fiscal agent for the national organization. I don't know if that's all of them or not.
Thank you.
But yesterday we had a discussion, I think, on that there's some match money that the organization is going to attempt to solicit, and that the match money is somehow meant to be comparable to the general funds. At least this is what I'm thinking I remember.
It was a little unclear. I think after our conversation and looking at the questions, it was unclear on the answer,
Okay, so
being honest.
So the part of it that is probably clear, though, is that they have an internal expectation that they're going to go raise supplemental funds. And I would assume the fact that they can say that they've gotten some general funding could help prime the pump for their fundraising, if they market it that way. All right. So all those in favor of accepting the Tulerski HB1 amendment at 200,000 versus 625 a year, please raise your hand. Opposed? Okay. So, oh, you don't know what exhausted is. Welcome to finance. All right. So, Representative Mooney, you handed me this for a reason, and I'm not sure what this is for.
Yesterday, it's up to you.
So we're discussing, just so you know, it says IRF on it, and it's an HB2 item, and its number is 1053. It's related to construction funds. I don't think that we need to pick this up because what the Finance Committee passed and what the floor amendment is for this week, I think has already taken care of the construction fund issue. I don't know that this adds anything because we're going to pass something. Go ahead.
Putting aside what happens on the floor or anytime, this basically goes back to the $10 million of general funds, which is currently in being pulled out of FY23. It's I didn't know if we'd voted on it or not voted on it. I'm trying to find it on the list, but I know where it appears on my list.
I thought we had voted it. Is that the one to make everything come from
ARPA or
ARPA?
whatever.
So
I thought we voted on it too, but if you're
it-
bringing it up,
and
maybe
it-
we didn't.
And it
No, I think the appropriation was 21.6 and that it was all meant to be ARPA unless they ran out of ARPA, in which case the governor would come back and request
Right.
general funds.
But I note that on on the sheet that Mr. Kane produced for us this morning, he still shows the 10 million Sununu money on there. You know, then how he produces that.
I thought he took off the 10 million for the Sununu Center. However, I think he was planning on carrying 6.6 million in general funds if House Bill 49 becomes law, assuming 15 million ARPA and the remaining 6.6 general.
So where it says 10 now, we'd strike through that and make it 6.6.
Well, effectively, yes. The 10 would be removed and there'd be 6.6 million associated with House Bill 49.
And why is that?
That's if you voted to undo Amendment 1053.
Oh, is that what we're voting to do? To undo 1053 now?
Right now, we're discussing 1053.
Have we previously approved it?
You had approved it previously.
Okay, so it's backwards in my head. I am predisposed to thinking that 49 in one way or another is going to pass the House and it's going to go to the Senate, and the appropriation amount is going to remain 21.6 with the use of ARPA money first. That any gap can be picked up by general funds. So why wouldn't we just put like 6.6 of general funds into an HB1 budget line item so that we're not surprised if they have to come back for general funds?
I don't think you need to do that. The surplus statement that Mike Kane produces will show 6.6 million in general funds associated with House Bill 49. I think what Representative Irf's amendment, which was adopted previously, was designed to do is eliminate the hit to the general fund at all by requiring that the entire 21.6 be ARPA.
Which is consistent with what ended up, the Finance Committee voted that out, and the floor amendment keeps the same language. So why do we need this HB2 item?
The language in House Bill 49 does not require that everything be general funds. It allows the governor to use ARPA does not require that everything be ARPA funds. It allows the governor to use ARPA funds to the extent available. this would require the exclusive use of ARPA or federal. I have to look up the exact language, but it would require the exclusive use of ARPA funds.
Okay, so what happens if he's out of ARPA funds?
Use general funds.
As
And
the
if
amendment
this is in
reads,
law, what happens?
it reads, including any funds which have previously been allocated by the governor but which have not been expended. So if Gopher had allocated ARPA to a different purpose, but they hadn't been spent, the governor would have to find the money there.
What if he can't? And this is in effect. What happens then?
Then there's no alternative. It's ARPA or nothing under that amendment.
But more importantly, I still don't understand why there would be some money left in general funds if this has already passed and been accounted for.
There wouldn't be. If 1053 remains in House Bill 2, there would be no general fund expense associated with the Sununu Center replacement. I think the discussion is whether to keep 1053 or do something else with it.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that we could I don't know what value this is adding.
It keeps Sununu funding, general funds out of the budget so we have more money available, more general funds available for what we're doing. So if you look at and this is what I thought we'd already done all this, but back to the FY23 surplus, there's a line in there for Sununu that says $10 million. And that's general funds coming out of surplus right now, this year. This took that away. So that goes to zero, which frees up $10 million of general funds, along with everything else we've been trying to free up here.
Okay, and we've already voted on this.
I
and
thought so.
approved this. All right. Okay, so
Just to clarify, please make sure Mr. Kane has removed it, because I'm pretty sure that on today's version it was still there, the 10 million.
I think he had a line associated with it, but I think he showed it as a Division 3 savings compared to the governor's original House Bill 2.
okay, so that topic came up because I'm encouraging everyone to take a look at all of their notes, because I believe we've done everything except for the final thing on the Medicaid tax rate hikes.
There's that, and there's one other item that I'd like to discuss with you if you're willing to take a 5-minute recess.
We're in a 5-minute recess.
Everybody's had an orange lifesaver except for Representative Erb.
Orange lifesavers. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and come out of recess. And with that, is this the first time we've looked as a committee at Medicaid expansion?
Yes.
So we've talked about it a little bit, but this is the first time we've seen it. Mr. Ripple, would you hand out 1128?
Mr. Medicaid.
Why are we doing this instead of waiting for the Senate bill?
So that we have a House position, because we've got a few things that we want to put stakes in the ground so that in a committee of conference, our position is known. And Mr. Ripple will go through it. So you may not agree we want those to be our House positions, but we do have some House positions in here. Okay, no, do that. I'd appreciate an independent comparison. So Representative Wallner is running off to get her version of the Senate Medicaid expansion bill. So, Mr. Ripple, you're getting up now. The Senate primarily, with some other House geniuses looking at it to tweak it. But the footprint is the Senate. That's Representative Wallner asked the same question. Yeah. The answer to her is because if we don't do this, the House does not have a position if we go into a committee of conference. If we pass this would establish a House position on the committee of conference. And so, Mr. Ripple, would you go through and And I think the key things you intend to highlight are the distinctions between this version and the Senate version, or do you think we ought to go through the whole thing?
I'll highlight the distinction between this and Senate Bill 263 as passed by the Senate.
All right.
So everything about the commission on page 1 and page 2 is the same. On page 3, down at the bottom, section 6, you can see that it extends the repeal of the program, not permanently as the Senate bill would do, but until December 31st, 2025. So it extends it for another 2 years. Everything else about this page is the same, and it may look familiar because you've already passed all of the other language on page 3 in the context of the Alcohol Fund amendment that the committee adopted earlier. On page 4, likewise, there is some more language that was included in the earlier Alcohol Fund amendment. But on lines 12 and 13, there's bolded language that is not included in Senate Bill 263 that reads, "The department shall include the cost of the program in its biennial budget request under RSA 9.4. The intent of this is to require the program to appear in the operating budget going forward rather than be off budget as it currently is."
And that's in the next budget, not this budget cycle.
That's correct. It would
Yeah.
first appear in 26-27. And the other new language, starting on line 21, Liquor Commission Fund transfers. This language was lifted directly from the Alcohol Fund amendment that you adopted earlier today that requires the transfer of liquor funds to the Alcohol Fund to be reduced by the amount of the final donation from the hospitals. And that was added to make sure that everything that impacts liquor funds and the Alcohol Fund is identical between what you did earlier and this amendment.
So if we were to pass this amendment to keep things neat and clean, should we come back and back some of those earlier decisions out?
I don't think you really need to, because it's duplicative of everything that you passed earlier. We would only include it in the House's version of House Bill 2 once. It would read as it does here.
All right. So in summary, this is either identical to the Senate or similar to the treatment we've already voted on, with the exception of two things. It establishes a sunset date of 2 years, and it directs that any future Medicaid, it may be not called expansion in the future, but Medicaid expansion be on budget instead of off budget as a separate project. So the second item, I think we just all agree, if we're going to be doing this over and over, is probably just good policy. The part that we probably see differently is the 2-year sunset. Is there discussion on that? Representative Hull?
No, I have a clerical question for Mr. Ripple. Page 4, line 26. Sections 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8 have an effective date, and so does section 5, but I don't see section 1. Was that a clerical issue?
Yes, section 1 should have an effective date. Let me see what it is in Senate Bill 263. Oh, it would be upon passage, and actually that's okay because the way House Bill 2 is drafted, every section that doesn't have a specific effective date is upon passage.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there questions, comments about the proposal? Let's go ahead and do the two halves. You can, and we'll start with whichever half you want to. The two things I'd want to talk about, since we've already seen and agreed to all of this, but those two issues, the 2-year sunset and requiring it go on budget, maybe we could limit our conversation to those two things first. But
Can we ask Mr. Lipman for comment?
Thank you for the opportunity. Appreciate that the decision as to whether it's 2 years or permanent is really a policy decision that, and in terms of page 4, line 12, including it in our budget is really, again, I think it was a policy decision originally outside of the department to make that. So we're agnostic with respect to it's wherever you'd like it to be, we'll make it there. And I just had a question on 21, if you could just, on line 21 on page 4, if just could go over that one more time so I'm following what you did there.
So this is the same language that was in the earlier alcohol fund amendment that was adopted today.
Right, and that was consistent with what was in the Senate version in terms of how it treated that?
The Senate version of Senate Bill 263 did everything the same as this with
Yep.
respect to the alcohol fund and the treatment of liquor funds, except it did not reduce the transfer from liquor to the alcohol fund by the amount of the last remaining hospital donation. So that's what this section
I
does.
see. Okay. If that's helpful perspective, I mean, I think really the two things, from a historical standpoint, I think the reason I think 5 years was picked last time was just the churn on legislators' part in terms of having to do it every 2 years. So, but we're in the game for whatever's needed to be done, if you will.
Comments, questions, Representative Stringham?
This may be picayune, but since the first meetings of the commission in section 1 start in this biennium and legislative members get mileage, do we have to have an appropriation?
Okay. Other, other questions, comments? Representative Tulerski?
I'll just make a quick comment that I know for a number of people in my caucus, this is a very, very high priority. And I think they would have expected to have dealt with this when the Senate bill came over after crossover, and would have the ability to discuss it, have a proper public hearing, receive input, and take it as the policy change that it is. So that is my big opposition to this, is I don't like the tacking it on without having the entire House take a look at it individually. It's just too important.
So we're midstream though. I think I can agree with you that we want our policy committees involved. When that Senate bill comes over, it's going to get worked through the policy committee. They will come out with a position. The House will come out with a recommendation. And depending on the timing of that will inform anybody that's involved in a committee at conference on what the policy-based House position is. But this basically sets up a point of view on what the House position ought to be.
I understand what you're saying, and my only point is that there are members of my caucus that this is hugely important to them, and they want to be a part of the conversation. And I feel establishing this as a House position without letting them have their time to be a part of the policy making, I don't think it's an appropriate way to do it.
If, in the worst case scenario, the policy committee can't get a position out of the House for whatever reason, that is a possibility. At least there would still be a House position that we could talk to the Senate about. And we can change this based on the policy decision if that's sort of a leadership decision. So everyone who thinks this is important, which is pretty much everyone in the House, respects the policy committee and their input. I don't think this is a roadblock to that, but I can understand how people might feel that, because I just have my own way of looking at it. I think two things can happen in parallel. But Representative Wallner, do you have a comment?
Well, I was going to say that I think people are going to be maybe not on your side of the aisle, but I think on our side of the aisle, I do think people are going to be surprised to find it in the budget without having any input into it. And even it wasn't even there for people to comment in the public hearing that we had. So, I'm concerned about that, just that particular process. And I guess could I just ask the department a couple of questions about the being included in the budget?
Yes.
Okay. I think from the standpoint of being able to really understand the program every 2 years when we do the budget, I think it is good to have it in the budget. But how much work what's going to, how is the department going to handle that? I mean, when is that going to be, when is that work going to be done, and how much work is there going to be to doing that? And just explain to me how it's going to work.
Sure. So we already have all of the numbers and the figures. It would really just be adding it to our agency budget request. It's not, it's, you know, logistically, it's not that difficult, frankly.
Okay. So do we stay offline during, I mean, obviously we don't have it. We don't have any numbers now. So we stay offline all of this biennium, this upcoming biennium, and then we start with the numbers in the next biennium.
Yes.
Yes.
So it's not going, the cost of this program is not going to be reflected in House Bill 1 or 2.
Not unless an additional amendment is proposed.
Okay. Thank you. That helps me understand that.
I think to the other point, there's people in the House on the GOP side of the caucus that want to pass Medicaid expansion. And the fact that we're offering to our members that there is a 2-year sunset where we can keep getting data and keep making sure that this program is on track, this helps us get votes too. So, that is a reason it's in here. All right. There's not a whole lot to discuss on this. Go, Representative Hull.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Furthermore, there was some discussions. I mean, this is a large dollar item that is off budget, and there are people who would like to see the transparency of government and honestly wanted this in HB1, not in HB2. So there was a compromise on our side at some level as well.
Are there any other comments, questions of the department? I'll even take comments from the audience. Is there anyone sitting back here? It's past 6 o'clock, so anybody want to speak up?
I'm Jim Monahan with DuPont Group. The same coalition that has been working around the Medicaid rate increases has also been working with others, have been working on the Medicaid reauthorization around 262. And so,
263.
Yeah. Okay. I was saying that the same coalition that has been working anyway. Paul will talk about it, I suspect, in another minute. Representative Edwards observed there were two differences between Senate Bill 263 in this amendment. I think there's three. The third one is that the Senate Bill 263 does not envision the hospital's voluntary contribution as a part of the Governor's Commission mechanism that was there.
Could you draw our attention to the line item so that we can see what you're saying?
Yeah, why don't I turn that piece over to Paula?
Thank you. Paula Minahan, Hospital Association. So I think it starts on page 4. It's item 9, line 21, the Liquor Commission Fund transfers. And I apologize, this is the first time we're seeing this as well. So maybe I'm just misinterpreting this. But unless, Mr. Ripple, did you say this is just what was passed earlier today relative to adjusting the, okay.
Yes.
So this is really for what you passed earlier relative to what happens for the remainder of the Governor's Commission funding, the voluntary contributions. But this is unique to this bill, and that is not in 263. That is not in Senate Bill 263, is my I believe. I think Jim's right.
So I guess I'm not seeing it. I'm looking at page 4. I think you said line 9. Oh, see, I really am losing it. Okay, let me look at that. This may not be in 263. You're saying it's not in SB 263, and I think what we should have made clear is that lines 21 through 25 were items that we voted on earlier,
Right.
this division, and we're trying to
Right.
clean up the relationship between what the general funds and other funds ought to be doing to pay these obligations and get sort of the shell game out of here with the hospitals having to make contributions to the Alcohol and Drug Commission and sort of the movement of that money. So I think the intent is to just do the cleanup to get these different organizations, independence, clarity of responsibility, and some transparency.
We just wanted to point out that it was stated there were 2 differences between 263 and there were actually 3.
Okay.
You agree with that, Mr. Ripple?
I agree. Section 9 is not in Senate Bill 263.
All right.
And Mr. Ripple pointed that out when he was presenting it as well.
So I probably made it confusing. I'm probably the guy that said 2. All right.
And then with regard to the 2-year duration of the reauthorization, what you'll hear in the hearing on 263, and I've been part of this conversation with for some time on it, is that for many providers, this is really important for the SUD providers, for example. These are businesses that need some expectation of revenue going forward, and I do. A lot of emphasis, I think, belongs here on the SUD providers, who maybe 80% of their Medicaid business is from the Granted Advantage program. Trying to build a business, hire staff, have predictability, buy buildings for residential units, for residential beds and things like that, poses a lot of risk. And if you don't know on a 2-year cycle if your funding is going to be there or not, it's disruptive to the development of this important industry. That's going to be a lot of what you'll hear in 263. So I don't know if this 2-year sunset is just to line it up with House Bill 1 and 2 being a 2-year package, or if it extends beyond that into the policy realm of whether or not we want predictability in the state as a payer through the program.
I don't think it's to line it up with the budget cycle. I think this is more to just ensure people who will vote for this extension, because a lot of people didn't want this to happen in the first place and aren't interested in extending it. This is a way to say, we're going to revisit it. So this isn't permanent. We're going to continue to revisit it. So I think that's what the intent on this is. And then if this were, instead of 2 years, 4 years, would that substantially change the mindset of those building their business plans, or would it effectively just be the same confusion and ambiguity?
It would be less bad.
All right, Representative Hull, did you have a comment?
I was going to take a slightly alternate view than you, right? We are some people wanted to see this as an HB1 item in the budget, which would automatically put the 2-year sunset in because it's right. So it's kind of it's that proverbial swing set that was designed and envisioned by one person and built by somebody else. And when all was said and done, you had the swing set not hanging on the branches. If you've seen that meme, this is the same. So what happens in the process, which is why the 2 years is in there right now. I think I can understand that when you're building $100 million plus programs, that you need some clarity of where things are going. I don't see a difference whether it's 2 years, 4 years, or infinite in terms of the next 2-year runway for each. I understand the ability to look beyond that, but if you were talking to businesses in January of 2020 and they were putting forecasts together, no one would have seen the anomaly that happened in February and March. So there is some level that we need to take into account. We can see a couple years into the future. We can plan for a couple years. Every year we do that. And if we're putting it on budget, right, some of us want it on budget this year. We can't do that, but we're trying to get there. So.
No, understand. I mean, if, you know, the community mental health centers are in the same situation. 80% of the funding comes through Medicaid, and every 2 years it might not be there. But because it's been around for a while, there's been some certainty. It's in state law that they exist. And so I think for the SUD providers, you know, when provisions like this make it harder to go to a bank and say, can we borrow $3 million to build a residential treatment facility? By the way, you know, there's some doubt. There's more doubt. You hear what I'm saying, Representative, right?
Absolutely, but there is also, I think the program started in 2014 or thereabouts. So
2013,
there's, yeah, we're 8 years into this at this point, right? So getting it on budget for the first time is an important metric in where you want to go. And while we may disagree what the dollar value and all of that, but it's baby steps. So
Well, I just hope we have the opportunity in 263 to make the case for you know, more permanency to the reauthorization.
So I really do appreciate the perspective you added, because I hadn't thought through the residential treatment facility needing a business loan as just an example. I just hadn't considered it. Representative Weiler?
We forget that this is an evolving program, and the first page talks about appointing this very lengthy commission to evaluate the effectiveness and future of the New Hampshire Granite Advantage Healthcare Program. So that presupposes there will be big changes. If this commission decides that it needs to do this, it needs to do that, and so on. So we're going to get their report within the year, hopefully, and it gives us a year to make changes or so on, so that going forward, we may adopt, there may be some great recommendations come from this commission that want to be adopted. So that's why you don't want to say, oh, yeah, just go on forever. And, you know,
Well,
we're
in-
going to appoint all these important people.
In 2018, when the legislature reauthorized through Senate Bill 313, it also included a commission. Commission met many times. They concluded the work this summer, and one of their recommendations was permanent reauthorization.
So in full disclosure, Mr. Chair, my boss, I am a member, or was a member of this commission that's been established. And I was a signatory saying it's my idea or my recommendation that we make this permanent. So,
You were on it.
so there's that. So I do have a history of sometimes agreeing with Representative Wallner. So,
And I just would like to make one comment about those individuals that are on Medicaid expansion, that they go on and off quite frequently, because this really is an opportunity for them if they lose their job or are struggling financially, to get on and get assistance, and so that they can take care of themselves and their families, so that they can get a job. And we have statistics, and I know Mr. Lippman has this data that, again, we will be sharing in full transparency during the public hearing on 263, because a lot of work has been done and a lot of data has been collected. Individuals do not stay on this for very long. I worry a lot about doing this every 2 years. There is, that would really impact, I believe, them as well, not knowing whether or not this would exist in the future.
Well, maybe the commission made that recommendation so they wouldn't have to go back and study this again.
No, the commission would continue under 263. Yeah. Thank you.
thank you. Is there any more discussion on this? So with that, I'm not seeing or hearing any proposed changes to this, but I think it's implied. For all those who are in favor of approving 1128, please raise your hand. Those opposed? Okay, so we'll put that into the budget. At this point, I'm going to say it again and probably be wrong again, but I think we're down to just one item. Is that correct? And I think the one item is coming from OLS dealing with our rate hike recommendation.
That is correct, and I do have the amendments, but I'm going through them now, and I'd like to run each one by the respective sides before you discuss.
So,
them
so you need 10 minutes for quality assurance to make sure you think it's right?
I think so, yes.
All right, so let's recess for 10 minutes. All right, let's come out of recess. While we were away, Representative Weiler kicked over a rock with Mr. Lippman, and something came out that she wants to tell us about and talk about. She says she needs 60 seconds. What did I say? Wallner. No. It's just, I'm fading, I think. I'm not a young man anymore. So we'll kick over that rock and you can tell us what this is.
Yeah, well, let Mr. Lippman explain it to you. I just think it's information. I know we've already voted. It's going to be in the budget. Medicaid expansion is going to be in the budget. But I just think we need to be aware of the pitfalls that we might be falling into. Okay? Because it'll come out later, and then you'll say, "Ooh, I didn't know that."
I hate to be wishy-washy, but if this is really important, we just voted on it. We could maybe come back. So, I mean, I'm not ever committed to doing something stupid just because we did it.
I just think it's good to know before the public tells you, right?
Okay, Mr. Lippman.
So similar to the issue that Jim Monahan raised, there's a similar issue in procuring the MCO contract. You may or may not know that our contract expires August of 24. So we're going to be doing a reprocurement starting September of this year so that we can get something in place for September next year. What I see potentially is that it might affect who bids based on the uncertainty and whether we get as many bidders with just a 2-year reauthorization. That's, I think, an important thing when you talk about where can we maybe get contract savings. You know, if you only give a 1-year commitment, we may lose, the field that would bid for it otherwise.
Question for you. Okay, if we change the sunset from 2 years to 4 years, that would effectively give you 3 years to run the contract. Is 3 years a nice bite at the contract apple?
I think that's much better than that situation. I think, in terms of, I think it gives it more reasonable certainty that they have a chance to, get it set up and be able to, have, several years. For example, if we're able to attract a new bidder, it takes them 18 months to stand up their program. So
what's the standard length of the contract?
5 years.
You really want to have 5 to be normal.
That's what we've done the last 2 procurements.
So if we were to do that, it would have to be 6 years.
The way we're lined up now, yes.
All right. So that's all interesting data. Any thoughts on that interesting data?
Are you open or proposing a reconsideration with a tweak to the
I'm
sunset?
I'm
to
open
6
to
years?
reconsider the sunset if there's discussion and thought on what we just heard.
I would be more than willing to make a motion to reconsider the vote if we can look to extending the sunset from 2 years to 6 years, which would allow better procurement of the contracts and put the department in a much stronger position to get, competitive bids.
Comment? Well, I don't know. This is new data, so I didn't know if the new data would influence your viewpoint.
I think that the expanded Medicaid program has been on effectively fixed cycle budget requests. I think the first time was 2 years, if I recall, and then it was it 2 years again, and then 5 years? I'm trying to, right?
It was 2, 2, and 5.
2, 2, and 5. So I think the providers can handle a 2-year window in terms of quoting. It's been done twice before. There's a track record now on 9 years, so there is some expectation that it's going to go forward. In the business cycle, it's possible to do a 2-year contract.
They can't do a 2-year contract because this one expires at a point in time in which if we put 2 years in, they can only do 1 year.
Correct.
And if we do 4 years, they can only do 3 years. If we do 6 years, they can do 5 years. This is what I'm hearing.
Mr. Lippman, if I understand correctly, I think the current contract is a December 31st expiration date. Yes?
No,
Is
it
it
is
the end of it?
August of 24.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Weiler, do you have any thoughts given the confrontation with this new data?
I thought we didn't want to make this permanent, but basically we're getting around to it.
So what I think I just heard you say is that you would want to maintain the 2 years and you wouldn't be open to considering 4 years, for example.
I'm open if that's what people want, but you know, obviously in the past we have had 2-year contracts, but as he said, that really only is a 1 year because it takes them so long to ramp up. But what about the ones that are currently doing this? Isn't it easy for them to continue without ramp up?
Wouldn't, okay, to get another 2-year contract, wouldn't we at least need to do a sunset of 3 years?
Yes.
So for those people who really love 2 years, is 3 years kind of acceptable? Just to give them
I
some,
would just leave it where it is.
you would leave it?
Yes.
We're not creating a law today. We are in the process of creating a 2-year, multi-billion-dollar budget. There's a lot of opportunities to have this discussion. I think we should stay at 2 years.
Well, I hate doing things that I don't think make sense. And I think based on I had never considered or factored in the contract windows. We have experience doing 2-year contracts. We don't have experience doing 1-year contracts. Is that right?
We've done, the MCO procurements have been 5 years each time.
Yeah. So a lot of manpower gets burnt going through the whole contract. That's an expensive process where we don't see the dollars, but the manpower gets consumed.
And I do think that there is some impact in terms of how they have to factor in their startup cost recovery when they make a bid. And I think that having the opportunity for other entrants to at least be interested in it helps. You know, over a 5-year period, it's over $6 billion of spending. And so I think that having some more competition helps the state get a better deal on what it's going to be getting.
If we were the last stop in this process and not the first, I would eat up everything you just said and try to deliver. But this is the first step in a process. So I don't think I'm open to reopening the vote. We voted on 2 years and what? Go ahead. What do you have?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It just seems from the discussion, and I knew this would be a sticking point, it seems like 4 years would be an appropriate starting point. And so I'm wondering if the committee would consider a 4-year timeframe on this particular amendment. And while I have the mic, I just want to point out, too, you brought up a very good point that it is important to have this in the budget to keep it alive in case anything goes wrong with the Senate bill version 263. So I would put out there 4 years. Based on this new information, based on previous, based on where both sides are differentiating on this, 4 years is my thought.
I hate to do this, but I think we need to caucus another 5 minutes. All right, we're out of recess, and we have already voted on the amendment. I think it was 1128 or whatever the number was. It was the one with the 2-year sunset. This is an early step in one path to the completion of this, and so let's just be done with it. We've already voted. Let's move on. With that, Representative Stringham is going to take the first at bat on explaining your Medicaid rate hike proposal, and then Representative Hull and Erf will take us through another point of view.
Well, great. An amendment is going to be handed out. I don't know what the amendment number is. But the process of, we were originally brought HB2 with across the board rate increases for the Medicaid services at 3.1%. Since that's been done, we've been working on the process of determining really how much increase we needed, and also where we could target it to be the most effective. And during that process, we got a substantial amount of input from many different providers receiving Medicaid funds and through the services on both of these questions. The level of funding that would be necessary to close some of the gaps in services, because often artificially low rates were so low that essentially they couldn't find providers to do things. So increasing the budget without increasing the targeted or the rates for some of these services was a high priority for us as a committee. With that, the request came in for as low as 0% from the hospital inpatient and outpatient industry, or for hospital inpatient and outpatient services, to upward and over 25%. I offer Amendment 1154H, which was the result of the concerted effort by stakeholders as well as the members of the committee themselves from both parties, requesting approximately $175 million in appropriations, roughly $75 million in the first year and $100 million in the second year. The numbers written in this amendment include the figures that were originally provided, or the 17 million per year that was in the governor's HB2 budget. So we did that even though there's still a separate line item in there. There's wording in there to say that taking into account the other monies that would be appropriated under existing what was line 232 in HB2, this is the total amount of money that we would need.
I have two clarifying questions, one for you and then one for Mr. Ripple. So am I right to then think that of your 175 million, the 24 million that's reflected in paragraph 1 under the appropriation, that's part of it? So your increment above the across the board 3.1% is 151 million.
Exactly.
All right. So the second clarifying question, Mr. Ripple, you've seen these, and if on a side by side, are the structures of these two amendments identical except for the dollar amounts?
Yes, with the exception that this amendment, 1154H, outlines specific ambulance codes on page 3, lines 16 through 20.
Thank you.
And also on page 3, lines 27 through 32 are in this amendment, but not in the other amendment.
Okay, did you say page 2, 27 through?
Page 3, lines 27 through 32.
Okay, now that I know what I'm looking at, this is only in this version and not in the other.
That's correct.
Okay.
Mr. Ripple? So lines 21 through 26 on page 3 are also not in the other amendment?
I believe they are. Hmm.
I'm not sure where those
They
numbers
they are in there. Sorry, just 1 second. They are in there, but in the other amendments, which I can hand out momentarily, they relate to different line numbers because the line numbers are different between the two amendments.
Thank you.
Okay, as far as structure goes, Representative Hull and Representative Erf, it feels to me like the ambulance code addition on this version may be helpful if we were to pass that version. We don't need the ambulance codes in there?
So I was speaking with Mr. Lippman about this, and you might just want to ask him directly. But he said this makes their life a lot harder.
Okay,
Can
go
I
ahead.
comment on that, Mr. Lipson pointed out to me that.
Ripson or Lippman?
Yeah, we'll get them all right, won't we?
Yeah. Representative Wallner, Weiler.
The ambulance codes in most jurisdictions and in Medicare, they have urban and rural rates, but Medicaid in New Hampshire does not. So my amendment, this latest amendment actually went down to just having one rate for ambulance statewide rather than rural and urban, which was the complaint that we got about or the concern that was brought forward about having an urban and rural rate.
So
He
I
would have
don't,
he would have had to change the structure.
I don't know these codes. So is the one unified state rate the A0425 and then the others?
Those are different ambulance services. The $13 that represents a mileage rate for an ambulance service, and then on top of you take the mileage times the number of miles, and then you add whichever service is appropriate. And it depends on how much medication and how complex the ride is for the ambulance provider. One of the three codes actually is, of the three remaining codes, is actually not even covered under Medicaid provision, but there's no reason that it might not be in the future. And most ambulance fee schedules have something in for that value.
Okay, so after talking to Mr. Ribham or Lipson, yeah, it's your position that lines 16 through 20 should remain, that those add value, right? Is that right, Mr. or Representative Stringham? And now we're going to hear Mr. Lippman's perspective. Director.
Microphone.
Red.
Excuse me, Representative Erf and Representative Stringham have two different points here. One is in terms of targeting the codes specifically, I think, and keeping it simple to having one code for the state. That I agree with that approach. I think what Representative Erf I had mentioned to him is that when you put something into statute, if federal government or other coding changes, then you run the risk that that this becomes sort of outdated, if you will. I think that, you know, it's workable either way. I think having the rural and urban would have delayed us implementing something, because we would have had to create a new methodology. And I hope I didn't make it more confusing, but
So I'm going to summarize what I just think I heard you say, is that the idea that these code rates be included is fine. Your concern is that we're using specific codes, and those specific codes can change over time, and it's that sort of thing that could cause a problem.
in the long term, in the short term, no. In the long term, yes. I think that having just one of these, each of these codes here, is the better of the two options, that if you're going to include them.
So just from a utility perspective, the uses of these codes is sort of a one and done anyways. You're going to go in and program these in and let them go. And then 2 years from now, we're going to be talking about this completely new. The codes could be different. And these codes now won't matter what we put in here.
Yes, in one respect, but I think that if, for example, a future legislature says do a 2% across the board, and the codes don't exist anymore, that's where it.
So Mr. Ripple, is this amendment only valid for the 2 years, or is this ongoing statute?
I believe, yeah, everything in here relates only to the biennium.
2-year budget. So
Correct.
next time we look at this in 2 years, we don't care what these codes are that we say today, because we're going to be looking at something different, is the way I'm interpreting this. And so it's feeling fine to me to leave these codes in, because they provide information, they're one-time use, they don't interfere with what we would do in the next budget cycle. That all sounds reasonable and good to me. Representative Erf, do you have a different point of view?
Well, I think we just heard Ms. Lippman say, if next time around they say, oh, just increase everything 2%, that's where there could be an issue if the codes themselves have gone away. So I'm not going to suggest we change this
Right.
amendment.
710, I think.
What I'm trying to do is, if this is good structure, I might suggest that we pick it up and put it in the other one as well. I'm just trying to keep the structures aligned. Yeah. All right. So, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else while you're sitting there?
No, thank you.
Okay. So what are we doing with lines 21 and 26? Tell me again why these are in this version and isn't not the same as what was in the other version.
Lines 21 through 23 is in your version. It's just in a different place. That relates to the Granite State request. Is that right?
It is, yes. And if I could, the reasons 21 through 26 are bracketed is because I got the amounts wrong. It should have been 1.5 million and 3 million on line 21, and the amount on 24 should have been the handwritten number that you see here. So that's why you have the annotation.
Okay, so I'm just trying to keep the structure issue. So this is a different structure than the other amendment. And I'm just trying to understand why we need this and we didn't need it in the other version.
Those Roman 20 and 21 are in the other version.
So with the exception of the ambulance codes, this structure is identical. It's just the dollar amounts that are different.
The ambulance codes, the provision on lines 27 through 28 that says each of the individual appropriations shall be reduced by that provider type's share of the lump sum appropriation made in section 1, that 12 million per year figure. And section 3 that begins on line 29 is also in this amendment, but not in the other amendment.
So 27 through 32 has two different components that are unique to this structure.
Yes.
Now, what does 27 and 28 add to the discussion? Why is this something we should maintain in both structures? Is there logic for that?
That's a choice for the committee, but the intent behind this, and Representative Stringham can correct me if I'm wrong, was to, rather than adding the entire 24 million to the sum of all of these, it was to reduce that by these providers' share of the 24 million.
Okay, and then 29 through 32. Did we not have in the other version anything about adult medical day services?
You don't have it in the other version, no.
So we just missed something, in theory.
I think there was it's not included.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Representative Wallner?
So over the weekend, that was one of the areas in the Monahan sheet that had no information. So I did reach out to someone who is pretty familiar with the service and actually has, I think, been a provider at Easter Seals. And the issue was that their rate is lower than the CFI rate for medical day service for buying a day of service. The CFI rate is $75 a day, and the state planned rate is $52.34. So it's a service that not many providers want to provide. And so it was I had no way of figuring out how many units of service they even have ever purchased because the rate is low.
So you're deeper into it than I am. I'm still at a kind of a higher, simple level. I think this is the only paragraph that we can associate a cost to.
Right. I had no way of figuring that out. Maybe the department could have figured that out, but at this point, it was sort of, we were trying to put the amendment together.
I just wonder if we need a cost because Mr. Ripple and the LBA team is going to try to go through and count up all of the places that we've spent money so that we know what we're obligating. And this paragraph, I don't know if this is so tiny it's irrelevant or if we need some sort of a WAG.
I don't know that you need an appropriation. If it passes without, we would send it to the department for their input, and we would put that into a fiscal note.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Representative Hull.
So I understand that we have an amendment number 1153. Well, we haven't gotten to it, but could we put at the end of one of these amendments that the department could move money over to that line item if they needed to as a subsequent provision? It was 0 in the Monahan worksheet that we started with for all of this.
Yep, you could do that.
Do we have any idea of the order of magnitude of that few lines?
I don't.
No, I don't. I'm not asking you. There's got to be somebody back
Is
there.
Mr.
Maybe.
Monahan available?
Or maybe Mr. Lippman could tell us,
Or Mr. Lippman?
Are there very many units of this service that we are providing?
I could probably provide something by morning time. I'm not sure I have anything on my computer here to give me that stat. I think
Even just an order of
Representative-
magnitude relative to other expenses, is it?
I don't think it is multi-million-dollar item, but rather than just
Yeah. Okay.
guessing, I think, at least having the provision that Representative Holt talked about in terms of being able to move money would be a good start if it's a minor thing.
So if this was Goldilocks, this would be too small and not just right. This is the smallest of the three kind of orders of magnitude.
Yeah.
Tiny.
I think it's in that
okay.
magnitude of not huge.
Okay. Not significant. Not huge.
Not huge.
And not just right. Maybe tiny. Go ahead.
In the Medicaid state plan home health aids category, right, looking at the initial spreadsheet, right? Medicaid Meals on Wheels, although showed up as zero, actually had 250,000, and this was actually left blank. So potentially it's sub 250,000 in terms of dollar value.
I'm sorry. I was thinking three different things. Are you still talking about 1154? And you're making an observation that we may want to consider a change to 1154?
No, I'm observing that when he says the dollar amount is small, if it's less than the other things in that same category, we're probably sub 250,000 as a dollar.
Oh, okay.
Just
So,
right.
so this paragraph costs us less than $250,000.
Correct.
Okay.
It's probably a fair guess because, you know, this is general fund, so you're talking that's $500,000. I would imagine that would help fill that gap pretty close.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
has everybody received 1153H?
Just now, I would like to just kind of, if we could, just a little longer, stay on structure. We'll go wherever you want.
Oh, I was
But I'm just trying to make sure we crosswalk the structure.
right. So I was going to suggest that if we wanted to, we could look at a paragraph Roman numeral 22 at the end, which allows for, right, that DHHS can supplement out of, right, adult medical day services up to $250,000 out of some other department's funding or something, broadly speaking. So we've at least have a section in 1153H that is similar, not exactly the same verbatim as 1154H in terms of covering all the categories. Did you follow that?
No.
So my proposal is right on a lines 1154H, which is the Wallner proposal for this. They fund at some level the adult medical day services.
So give me a page and line number that you're
Page 3, lines 29 through 32.
Okay.
Take that section, instead of duplicating the text, do what I mentioned to Mr. Ripple earlier, which is give the department the ability to fund up to $250,000 through some other means, right? Give them the ability to pull out of another fund to fund this if they want to.
Is that easier than just copy and pasting lines 29 and 32 into the other document?
I'm fine with that too. I have no heartache in moving lines 29 through 32 over to this. And
Okay. Do you have any issues with moving lines 16 through 20 over on
Nope.
the ambulance codes? Do you have any issues? I'm asking you primarily because you spent more time doing the number drill.
Nope.
Do
No
you have
problem.
any? It looks to me like line 21 is actually already line 12, page 3.
That is correct.
So we're not moving it, and the numbers are aligned between the left and the right version.
Correct.
So then when we get to the bottom one, there's a substantial difference in the numbers there.
Right.
But the structure is the same.
Correct.
Okay. So just in 1 second. So Mr. Ripple, could we get this? I'm going to propose it, and then you can tell me if it's just not worth sending it back to OLS this late because we're not going to be able to finish this. Right? Any change we do at this point, we're not going to turn around tonight.
I think that's correct. If there are changes that you want made to this, what I was going to suggest anyway is that at the end of this meeting, you recess until Friday morning, in case, which the other two divisions are doing as well, in case there are any changes that need to be made to anything.
At this point, this is the only potential change that I'm aware of.
I think so, yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
If I took a pair of scissors and cut lines 29 through 32 out and the amended analysis and photocopied it on the bottom, starting at line 17, and we handed that out as an amendment to be drafted, would that meet the requirements of at least conveying the information of a joint amendment?
Yes, but I want to know, are we going to keep the ambulance codes or not?
Oh, right. Okay. Fair point. That's a little bit harder to merge in. Actually, it's not.
It's just another, take the scissors and cut the ambulance codes and paste it over there.
I think nonetheless, this is a big amendment, and maybe you want to see the final version of it. So if you recess until Friday morning anyway, Division 3 is meeting on bills anyway, I can give you the revised version at that time.
Okay,
Can I ask a question?
go ahead.
So in the meantime, you may have some other numbers on the revenue, on the GEF freed up side that we could also consider on Friday.
Well, and I think the purpose of all three divisions holding Friday open is for that very reason.
So the answer to that is yes?
Yes.
Awesome.
Representatives Wallner and Ripple and Erf, do we have fiscal committee Friday morning? It's Friday afternoon? Do we have anything going on Friday morning? What?
Fiscal at 9:30, and then I've got facilities at 9.
We have bills. We have 4 bills.
And what time are we meeting on the bills?
10.
10 o'clock, I believe.
So it feels to me like we want to recess this until 8:30 Friday morning. That way we have an hour where we can look at this. Representative Tulerski, is that an issue with you?
No, I've just been wanting to ask a question for a number of hours.
Oh, for a number of hours.
Yes, a number of hours ago, I wanted to ask Representative Erf a question, and you said, not at this time, we're staying on track, and it has to do with his amendment and how they got to the numbers. And I just would like a clarification.
No, go for it.
Thanks. So, when Representative Hole was running all of his numbers and you were talking about the ratios, and can we just be clear that the approach of how we're doing it? My question was, you started the day with, now I forget your term, about 5 or 6 things that you said we're going to hold. Hold constant. And then, as in the Monahan numbers would stand, and then the rest would be a ratio based on what they are. So my question was, were your numbers in this amendment developed with those cherry-picked categories on a hold and everything else fluctuated at a different ratio? Or was everything done on the same sort of balance? Did you take our numbers and then go down a percentage?
No, I did it the way I described, or we did it. I should say Representative Hole did it based on the philosophy I explained to you. So those, whatever it was, half a dozen categories, I think, whatever they were fully funded at whatever numbers were in there. That was what I meant by hold constant. So they were funded at their relatively low levels, and that was that as far as those go. The others were then proportionally adjusted within the remaining $40 million per year, minus the part that we'd already appropriated. Does that make sense?
That does make sense. And I guess I just don't know if we ever got an explanation on how you picked which ones were held.
We can do that.
It's too late now.
No, it isn't.
It's too late now.
Why is it too late now?
Because
Why? My dogs can
we're
be
where we're
hungry.
where we're at. I just wanted to
Well,
understand.
no, it's a very simple explanation, though. I mean, they're basically small ones. That's and I did say that this morning as well.
It was a long time ago, so I apologize.
Yeah, that's okay. No, that's no problem. So they were relatively tiny amounts, like the midwives, the ambulance, the community health centers, and then there was the specialized one, which is not so low, the 3.3, which was Mr. Lippman. Help me here. The Granite, the GS. And that one was special, as I understood it, because of the particular services they provided and how few people will do them.
I think the biggest one you kept constant was the rebasing at 6.
And there was a rebasing, exactly. That was the other thing, which,
And-
as I understand it, had to happen at that level.
So
Okay.
there was some cherry picking, but it wasn't without some discretion.
It was more, they were the smaller amounts, and
And the rebasing.
that was my question, and I thank the committee for indulging me.
I thank you for holding on to that question
I do
for all this
too.
time. I would have exploded 12 times
Well,
already.
you told me to wait until we
No,
discussed
no,
the
I
amendment,
didn't
and
mean
did.
to.
No, I apologize. I thought I had explained it. I didn't do a very good job, and that was my bad.
Okay, so let's walk over to 1153 a second. The section 1 is the same. It's the 1212. And both amendments, the first paragraph is the same amount of money, 24 between the 2 years. In the 1154 amendment, I heard Representative Stringham say that they allocated another 151 million across all of the paragraphs. And we're now at the point where our paragraphs are the same paragraphs as between the two of them. You did 151 million plus the 24 to get the 175 you mentioned, right? So let's do the same numbers on the 1153. How much? What's the total of this? I think Mr. Ripple, you did some homework.
So the total, the fiscal 24 appropriation, the fiscal 25 appropriation, and the amount that's available to the department to expend before January 1st, if possible, is about $70.2 million.
So, and of that 70.2 million, the 24 that's in section 1, is that part of the 70? So our delta is more like 40 something, or is the 24 on top of the 70 for 94?
The 24 is on top of the 70.
Okay, so apples to apples, then I'm sorry, 1153 invests 70.2 million in the
Yes,
rate
70.2
hikes.
million in individual rate
And,
increases.
and
yes.
the 1154 does 151. So, we're only off by a factor of 2. So for a while I thought it was going to be a factor of 4. So this is pretty good. Now, I don't think these numbers are locked in either category, because we're going to come back at 8:30 on Friday. We're going to see the new scorecard. We'll have a little bit of idea of whether or not we can toy with the numbers. But at this point, the structure is set and the basic math is set. And if we have extra money, or God forbid, less money, we at least have a way to apply like an algorithm to get to what the number needs to be based on the availability of funds, right?
Yes.
Representative Tulersky.
Can you just repeat for me? I wrote it a certain way on the Wallner amendment. Is we had the original 24 in section 1, and then we had 151 for a total of 175. On your amendment, you have the 24, and then what was the next amount that? From section 2 on?
70.2. So our
70.2?
total is 94.2, and yours was 175.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It was the going back and forth. I lost it.
Okay. All right. So while we're in session, what do you propose on these? Do you want to do anything to these 2 amendments, or just wait to us for Friday?
So here's what I would suggest. I would suggest taking a vote today with any changes that you would like me to make, and we'll accept that as the division's action, and I'll bring back to you the revised amendment on Friday. And if you want any changes to that, you can vote to have those made then.
So we're going to send you one or the other, not both, and we're going to tell you any number changes that we want to make.
That's correct.
Okay. So Nordgren, Representative Nordgren. Yes, ma'am.
Representative Weiler had his hand up.
How are these funded?
We don't know yet.
Yeah, but some of the big chunks. We started with sort of 40.
Okay, so there's monies that came out of the DD accounts. There's the back of the budget issue related to general funds. appropriated to the state. There's the Sununu Center piece, $10 million. If that's still ours, or is it only less than that?
Construction of a new Sununu Center? Yeah, that was a $10 million
So that's
savings.
10 million. And then there's a variety of smaller ones, 1.5 million here, 3 million there, a bunch of those that we were kicking out, and even some smaller than that, 400,000, that sort of thing.
My impression was we funded 1153 by going through all these things you brought up, but 1154 needs more money, and I don't know where it's coming from.
Do you have a comment, Representative Stringham?
Well, yeah, at least my understanding, you mean 1154 needs more money to get up to
Well,
our budget?
You
what we
spend more
thought was
money in
to-
1154 than we spent in 1153, but Representative Earth found lots of places to save money to put into it. So
Right.
you would need to save more money to put in more money, and I don't see where they come from.
So can I summarize that? I think Representative Earth basically just explained that we probably can account for our 94.2 in terms of finding bill payers for them. And if you had those same bill payers, then you're still short about 80 million. And if you came back and said, okay, we can get this 80 million by reducing these other things, I don't know. I'd be sort of open to that discussion, Representative Earth.
So that's one way to view it. The other way to view it, which is the way I've been viewing it, is the 40 million was just a plug number to build a structure. And when we total up all those other pieces, which is what's going to happen tonight, I believe, so we'll know before Friday what that total is, I envision that total would become the top line, the replacement for the 40 million. I believe it will be more than 40 million. I don't know the number though. I don't know that it'll be as high as 100 million per year, but that's sort of the way I was envisioning this whole thing.
Okay, so we have to pick between 53 and 54, and I told Representative Stringham we'd consider his amendment first. So I think we can take a straw vote on whether we support 1154. All those in favor of supporting 1154? Opposed? Okay, so all those in favor of supporting, I'm gonna throw the disclaimer in. On 1153, I'd like to do those cut and pastes or not. I'd like to see the structure the same as 1154.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I just kind of sketched in, right, where we are grabbing sections from 1154 lines, page 3, lines 14 through 20, starting at notwithstanding, and then grabbing subsequently lines 29 through 32. And those get amended into this, so we have a document that we're working with.
I think we're looking at it the same, and we don't have to use our imagination, because Friday we're gonna see a document at 8:30 that has these numbers, but the structure of 1154. So that's right.
Yep. It'll be this amendment. It'll be 1153 plus the ambulance rates and the section 3 at the end of 1154.
Okay, you Representative Waller. Go
And
ahead.
when will we see how much has either been saved or spent? I mean,
Yes, ma'am. I think the answer is Friday morning at 8:30, because I think the LBA is going to take all the work of the divisions and put it all into the gompulator and turn it into
a balance sheet.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, we are going to do that. And Mike Kane will send out a revised sheet. I'm not sure when that will be. I think it'll be before Friday morning.
And based on that, we're going to have to adjust fire to hit the number, I think.
Yeah. And so we're
Representative-
coming back at 8:30.
on Friday. That's one-
Representative Norgren comes a long way, and she's going home late.
Yeah. Could we maybe meet at 9:30 on?
We have a 9:30 pre-fiscal, so I'm trying to make sure that, I'm sorry.
Now, we started off with an $85 million difference, then we've added a lot more 50 bills that wanted to spend more money. So we started off trying to make cuts and trying to get inside of that 85 million, so we were closer to the figures. We had to eliminate a lot of things. I don't think we've eliminated as much in this division as the other divisions have. So we're not making many cuts here.
It's true. I think that's true. Representative Hull?
Chairman Weiler, fiscals meeting from 1 to, do you have any idea?
It's a fairly extensive, of course, a lot of it's consent calendar, and then there's 3 audits, or 2 of them are management letters. It's going to be 2.5 hours likely.
I was only asking in respect to Representative Norgren, if we went for, can we meet at 4:30 instead of 8:30 a.m. and make Friday night a little bit late?
No, I think we got to do this Friday morning. There is no such thing as Friday afternoon to turn around changes, is there? We have to do this Friday morning, I think.
I think if Friday afternoon worked best for the committee, you could do that, but Friday morning would be ideal.
That's okay.
Right now, our exec starts at 10. Do we expect that will go all the way through to lunch or 1 o'clock? Could we?
We only have 4 bills.
I know.
That
That's what
we've
I'm saying. It's
talked
gonna be
about.
sorta
I'm
quick, I
not
think.
seeing a lot of controversy. I could imagine us being done. We never go as fast as I imagine, but I think we'll be done in 90 minutes or less.
Could we start at 9:30, then stop to do our exec at 10, and then return and finish up before lunch? Or is that too confusing?
We still have pre-fiscal at 9:30.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot that. Never mind.
There's enough on the schedule, it might take an hour.
So 8:30 is a problem. You sure? Is it light when you drive, when you get here at 8:30?
No, it's fine. Thanks.
If we start at 9 and we don't finish in half an hour, then couldn't we just come back after our morning bills, which would still be before noon, I think?
Sure, but I just want to wrap things up and be done.
But this will just restrain your talking.
What?
Because you would just talk a lot anyway if we came in at 8:30.
I might talk a lot no matter what time we show up.
Right, so this would help to constrain that.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I think that Representative Florsky has a great suggestion. I don't think our exec session will last too long at 10 o'clock this Friday, and I think then we can continue our work immediately thereafter.
Okay, so people want to start at 9, right?
I'll be at facilities.
You won't be here at 9.
Doesn't usually take very long.
Could we review the amendments, knowing Representative Weiler will be returning to vote afterwards?
Yeah.
Sure. So we'll meet at 9 o'clock. For all of us who can meet at 9 o'clock, then a bunch of us have to leave at 9:30. So hopefully we can do what we need to do in those 30 minutes, and then we'll have some recess opportunities later in the day if we have to. Okay. All right. So we have not actually voted on 1153. I think there's an implication, but all those in favor of 1153, raise your hand. Well, as amended. Yeah. Raise your. Okay, opposed? Okay. So now we've done all of the voting we need to do today. I think we've done all the voting we need to do. You've got all of the input that you need.
Yes.
Okay. All right. You want to remind everyone?
Yes, I'd like to remind everyone tomorrow's session starts at 9 a.m. That's 9 a.m.
All right. I just want to tell you, I think we should feel good about ourselves to a very large extent because what we just did was the governor, he didn't do any of this additional rate hikes. He said the House could take that on, and we actually have a framework that we've agreed to. It's just the dollar amount we got to finalize.
Thank you, Mr. Monahan, for your work.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. So, all right. Thank you. And always the LBA.
Yes.
Okay, we are, and Mr. White. Oh, he's still here? Yeah. All right. All right. Thank you. We're adjourned.